depending on how you end it, you can really fuck things for yourself for replays.
Yeah, so like when my roommate was playing it, he was literally he like had to go to a different like account so that he could essentially just start over. Because that was the only way to play the version of it that he wanted to play. It was weird. Also, we're live, by the way.
Oh, hello everyone. Yeah, we've been talking about Undertale for some reason, but now we're going to talk about the Acolyte, which is bad.
Yeah. Oh, I guess we're just jumping right into it then, huh?
Yeah, I mean, let's not beat around the bush because I guess that's what people waiting.
It's not good. It's the responses that I'm seeing about this show already, just online, are about what I expected. Like I'm seeing mainly people going like it's fine or it's it's whatever. Like I don't hate it yet, and I'm like, the thing is, right? So Jolly and I watched the show together when the premiere came out, and we were fine with it at first, I think, but then like it was I think toward like halfway through episode 1 that we just started laughing, and the laughter never stopped after that.
There's one particular scene where just everything that happens is complete nonsense, and we just from that point on, the whole thing never recovered. We were just giggling the whole way through. Like we kept on having to pause to be like, "What the hell? What just happened?"
Like up to that point, we were already going like, "Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Oh, that was really weird. Oh, that was like, yeah." But and then that sequence happened. We were just like, "It's over."
Yeah. And then episode 2 happened, and there's a thing that happened where we're like, "Oh no." Oh,
episode 2, like it starts off, and you're just like immediately like, oh, it's one of the it's going to be this kind of show, then, isn't it? So yeah, suffice it to say, the Acolyte isn't good. I guess I'm not really surprised by that. I didn't expect it to be good, but here we are.
I was sort of hoping it was going to be better. I mean, technically it is better. Just to clarify exactly where we are on the show, we think it's really bad. Like I think we said 3 or 4 out of 10, right? 4 out of 10.
Yeah, I'm hovering anywhere between 3 and a 4.
Yeah, which is like better than Ahsoka and Kenobi.
Well, yeah,
and
like
Mando season 3. And
for reference here, Kenobi and Ahsoka are like a 1. Ahsoka's probably even less than a 1. I can't remember exactly where I'd put it. Mando season 3 is like a 1.5. Book of Boba Fett's a 2. Last Jedi's a 2, I think, is where I'd have that. But like this is like a 3 or 4. So like that tells you it's a good bit better than at least those shows.
Yeah, and to be fair, there are bits of this that we're going to praise, mostly with the presentation and the acting, but like there are definitely bits of the show that are worthy of praise and that deserve to have those elements singled out, because we need to reward the things that are deserving of praise, otherwise they're just not going to do it in future. So
yeah, because like I think immediately as soon as the show started, we were in like as soon as it started, we were immediately picking up on like, wow, the set design is like really good here. The alien designs are pretty good here. Better directing, better cinematography. Like it's all really good.
Yeah, more consistent performances.
Better choreography. Like there's still some fucky choreography in this show, and we're gonna get into it. But like it's better than a lot of the other Disney Plus shows have been.
Yeah, but it's still bad.
Yeah,
unfortunately, unfortunately we're talking about like almost the cosmetic things. And don't get me wrong, the presentation absolutely matters to the quality of a show, but it is the secondary consideration. Primary consideration must always be, does the story hold up? And the story is absolute nonsense. I can't think of a kinder way to put it. It's total crap.
It's the reason that it's worth bringing up that the production value as well is because like I remember that it was bragged about by the people who worked on the show that they never used the volume even once, which annoyed me because like the volume in and of itself, there's nothing wrong with it. I've gone over this so many times on like streams and videos. There's nothing wrong with the volume. It's a tool, and like any tool, it can be used good, or it can be used well or poorly. Like it's down to execution as always. But they did brag about that, and they were very proud of that fact. And I think, for like, to be fair, for the most part, it looks like this is a really good looking show. So I guess that like the not using the volume did pay off for them. There's that one shot though. I mentioned it to Jolly when we were watching it. Yeah, well, there's like an establishing like wide shot of a snowy planet, and I'm like, that can't have not been the volume. It looks like the volume.
I mean, whatever it was, it looked fake as hell.
It looked really bad. But I think that was like the one time where the show looked like it just looked bad visually.
Yeah, and I guess this is both a testament to the show and also like a kind of problem of like, because the rest of it was so good looking, that one really bad shot, because it was so isolated in a sea of otherwise quite good looking material, really stood out like a sore thumb. It kind of reminded me of, the CGI Ahsoka falling in the finale of Ahsoka.
I remember. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah,
where you're just like, this looks like a first year's like VFX artist's like summer project. What the hell is this? How did this pass muster? Who signed off on this?
Yeah, and I mean, you hear the stories about how like VFX artists that work for like Star Wars and Marvel are not being treated very well, and like they're not given much time to do their jobs effectively. So like I think a good bit of that is typically going to be on, like, that's going to be the reason why these things don't look as good as they could. It's just time constraints and like budget, or like not budget restraints, but like budget being used ineffectively by the showrunners.
Yeah, inefficiently, poorly. Or the timeline for artists to do that thing being so condensed. Crunch being a problem. I mean, crunch is just a general problem right now in basically all visual media. But yeah, there's just a bunch of factors.
I think this show, The Acolyte, used CGI very sparingly. So like there was, I guess, less of a workload for the VFX artists that were being no doubt overworked and underpaid and not given enough time to do their jobs effectively.
Yeah, well, the show, because it's much more like practical heavy, I guess. Actually, probably the most practical heavy thing since Andor. One thing I noticed is like the majority of the CGI seems to be spent on doing things like editing out wires for wire work. And so like the few times they actually use it for backgrounds or for adding details, it actually is just very precisely used, and that helps enormously, unsurprisingly.
I think someone in chat is trying to invoke my wrath. Sorry. Anyway. So yeah, The Acolyte's not good, and we're going to get into it. But before we do, I have already received 2 super chats that I do not want to skip over. So Sam Montgomery, thank you for the super chat for £5. How's it hanging, guys? Haven't seen the show yet, probably not going to. I can only consume so much sludge before I hurl. I'm with you, Sam. I understand. Let's see. From Vicarus for $5. I've only watched episode 1 of Acolyte. I wish we could have shown I wish we could have a show about a cool looking alien. We could always start the Vetch agenda.
Vetch the show. A Vetch, a Star Wars story.
People talk about like how they want like an alien protagonist character, and I'm like, that'd be pretty cool.
I want to do a version of the bear, but with Dexter Jettster.
And then one more super chat just came in as I was reading these off from Hugs Mando for $4.99. I have no interest in the show, but knowing it might not be good is kind of sad. Yeah, because I guess it's worth getting into the meta a little bit, right? Because like I remember when the show was announced, I was like, it was being sort of marketed as like this show about the Sith during like the High Republic era, like toward the end of the High Republic era. So like in this time period where they're in hiding and they're operating in secret, and they're sort of like, affecting change in the shadows, and like, consolidating power and wealth and resources and all that. And like, if this had been a show that was just purely like, like the Darth Plagueis novel, right? Like just purely from the POV of the Sith characters and their machinations and all the things that they're doing, like behind the scenes, so to speak, and like, positioning themselves in like political power, making deals with gangsters to get certain things done. Like, like that could have been a really interesting show. I would have loved to follow that. But instead, this is mainly a Jedi centric show investigating a murder mystery, and the Sith are involved. Like they're the culprits behind it. And like, I guess that's a story you could have told. But there are consequences to having it happen this way, as we're going to get into, in terms of what the Jedi have learned about the Sith, or at least like what the Sith are doing, even if they they don't know for a fact that they're Sith yet, I guess.
Arguably, the Sith have been very badly damaged already by everything that's happened, which is not great. Yeah,
because the thing is, like, when the trailer came out, there was the shot of the like multiple Jedi fighting a red lightsaber wielding character. And we were all kind of collectively holding our breaths, like, okay, so we're basically confirming that the Jedi are going to encounter a Sith warrior and they're going to fight one. And like, unless all these characters die, I don't really know how you square that away with the canon, considering they thought the Sith were extinct by the time of Episode 1. And I think even without that, we already have issues with in terms of like the Jedi have learned information that like the Jedi Order on Coruscant are fully aware of at this point. That there's no way that they don't have at least a lot of evidence toward the idea that the Sith might be back.
Yeah. So I guess let's start off with the title crawl, and we already have things to say.
I mean, when we were watching it, we were generally just like, why is this here? What are we doing here with this? What is this? What purpose does this serve?
Yeah, I guess this is the thing to bring up, right? Of like, why does forget this show? Just why does Star Wars or anything ever indulge in a title crawl? Like, what's the point? Why do you have one? And the answer is like, well, you need to, if you have a lot of world building, you need to set up very quickly, and and the audience has to understand in order to understand what's going on in the story. That's the most efficient way of just giving them the heads up, basically, like just like this little prologue of intro, being like, you read this, you understand this, cool, we're all good to go. Like that's what it does in A New Hope and all the other movies, except for the sequels, which just raise more questions than they answer. But with the Acolyte, what we have is just like this title crawl seems to exist purely because Star Wars has title crawls. Like all the information we get in this title crawl are things that everyone already knows going into the show from the advertising of the show, or that would have been picked up naturally just by watching the events unfold. You don't need these things explained to you.
Mm-hmm.
So I really don't get why this crawl is here. At least it's slightly less ugly than the red one in Ahsoka, I guess.
I really didn't like the red one in Ahsoka. The font was so basic, and like the color just does not match the background. I've already ranted about the Ahsoka title crawl. I'm not going to get into it again.
But yes, within the title crawl, we get. Actually, do you want to just read out the title crawl because there's a very funny line towards the end?
I'd have to pull up the episode because I did not write it down. Hang on.
Sheev is ill prepared. Chat, get him.
I didn't think I'd have to do this. Hang on.
I guess we could just skip to the line if you want, because
like no. Already pulling. No, it started me on episode 2. I love how professional this is already. Jumping ahead. All right. 100 years before the rise of the Empire. First of all, this is 100 years before the Phantom Menace, so it's like 113 years before, but whatever, I won't get into semantics. 100 years before the rise of the Empire, it is a time of peace. The Jedi Order and the Galactic Republic have proposed for centuries without war. Prospered, sorry, wow. But in the dark corner, I was so confused by that wording, but it's just because I'm dumb. But in the dark corners of the galaxy, a powerful few learn to use the Force in secret. Come on. One of them, a lone assassin, risks discovery to seek revenge.
Right. So we'll get back to this. When we get to May and her motives, but like this whole risks discovery thing is really, really important for in terms of the characterization of the Sith and what they're willing to tolerate, and what that says about them as an order, and how that lines up with the Phantom Menace. Because I don't believe the Sith would ever allow an acolyte to do anything that could potentially risk their discovery. That's insane.
Yeah, well, I guess it's worth bringing up. Like, how exactly do you want to lay out the information here, Jolly? Because we're going to go through this chronologically, but I don't want to necessarily be limited by like, well, we haven't learned this information yet, so we'll keep that on the back burner.
I think we'll do it chronologically, but when we come across, so when we get into the part of the show where they first just start discussing May and her motivations, we can start talking about the Sith, right, and what they're doing.
Fair enough.
Because that seems like the most naturalistic type to bring up those points, I think. So yeah, let's just proceed.
Okay. Well then, we open on the planet Ueda. I think that's how you'd pronounce it.
Yep.
We're following the Sith Acolyte, the titular Acolyte, if you will, into a bustling city, into a bar. Once again, great set design, all that. And she approaches a table where a bunch of bar patrons are sitting playing cards, and like in the corner of this table is a Jedi Master. It's Trinity from the Matrix. You saw her on all the marketing, I'm sure. And she challenges her to a fight. She like does this like stance, and she's like, "Face me, coward," or something like that. And Indara's like,
she says like, "Fight me with all of your strength."
Yeah. And the Jedi Master, whose name is Indara, I'm just going to refer to her as Indara instead of Trinity, is basically just like, no. and then all the people sitting at the table around them just start laughing, which is fair. That's exactly how I would react if someone just approached our table and like did a little crouch and said, "Face me with all of your strength" to one of the people sitting at the table. So that's fair. Then May starts beating the absolute shit out of them. May is the Acolyte, by the way. I feel like it's worth differentiating, at least at the very least, that like there are two sort of characters played by the same actress, the main actress for the protagonist, but one of them is evil. She's the evil twin character.
Yeah, we have a twins plotline, which
And
again,
her name is
we'll
May.
discuss.
And
Oh,
so
dear.
she starts beating the absolute shit out of like all these bar patrons sitting at the table, and Indara just kind of sits there and watches. Like slowly she stands up, but like she doesn't engage in the fight for some reason. And so Jolly and I were already like asking questions like, what are you doing? She's attacking innocent people. She's hurting them. You could stop her. But like she doesn't until she's already like roughed up the bar pretty good and like thrown a table at someone, which could have killed them.
Yeah, so what seems to happen, because that table looks pretty heavy and she kicked it and it flies. So I imagine she used the force as she kicked it, because otherwise that doesn't make any sense. And at that point, Indara grabs her. And I think the inference there is like once May shows she can use the force, Indara got involved, which I guess it kind of leads to the funny conclusion that had this just been a regular bar fight with innocent bystanders being wailed on, Indara would have just sat there finishing her drink.
She wouldn't have gotten involved because she doesn't have the force? Like, what is that?
I don't know. I mean, that seems to be what they're implying, because otherwise, why are you waiting specifically for this moment to get involved? And this thing is like, this is very specifically the thing that gets her involved, because when May then tries to run away, she goes on a comm to the other Jedi who are apparently around somewhere, and it's like, I have an unidentified force user.
Yeah, well, the thing is that like the impression I got when she was watching the fight like initially unfold was just that she was sizing her up, like determining how skilled she was before getting involved in the fight. I don't know that you really need to do that, though, is the thing. Like, you just step in. Because the thing is, throughout this fight, she's kind of just toying with her. Like, she could subdue her at any moment. But she, I guess, wants to interrogate her right there by asking her who trained her, instead of, capturing her, imprisoning her, bringing her to Coruscant, and then interrogating her, like from the safety of, like, Coruscant prisons, like at the Jedi Temple.
I mean, just to point this out, right? Because she catches May by surprise when she grabs her from behind, and like, if you can do that, just whack her on the back of the head. Like, what are we doing here? I don't get you, Indara, you strange woman.
Yeah. So the thing about this sequence is, like, again, I would say the choreography is better than the other Disney Plus shows. Like, it just is.
By miles, yeah.
It just looks way better. It flows way more naturally. But the problem is that there are a lot of things about the way this scene plays out that, like, I really don't know what the fuck the writers were doing, or like what the directors or whoever else were doing, because like you just have Indara messing with this person, this very dangerous force wielder who has like seemingly good, is well trained in the Jedi arts, who is actively making several grabs at her lightsaber, and then at one point, May breaks free of her hold and just jumps up onto the second story. And Indara just watches her and stands there and lets that happen. And because she doesn't just go after her immediately, May is able to grab a woman and like take her hostage. And that's when Indara gets involved.
Yeah, but also then immediately lets the hostage go. Which, I mean, sure, I think May's trying to like
May,
lure her up there, but
we get the distinct impression like May's not actually trying to, like, she won't kill anyone if she doesn't have to. She's only here for Indara. Because like
questions
at the end with the bartender and the kid, which we'll get into that. Yeah, but like, so yeah, she takes a woman hostage, and Indara gets up there. She lets the hostage go. The fight continues. Basically, May has been attacking her without a weapon this whole time, but like now that she realizes she stands no chance against Indara, she pulls out like a bunch of knives and starts throwing them at her. Those are like her signature weapon in the show, I guess. These little knives that she can, whatever. And let's see. Oh yeah, I also didn't want to skip past this. I'm going to go ahead and pull the benefit of hindsight here, because we there are things that we learn throughout these episodes about Indara that make me question why she hasn't already recognized May, or at least like who she would believe May is.
Yeah, so I guess this is where I can come in, right? Because the thing is, May is obviously, she is a twin to another character called OSHA, OSHA was a former Jedi. She was taken in as a child by Jedi Master Sol, who was there on her planet with Indara and two others, Torbin and Kalnaka, I think is the other guy, the Wookiee guy. So Indara, and indeed Indara not only knew OSHA really well, but actually argued to the council that she should be expelled from the order, like years later. So apparently they didn't get on very well, and knew each other pretty well. And yet, when a woman who is approximately OSHA's exact same skin tone, size, height,
build,
weight,
age, has the same voice, has the same
same voice, same
like
eyes.
she, her lower half of her face is obscured by a mask, but like the upper half is still very clear. You can see it.
Yeah, it's a bit like saying you wouldn't be able to recognize someone from 5 feet away from you because they're wearing a COVID mask. And I'm like, I don't believe you.
Yeah, it's like, no, I know what you look like because I've known you your entire life. So
right, and for some reason she doesn't clock that it's, obviously it's not OSHA, but she doesn't, because she doesn't know May's alive. She doesn't clock that it's quote unquote OSHA, which is very strange.
So that's actually another question I have, because we get the indication, or at least I got the indication that like they actually do know that May's alive. Like all the Jedi Masters who were there on Brindok, like Sol says he doesn't believe she's alive and that he watched her die, but like I almost feel like he's lying too. Like that's all stuff we can get into.
Right, but as in, like, so there is a point in the fight where it's very clear Indara recognizes May as May, and that's the bit where she pulls down the mask and she brings her hand up to. So May has this weird, like, almost white circular tattoo on the left side of her temple, which OSHA doesn't have, and Indara seems to recognize it, which implies that she recognizes that it's at that point she recognizes that it's May and not OSHA. But we're talking about before that. We're talking about when May first approaches and Indara hasn't seen that. At which point Indara should absolutely believe that this is OSHA. Like, it absolutely should recognize quote unquote OSHA. There's also, actually, we'll get into this when we meet OSHA, because there's another contrivance here which is very funny. Like, it's an insane contrivance. But yeah, so there's that. The other part of this scene that I'm not quite sure about the whys and the wherefores is the exact method by which May decides to attack, because there's a certain element to what she does here and later on in a fight against Sol that seems to have been prescribed to her, given to her as like an objective by her Sith master, which is kill a Jedi by taking their own weapon and killing them with it. Because she makes several grabs for Indara's lightsaber here.
So you keep saying that like that's your interpretation. He literally says that you should kill a Jedi without any weapon. So like I feel like that's the objective that she has. I need to kill a Jedi without using a weapon at all.
Right, but I feel like there's some creative interpretation here, because it's the camera shots pay a lot of close attention to the point of slow-moing it, right? That she keeps on grabbing for their lightsabers.
I know. Although I guess I could like if we were going with my interpretation, I could reason that as her getting rid of, like, she wants to take away their weapon so that it's a more even match. Like, I can, as long as the Jedi can't use this lightsaber, then we can fight like fist to fist. And then I could kill them with my bare hands, I guess, is the plan.
The problem with that is that, like, the show very clearly establishes that until she draws her weapons, they're not going to draw theirs.
Yeah.
Like, even in this fight, right? So when Indara does finally draw her weapon, like, May draws her knife, and then Indara draws her saber. And May says, oh, a Jedi only pulls their weapon if they're prepared to kill.
Which, by the way, on the note of, like, Indara basically just toying with her, I did see a comment that I wanted to go ahead and address. You can make an argument she's toying with her because she's arrogant and not patient and wants to get info, interrogate immediately. I want to smack this down really quick before we even get into anything else, because like arrogance, obviously arrogance is something that the Jedi Order has been characterized as even up into the prequels, and like arguably like the prequel Jedi would be like the culmination of all the corruption of the Jedi Order. So like anything that the Jedi are now in the Acolyte time period, they're that, but basically worse in the prequels, so to speak. And the Jedi were arrogant, but I also don't believe that like Mace Windu, if he was fighting someone who was attacking him and like clearly knew their stuff, like and had been trained by someone in the Jedi arts, like I don't believe for even a second that he wouldn't have done everything he could to get to like subdue her immediately,
Yeah, and the other thing is, like, if your argument is that the motive for Indara here is to get information as quickly as possible, why don't you just clock her on the back of the head when you have a chance and drag her into a corner?
Yep. Like literally tie her up,
faster.
Cuff her up, do anything you have to subdue her so that you can interrogate her and you have all the time in the world to do so without having to continue the fight and endanger other people around you.
But also, like, yeah, what is that thought process of I'm going to carry on fighting you in case you start spilling the beans about why you're fighting me, as opposed to just knocking you out and making you tell me.
Mhm.
I'm gonna rely on I'm gonna let this fight go on, endanger innocent people on the assumption that you may feel disposed to monologue at me.
And
That's
speaking of
weird.
endangering innocent people, which is something that Endara apparently has a proclivity for, but also doesn't like when that happens. So as the fight progresses and they're on the second story, like balcony, the bartender of this, so everyone else in the bar rightfully ran out of the bar because obviously there's a fight happening between like a Jedi and someone who's holding her own against a Jedi, and you don't want to be anywhere near that because they're throwing fucking tables around and shit. So everyone else ran out. We even get a shot of them all running out, but the bartender, I guess, decided to hide under the counter instead of also just leaving. Which fair enough, I guess, as long as you stay there for the duration of the fight. But he doesn't. Instead, he decides to get up and like make noise and like, alert them both to his presence there. So then,
Well, to be fair, I think that because we see he's with his kid later on. Like, you can infer that he was trying to shush the kid, or the kid made something, did something that involved him having to move quickly and accidentally knocking something over. I don't think he was just clumsy or something.
You were banished because you were clumsy. It could be that, but the point is, like, I don't know why they're even in here, right? Like, why are they not already left? And it's because that happened that May is then like, I can use this to my advantage by throwing a knife at him, which then Endara goes to stop. She like kind of like half turns and like, focuses one arm to like using the force to catch the knife. And because she's quote unquote distracted, May May is able to get the drop on her by stabbing her in the heart with one of her other knives. And that's the fight. That's how it ends. That's how Endara dies.
See, the thing is, I understand what they're going for here, because there's a shot of Endara is aware that May has one knife, but there's a shot from the back of May where she like slips out the second knife behind her back that apparently Endara doesn't know about. Which, sure, fair enough. The issue, though, and this comes up later as well, is we have it as a very well-established part of this universe that the Jedi can sense intentions, particularly when like you are not in control of yourself, like when you're not good at hiding them. May is very much out of control. Like, May is not a trained Sith; she's an unstable acolyte on a mission of revenge. The second knife and the desire to throw it should absolutely be something that Endara was aware of.
Also, Rogue One established that the Force apparently moves darkly around someone who's about to kill. And if we're accepting that as canon, then there's a part in Episode 2 that makes me go,
Yeah,
why didn't anyone? But we can get into that. That's later on
when we get there. Yeah, but yeah, so Endara gets killed, knife goes through her heart. Now, I have seen, I want to slap down bad criticisms whenever I see them. I have seen some people do a very weird thing. They're like, oh, a Jedi got killed with a knife. And I'm like, yes.
She was stabbed in the heart.
Yeah, it's a knife in her heart. That kills you. And then some people are like, oh, but it had to go through a ribcage. Like, it was thrown with the Force. I imagine it's got enough power to go through.
But at the end of this episode, the Sith says that the Jedi are not killed by steel or laser. So
I like the idea that he says that, and then like the show cuts. Yeah, the show shows like to credits, but like back in universe, May's like, but I just did that. Like, I just totally killed someone with a knife.
He's like, no, you have to do it without a weapon.
No, he just in his Kylo Ren knockoff voice, he's like, oh, well, in that case, I guess I was wrong. Yeah, just go ahead, throw knives at them if it works.
Well, also, Jolly, if your interpretation is correct, that like her goal is to kill a Jedi with their own weapon, their own lightsaber. Lightsabers are lasers, so.
Well, they're plasma technically, which is an issue I have with the line where the Sith guy's like, "Oh, you can't kill them with lasers," and I'm like, no one uses lasers in this universe except for the weird beam weapons on the side of the lats.
Well, yeah, but like people sort of just conflate like the plasma beams, like blaster fire or like lightsaber beams, with like laser, and like that's fair enough, honestly.
No, it's not fair. I'm being a pedant. We're not allowing this.
They're technically different things, but like nobody's a fucking nerd like you, Jolly. So it's whatever.
I saw your laser sword. Only Jedi carry those weapons. Like, Qui-Gon decapitates him. Like, it's plasma, you ass.
Shmi's just like, oh my god.
No, Shmi nods approvingly. Like, yes, it's true. It was plasma, Anakin. You should have known better.
Should have known better. It's a killer be killed world.
Yeah, anyway, Endara dies, and May leaves her lightsaber on the floor, which discussions.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, depending on how you're interpreting, like the goal behind, if she's supposed to kill with a Jedi's weapon or like without a weapon at all. Like the problem is that May has already been shown to us in this fight and then in later fights as well that like she will attack you initially without using a weapon because she wants to kill you without one to please the master. But like when push comes to shove, she'll go ahead and use her knives because like otherwise she's gonna fucking die. So you'd think that like having a Jedi's lightsaber like at your disposal in case you need to against another lightsaber wielding character is like probably a good idea, right?
Well, yeah, because how are you going to block their attacks otherwise with your knives?
Yeah, like it's a fucking knife. There's like even a part in this fight with Indara where like Indara's got her lightsaber out and like May's holding up a little knife and like defensively, and I'm like, what are you doing? What is this?
Well, even Indara says that, right? Indara's like, this is not a road you want to go down. It's like, yeah, no, it really isn't.
You just brought a knife to a lightsaber fight.
It's like you're going to get wrecked.
Yeah.
Although, it would have been really funny if May picked it up and was like, another lightsaber for my collection.
No. It's literally that meme. You know when
Grievous runs in,
yeah, like you know that really well edited meme where like Kylo throws the lightsaber into the sea, and then you just see Grievous run off of the cliff and dive into the water.
Grievous just been around for centuries collecting people's lightsabers. He's got a thing about them. But yeah, anyway, so Indara dies, and May is on her way out the bar when she goes over to the bar to finish off the witness because this barman is here. Bad. I don't want to be seen for reasons we're about to discuss. So why that would be bad. Must eliminate the witness. But unfortunately for May, witness turns around and oh no, baby Vetch is there.
Yeah, so the bartender has a kid, and I guess that like sympathizes him in May's eyes. So he's like, she's like, I'm not gonna kill him.
Which I guess now is the time to discuss the Sith, right? Because here's the thing. Character-wise, I'm fine for this as characterization for May, in as much as like we don't know May, we don't know much about her backstory yet, so it's hard to make judgments about whether this is something that she personally should or shouldn't do. You just kind of have to accept that she's characterized as like, no, this isn't something she would do. This is a line she doesn't want to cross. She has some goodness left in her.
I would even take it a step further and be like, well, yeah, but she also faced a very traumatic experience where she lost loved ones as a child, and maybe she doesn't want this kid to like, she doesn't want to kill this kid, but also even if this kid lives, you know, she doesn't want him to grow up as an orphan basically because someone killed his father, whatever. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm cool with that.
The issue though is the Sith's role in this, because here's the thing about the Sith right now, like there is a 1 millennia long grand plan leading up to Palpatine and Order 66 and the takeover of the galaxy. The Sith have spent a very long time being very careful and maneuvering themselves into extraordinary positions of power and corruption in order to manipulate events to their liking. And that means they absolutely 100% cannot even vaguely risk discovery. Because if they risk if they're discovered, it's over. Yep. The whole plan is ruined. Millennia of work undone. So the idea that you're going to recruit an acolyte who is going to leave witnesses of any kind, no matter their personal trauma, is nuts. And the thing is, like, maybe they could have made a mistake and hired the wrong person, quote unquote. But the second they got back and realized that the Jedi now knew about her, surely it's over. Her. She's burned. Yeah, she's burned as an acolyte.
Well, also, why is she being recruited as even a potential Sith if there's even that small part of her that has sympathy for innocent people that doesn't want to kill them?
I mean, I guess it depends how powerful she is, right? Like, if she's got great potential and they think they can use her trauma to burn out her sympathy, the same kind of Anakin story that the thing Palpatine did with Anakin, then I'm okay with that. I'm totally okay with the Sith taking an apprentice who isn't a total psychopath at the beginning and molding them into one. The issue though is that they're going to be very careful about that process. Like, you have to be very tightly control it to make sure that they don't have a crisis of conscience and reveal you.
I think Palpatine had the right idea with Maul, where it's just like, take him as a baby so that he doesn't have any kind of moral values yet, and you can just instill whatever you want into him.
You either take them as a child and can just mold them to your pleasing, or you literally wait until you know for certain they are already a psychopath and then recruit them, like Plagueis did with Palpatine.
Yep.
You don't risk it ever. And even if this Sith miscalculated and May just failed, quote unquote, as an acolyte, the second she failed, she should be disposed of. She's a risk at this point.
Mm-hmm. She's a liability. And that's going to continue throughout the rest of the show, because here's the other part of it. Like, as was said in the title crawl, the whole one acolyte risks discovery for revenge. Like, if it is the case that the Sith have specifically been like, okay, you need to kill Jedi Masters to prove that you're worthy of becoming a Sith, right? We need to make sure that you have the skill and the power level to pull that off effectively. Why would the Jedi in question be Jedi that she is personally connected to, that she wants revenge against? Because that is a great way to immediately tie her to the murders and compromise the Sith in that way.
Well, I guess the response to play devil's advocate, the response would be like, oh, well, because it's easier to manipulate her into killing these Jedi because she already has an existing vendetta and that molds her down the path of the dark side, la la la. And I'm like, yeah, great.
No,
but
I don't care about that.
Well, yeah, so at that point, like, if I'm the Sith, and I'm like, so I could pick this, potentially, I could pick May as a potential apprentice, but I can only get her down that path by targeting her after like people who have a personal connection to her. Then I'm like, okay, then I'm moving on. I'm going to look for
I can't trust this person to carry out my will. Like if she's already satisfied, right? Like let's say she's killed all the people that she wants to kill to have her revenge. How do I know for a fact that like she will do my bidding now that she's my apprentice? What's her stake in it? What is she getting out of it? She's already gotten what she wants.
Who knows? And the other thing is, like, I don't know what the Sith are getting out of this either, because like, is getting a potential apprentice, or if her master is the Sith apprentice, getting a potential recruits to overthrow the master, is that worth the complete, like, risking the discovery of your entire order?
Nope.
Because I don't think it is, and I don't believe that any Sith Lord at this point would believe that it is, because again, they've been so carefully selected and groomed for millennia that no Sith is going to be this reckless, because if they had been, they just would have been culled as apprentices by their master.
Well, like if anything, like a true Sith uses what they know the apprentice wants to motivate them. Like you deny them what it is that they want, and like you kind of carefully and slowly give it to them piece by piece after, like, as they continue training and getting better and getting stronger. Like if anything, you'd be like, if you join me, if you prove yourself worthy as an acolyte and become my apprentice, then I will kind of drip feed you this revenge that you want. Like I will give you the opportunities that you don't have otherwise to get at these Jedi, and I'll space it out. I'll make sure that it doesn't happen all at once, and like, so that it's obvious that like there's someone going around killing Jedi, but like I will manipulate events with the power that I've obtained over centuries of, the Sith grand plan to, I will sort of cultivate events so that, Endara is on this planet, and maybe she has an accident that befalls her. Kilnaka's on this planet. Maybe some bandits kidnapped him or something, and then he dies or disappears mysteriously. Whatever. You get what I'm saying?
I do. Yeah. Could you just pull up Matt Med's comment, because it is worth addressing, right? Because it's a fair thing to say at this point. But there's obviously
this one.
Yeah. So, comment here where Matt Med is like, okay, she could be playing 4D chess though, where she's intentionally leaving the bartender alive in order to get the Jedi to grab her twin sister and go on the wrong trail.
I'm actually glad they brought that up, because that's what I assumed was happening. That she wanted to rope her sister into the story somehow for whatever reason, and so that's why she intentionally like took off her hood and her mask and made her face like visibly apparent and
publicly challenged a Jedi Master in public rather than taking them out when they're asleep or something.
So the problem is with that theory is she apparently doesn't know OSHA's alive.
Yep.
So
episode 2 explicitly has it the case that May, like they say to May, like, oh, like Master Soul says to May, like, oh, your OSHA's alive. And she's like, no, my sister's dead. I don't believe you. So yeah, May did not know OSHA was alive, which I'll wait to the next scene, because there's something really funny to talk about in terms of coincidence, given the fact that she didn't even know that OSHA was alive.
OSHA doesn't know that she's alive, and she doesn't know that OSHA's alive. So let's dispel that notion immediately.
Yeah. But yes, then May leaves the bar, and that's the end of May's scene.
Yep. And before we move on, there were some super chats that I got like a long time ago, before we even started the scene, I think I should go ahead and go over.
Sure.
This one real quick from Alex Jun for $2. The show was garbage. I'd agree. I think garbage is kind of a strong word. I reserve that for the true bad shows, but like, I don't know. Sure, we can call it garbage. And I got one from Groppy. I don't know what this number is, or like what the whatever, but he gave me a super chat.
100 Republic Dactari.
They're no good out here. I need something more real. They should make a show called The Adventures of Glup Shido and His Amazing Friends, not gonna lie. Also, guys, did you know Sheev Talks has a Discord server? Yeah, Groppy was trying to get me to advertise the Discord server. I have a Discord server. It's linked in the description. Fuck you, Groppy. All right, and then one from Katia T. Again, I don't know what this thing is, but CZK 200. If you don't make a 2 worms joke, I will unsubscribe and tell everyone you're grifters. The worms are dead. They always will be.
No, I was waiting until there's a little poem that a Force Vision of May says in a little bit. I was gonna use the jumping off point for that joke, so don't worry. Stick around, it's gonna happen.
Well, now we know that it's gonna happen though, so like it's not gonna feel
be twice
natural.
as funny because that's how jokes work. Shut up. You're wrong.
All right, and then I got 2 from Wisdom Minari, 1 for $10. Sheev Jolly, howdy do. Hello. I really enjoyed your Call on Spider-Verse quick response video. Oh God, twins, those plots, ugh. I really don't care for them, innocent or otherwise. Haven't watched yet, but let's fucking go. Is everyone just going to start bringing up the innocent or otherwise quote to make me sad about Jaime Lannister's character assassination?
Well, you see, the thing about that Colin video, he never really cared for your arguments, innocent or otherwise.
Yeah, that Colin video was bad. Peter B was assassinated. You heard it from me first. And then 1 from Wisdom for $5. Y'all referencing the Plagueis book even loosely as peak content. No, yeah, the Plagueis novel is awesome. It's great.
I'm going to say this. I'll be very surprised if we don't have a Plagueis name drop before the end of the series.
It feels... That's the thing, is like it feels like low-hanging fruit. But then again, it also felt like low-hanging fruit that Yoda would be included in the show, and yet...
Well, actually, it's kind of a problem that he is... Well, we'll get to that. Like, where is Yoda is a bit of a question.
That's the thing. It's kind of like how like K2SO is necessarily going to be in Andor Season 2 because he has to be, because it's supposed to lead right into Rogue One. And obviously, Cassian hasn't met K2 yet, but he has to by Rogue One. So you're like, well, yeah, obviously he's going to be in Season 2. It'd be like if he just wasn't, and then we ran into Rogue One, and then suddenly K2 is just there and has been apparently like a companion of Cassian's this whole time, and it's like, oh, where did you come from? It's like that, but instead it's like, well, Yoda's obviously going to be in the Acolyte because of the events of the story, and obviously the interest that he would have in said events, but he's not here. So
well, maybe he's also having a Barash vow. We'll get to that vow. My goodness.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that was the first scene, and Dara's dead.
You did actually have one more super chat from Roger Moore.
Oh, did I skip a super chat?
Yeah.
Oh, it literally just came in as I was reading those off, didn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Roger Moore for $10. Thank you for the super chat. The Sith have been extinct for years. This has to be a lie or a cover-up. It makes no sense otherwise. Think about this for a second. How common are the conditions for Anakin's fall? I guess this is kind of a topic that Jolly and I were talking about yesterday that we're gonna kind of cover in this. So don't worry about that.
Yeah. As to the first part, the thing is, like, yeah, at this point, well, depending on how the series pans out, yes, this has to be now a lie or a cover-up. But the problem is either one doesn't make sense.
Well, even if it's like the Jedi have covered up the fact that the Sith are back, apparently, or like that they never left. It's the Jedi in the prequels who are doubting the fact that the Sith could have returned because they've been extinct for a millennium. So, like,
and some of those council members were alive at this point and were the council members at this point.
Well, even if they weren't, are you telling me that those Jedi who apparently like kept it secret that the Sith were back just didn't tell whoever succeeded them, like on the council or whoever else?
I guess that's the only thing we can infer. And again, like, that doesn't make any sense.
That's bullshit. That doesn't make sense.
But yes, we are now into the next scene, which is on a Trade Federation ship in Corpsec, which is way, way away. I think Yord even says, like, it's about as far away from Coruscant as you can get, right?
The corporate sector is like a deep cut EU reference. It's like one of the oldest pieces of EU lore there is.
Wasn't Andor in Corpsec?
It was, I believe.
Yeah. So yeah, Corpsec is a popular place right now. But yeah, everyone's, we're on
the Trade Federation in a few years.
So yeah, Trade Federation ship in the middle of Corpsec, and they've got a couple of, they got a problem with their shields and they need it to be fixed, but they don't want to use droids for some reason, despite the fact that using anything else has apparently been outlawed. So they send up a couple of repair people, and one of those repair people is waking up in her quarters, OSHA. Hi, OSHA. It's nice to see you.
I'm going to make the obligatory OSHA violations joke so that we can get past that and we don't have to continue bringing it up throughout the breakdown.
It has to have been intentional by the writers, right? I mean, there's just no way.
I don't know. That's the thing, is like, that's like the one thing that I've heard everyone say. As soon as I bring up her name, I'm like, yeah, this character whose name is OSHA. And they're like, huh, OSHA violations. And I'm like, yep.
Sorry,
anyway.
Like how Kingfish is like, the Trade Federation would never use droids. I'm like,
Yeah, she's this thing called a mech neck, which I've never heard that term before. That's basically just I guess a slang way of saying mechanic. Although there were a few things in this episode where like corp sec instead of corporate sector, or they said trade feds instead of trade federation, where it's like, what is this just a thing that people do in this time period, is just like abbreviate things for no reason.
I mean, to be fair,
it's not a
I
criticism. I just think it's interesting.
Oh yeah, but it's almost that thing of like, I actually wonder why they don't do that in the prequels. Like, surely, naturally you would start abbreviating these longer terms. But
well, sure, but like, who in the prequels is referring to the Trade Federation by name? Like the Jedi, or like senators, or like, you just like official delegates. Like, they're gonna say the full name if it's
just Obi-Wan's like, shit, master, it's the feds, and runs out. But yes, so I guess this is the point to bring it up, because OSHA wakes up in her bed. She picks up she's got like a little pip droid, which is basically also like a blowtorch Omni tool thing, which is sentient for some reason. Like, why would you make your Omni tool a droid? I'm not quite sure about that, but anyway,
There's like a part later where she like rips its head off like really violently, and it's like, I hope they didn't feel that. Jesus.
Well, I guess droids don't feel anything, but I just find it funny that this tool.
No, they do.
The people making this. Oh, actually, yeah, they do. I just forgot.
It does.
Yeah.
Well, in Return of the Jedi, there's one being tortured with like iron, really hot irons going on its feet, and it screams in anguish.
Actually, speaking of gonk droids, there's a gonk droid in the corridors, and it made us very happy to see it.
Yeah, it's a little guy,
little gonk boy,
little dude.
Love the gonk droids. But yeah, anyway, so the weirdness of the pip droid aside, which, like, it's not a major criticism. It's not even really a criticism. It's just an oddity, right? Like, why would you design that?
Well, the only thing about it was, like, from me, like, my thoughts on it were like the eye roll. It's like the obligatory cutesy droid sidekick companion character.
Yeah,
that every protagonist has to have, and it's like, yeah, whatever. It's there. It's cute.
It's Lola.
I won't question it. Fuck you.
It's Lola 1. Lola. But
I don't think anything has ever beaten BD1 in terms of like new Disney droids that are side character companions.
K2SO.
No, but that's different though. It's the thing.
It's better.
No, they're
different.
They're accomplishing different things. No,
I want to see someone's side droid be a gonk droid.
I'm talking about like
wait for him to catch up every time there's a chase sequence.
I'm talking about like the R2D2 wannabes that are like really cute and like precocious droids that are, and whatever. It's beside the point.
I know what you meant. But anyway, the contrivance raises its head here now, which is May has the same haircut as OSHA.
Mm-hmm.
Now, see, here's the problem, right? Because the immediate thing here is like this is plot relevant, because the fact that she has the same hairstyle is what makes her so obviously like the person, when she gets arrested and they're like, we suspect you of murdering Andara, it's basically because the barman IDs her, and the only reason the ID is so certain is because she has the same hairstyle. Like, otherwise
she looks exactly like May.
Yeah, let's say May had a shaved head like Asajj Ventress, then OSHA couldn't possibly have been the person who did this. So it's really, really unfortunate for OSHA.
Yeah, that's her. She's wearing a wig now, but that's her. I swear it.
Then they try and pull off the wig and just yank her scalp off.
See, the thing is, I always wonder about like alien racism in this world. Like, do all humans look generally the same to that guy because he's an alien? Because if so, I don't know if that's much to go off of in terms of eyewitness accounts.
Let's be good faith and assume that the Vetch guy isn't a racist, because that's a strange thing to conclude on no evidence.
No, I just mean generally, like, I don't know. Some people always have issues with like, whatever. I'm digging myself in a rabbit hole, and I'm going to stop talking now.
Anyway, to address B-Jack, no, they have literally the same hairstyle. The reason it looks longer for May in some shots is that because she's moving around a lot, like the way the haircut is done for both of them is like almost like a short bob cut with a fringe from the front, but on the back it's much longer, like almost dreadlock, almost to the waist length.
Even if
it swings around.
Even if May's was a bit longer, like it's so negligible to the point where, like, if it was, it's like, I don't think the barman is going to be like, well, I mean, her hair was a bit longer earlier, but like, because she could have had it cut.
I mean, it's the same style as well. Like, even if it's slightly longer, it's the same style.
She has the same like red highlights in the tips of her bangs.
Well, the reason, again, like, this is plot relevant because it's the only way she gets caught up in the conspiracy of like, oh yeah, you look like the person who attacked our bar. But on top of that, it's really contrived insofar as why would they have the same hairstyle? Because the only possible explanation to mitigate this would be like, well, maybe it's a cultural thing from what's the planet called, like Breadneck, whatever it's called.
Brentok, I think.
Brentok. Maybe it's a
And to be
cultural thing.
fair,
They always have
we
that.
do see them both as kids at one point, and like they both seem to have that same hairstyle even as kids.
Right. The problem though is there's been a lot. Even if you want to that's a cultural hairstyle. A lot has changed since then. They've been on different arcs. Like May has been trained as a Sith, and the Sith are going to be like, if it's a cultural thing, the Sith will be like, you cut that, you get rid of that immediately. We don't want anything that could identify you. That's just not something we would risk. In the same way that you wouldn't have your ID, you wouldn't carry your ID with you if you're a Sith acolyte.
Kind of defeats the whole anonymous superhero thing.
Yeah, we just don't want you to be having anything that could potentially identify you or where you're from or lead you back to us in any way. So no, cut that shit out. On top of which, OSHA was a Jedi Padawan, and we see from a hologram that Sol has of her later in the episode that she did not have that haircut during her time as a Padawan. And considering the Jedi do allow you to keep culturally significant hairstyles, there's no reason why she would have had her hair changed unless it was just that was a hairstyle she had and then she changed it. In which case, it's a real coincidence that she's gone back to it at the same time that May did, and it happens to be roughly the same length. Quite the quinky dink that.
And the same highlights again, like like those are things that you have to like put in and like continue like maintaining if that's what you want your hair to look like.
Yep. And that's just the first contrivance of this scene, because the second contrivance is apparently Corpsec is close enough to Ueda that because this happens like when we cut to OSHA, it's apparently like one day later, roughly. Like it's been a night, and the Jedi turn up almost immediately.
Well, they even have like a thing where like her coworkers like, where were you last night? And like because we haven't revealed yet that she isn't the same person from the opening scene who attacked the Jedi, you're like, ooh, I know where she was last night, and it's like, nope.
She was actually at this point in her room. As an audience, haven't had it revealed that these are twins. Like, as far as we know, at this point, it could have been the same character. So that's part of the reveal. The point is, like, she is close enough to Ueda that apparently the Jedi can just like she could have made the trip, killed Endora, and gotten back in one night, and had that be something that she could have viably done. Which means that it's a coincidence that she happens to be in a part of the galaxy that is close enough to the actual murder to incriminate her as a potential suspect. Like, galaxies are big places. That is very unlikely.
Yes, there's like one sand planet that everyone is born on and comes from and wants to live at. So I don't know what you're talking about.
True. The sequels did establish that the universe is only about like 5 planets wide. So
true.
So yeah, we've already had 2 quite large coincidences to draw May into this plot in the first place, and we're not even past her opening scene yet. So that's not great. Sorry, OSHA. Yeah.
I feel like it's important to not like get them confused with each other when we're talking, because like then it's going to confuse anyone who hasn't seen the show, which is probably most of the people watching this stream, if we're being honest.
No, I get you. It was a slip of the tongue.
No, I know. I'm just saying.
So yes, OSHA has been drawn into this plot then by 2 very large coincidences already, and we're not even like 5 minutes into her scenes. That's not good. That's very not good in terms of writing. Cause and effect already kind of in tatters at that point. But yes, she gets told to go out onto the outer hull of the ship to fix something because there's a problem. So she goes out with her friend, and there's a little bit of funny repartee, quote unquote, with the trade feds who are like, "Oh, they're disposable.
You're disposable." Yeah, and they're like, "Oh, we can hear you, by the way."
Which is a bit strange. And then, yeah, in the middle of fixing this, there's a power surge or a pressure surge, I think, and a fire erupts on the outer hull of the ship. And I guess before we talk about like what the fire means plot-wise and her flashbacks, there has been a very shit criticism leveled online about this fire, because like, to get it out of the way, this fire does not behave the way a fire should in space. Like, it is clearly behaving under the kind of it looks like an Earth campfire. It's burning oxygen, it's moving in a way that suggests it's on Earth gravity with Earth atmosphere and available oxygen. And like, obviously that is not how fire works in space. Now, having said that, this is such a minor fucking criticism that has been blown out of all proportion. Like, it's a presentation issue, and that is it. Like, acknowledge it.
It is an issue. Let's make that clear, but it's not really a big deal, and I don't know why that's the only discourse I've been seeing all week. I don't know. And then people are like, well, it's in Phantom Menace too. It's like, yeah, it's not a good movie either, so I don't know what the point is. The thing is, like, yeah, there are like people defending it were like, oh, fire in space, that's never been seen before, and they're showing like all sorts of examples of like ship explosions or just like generally like ships taking hits and then like fire erupting from there. And they're being like, yeah, it's always been a thing, even in the first Star Wars movie. And it's like that. So that's actually possible, though, is the thing. Like, it'd be pressurized, but like you can technically have fire in a vacuum for a very brief time, right?
Yeah, as it's burning up the oxygen from inside the ship, you get like a kind of, and this is what we see when ships get blown up in space, right? Of like a kind of
Mhm.
sphere of expanding gas that then collapses in on of itself.
The only time we
Star
ever see fire behave in space, like as sort of a campfire, like as though oxygen is blowing against it, is again in Phantom Menace, and that movie sucks. So
Yeah, I mean the singular point here is like, yes, the fire looks goofy. Yes, it's not physics accurate, even for an internal physics of this universe. That's it. It's just a silly bit of bad presentation. Moving on.
but I mean,
Basically,
the cancerous thing about the discussion, like, is that you've had, of course, that being the only criticism anyone's making, but then also the defenses of it got really weird. Like, there was one person who was saying space never behaved like a vacuum in Star
oh
Wars.
my god, yeah. I had a guy try to argue to me that it is now canonically the case that because it has been portrayed inconsistently because of the writing being inconsistent, that it is now an in-universe fact that space in Star Wars is just inconsistent, and like some bits of space just have like normal Earth-style oxygen and atmospheres. Which, I mean, the thing is,
uh,
obviously stupid, like obviously a nonsensical defense. Like if you're headcanoning that, you're an idiot. I'm sorry, I can't sugarcoat it. Like just grow up.
oh,
But even
meanie head.
even if I'm sorry, like that is a level of idiocy I'm not willing to pander to. Um, that it's like a triple backflip, a certain triple backflip. But the other side of that is like, even if you take that seriously, right? Even if you really wanted to descend to that level, but like, okay, let's take that claim seriously that in Star Wars, random bits of space are just randomly survivable. Why should I ever feel concerned then how would I know to feel concerned then if a character gets sucked out of a spaceship in a future scene? Like,
Well,
for all I know, they could be in a bit of space that's perfectly fine.
what's also funny is that this scene itself is treating space as a vacuum. Like the employees are outside the hull of the ship, and they're wearing like magnetized boots to keep themselves from floating out into space. Because
Yeah.
otherwise, yeah, like that's the only way they're latching onto the side of the ship and not, So even if we were like even humoring that explanation of like the vacuum is inconsistent, like, okay, well, it is a vacuum here in this part of space, so oh well.
Well, maybe it's got special force oxygen, and I usually lose your mind at that point. Like, these criticisms are bad. Don't be
And
the person who says them,
so
please,
here's
for the sake
so
of my
here
sanity.
here's the thing. This is like the last sort. This is how I'll round it out. It's like, yes, Star Wars is not always scientifically accurate. Like, I understand that. I typically will overlook it if it's something that doesn't affect the plot or any other like aspect of the story, right? Like sound in space. Yeah, the ships shoot at each other and it makes a noise. Boo hoo. That versus like Starkiller Base does not function at all in any way, like logistically, and it takes up a big part of the narrative of The Force Awakens. Like, there's nothing about Starkiller Base that makes any sense at all. It absorbs the sun that the planet orbits in order to power itself up, but then the sun also like regenerates, I guess. But then also, like, how does that even work at all?
Yeah,
Um,
the central through line of this is like, when it comes to the internal physics of a piece of media, consistency is what we look for, right?
mhm.
And even if you wanted to like be like, oh well, this isn't an inconsistency, this is just a change, like, or an additional piece of information to the lore. The thing you have to understand as a writer and as a fan is that any new piece of information has ramifications beyond the scene it's simply in, particularly when you're talking about something as ground level as the physics of a universe. Like I said with that space example, if it really is the case that space is inconsistent, that has knock-on effects for the stakes going forward, because now whenever someone gets sucked out of a spaceship, I don't know as an audience member whether they're actually in danger or not. Like, if
Mhm.
that is how space operates, like, you have to take these things into consideration. These aren't just like, we're not just nitpicking random crap and we're like, I don't like how it's inconsistent. It's like, no, the inconsistency matters. It has effects.
Mhm.
You can't ignore that. Or you can ignore that, but at that point you're being intellectually dishonest. Um, so yeah, that's all we have to say about the fire. moving the hell on.
Now, yeah, the reason the fire is there is to facilitate a bit of exposition, I guess. Like, that scene in The Mandalorian where the armor is banging away on like Din's Beskar that he brought in, and so he starts having fucking PTSD flashbacks to a traumatic experience in his childhood.
Yeah,
Um,
Vietnam flashback seems to be the go-to
yeah,
mechanism for expositing information now in Star Wars, and
yeah, and that's kind of what we're doing here because she sees the fire and it reminds her of a fire that happened in her childhood.
yeah, a
Um,
traumatic fire that killed her parents that she thinks was set by her sister that also killed her sister.
yeah.
Um, So yeah, that's exposition via trauma. Which sure, I mean, again, like with any trope, I don't necessarily have an issue with. In fact, I don't have an issue with that as an idea in isolation. I guess my issue is I'm a little bit worn now. Like, can we find some other way to exposit, please? Like,
Yeah,
please.
please.
Anyway, yes, she goes back inside because the Jedi, like a Jedi ship arrives, and two Jedi walk into the Trade Federation's command center, like into the bridge.
Right.
A knight
So,
called. Oh, sorry, go on.
well, no, go ahead and introduce them, I guess, before I make my point.
All right, so we have a Jedi Knight called Yord, who has been a Jedi Knight for 2 years, apparently, and his Padawan, whose name I forget, but who is a Zygerian.
Tassiloa. I looked it up just
Tassiloa.
yesterday because I was making sure that she was a Zygerian, like I had heard.
Yeah, 'cause she's got horns, doesn't she? Which I don't think I've seen on
Yeah.
Zygerians before.
It's inconsistent, and she's actually, I'd say she's like one of the only examples of, I don't think the alien design looks really good. Like the Nemoidians look great. There's a lot of alien designs in the show that look great, but she does not look very good.
Yeah, you can kind of see the places where the makeup has been done to cover over the joins, the prosthetics, with the prosthetics to her side of her head. It's a bit not shoddy, that's the wrong word, but it's just not as quite as polished as everything else is. And also the horns are a bit of a strangeness. But
I think it would have helped
there.
if you look at the Zygerians in the Clone Wars, right? Like their ears have fur around them because they're like supposed to be sort of
like cat people, basically.
Not really cats, but like hyenas, I think is what they were based on. Maybe cats.
Something.
I can't remember. A feline sort of mammal.
Look, they're supposed to be Captain Amalia from Treasure Planet.
Yeah,
that's what they
basically. So like if you'd put fur on her ears and like kind of the surrounding cheek area, like I think it would have helped blend that together more. It would have made it look less fake, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're here because they know OSHA's here. And before I even get into any of that, like I wanted to ask about the Trade Federation's unethical business practices because like they are not like supposed to have human labor working on the outside of ships. That's supposed to be like work designated for droids, but like I guess it's cheaper to have humans do it. Which is fair enough because like I like droids are probably pretty cheap relatively speaking since they're mass produced, but like if you can find a human desperate enough for work that they are kind of, because we find out that like OSHA's been jumping around from place to place, like trying to find work. So like I guess if you can find someone desperate enough, you can basically corner them to be like, do this really dangerous work and we can exploit that. That's basically like what was going on in America in like the 20s and 30s, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
I saw that in a Doctor Who episode Jolly showed me. So like
a British sci-fi episode educated you on your own nation's history. You should be ashamed.
But like, so I'm fine with that as a concept, but like apparently the Jedi just kind of know about that as sort of an unspoken thing, I guess, that the Trade Federation, like the corporations are exploiting cheap labor, like illegally, sort of under the table, but not really because they just know about it and they don't do anything about it.
I'll give the show this as a credit. I think that's a good decision because I think it speaks. It's almost like how in the prequels the Jedi are aware that slavery is happening outside their borders, but do nothing to stop it.
I guess the difference would be that like this isn't really outside their borders, and this is a corporation that is beholden to the Republic.
Right, but it's a kind of pragmatism thing because like Yord's like, I'm not here for you guys. I'm here for OSHA's the priority. So I'm going to just like. It's not turn a blind. Well, yeah, turn a blind eye, but for like very particular reasons, right? Like he's like, I'm not here for you. I've got bigger fish to fry, and therefore he doesn't really care that they're breaking the law. And it speaks. And there's kind of a character who.
There is also the element of like there are certain clearly unethical things that the Republic do that like the Jedi seem to know about, but also don't do anything about, and like that speaks to I guess the larger implication of this is where the Jedi are at this point because they've been on their sort of downward spiral for centuries now, even millennia maybe. So like I would expect a great deal of corruption, and we even see certain like aspects of that rear its ugly head. I guess I want to make sure we're consistent with that, like with what certain Jedi are willing to overlook. And I think it's okay here because yeah, like you said, Yord is like obviously looking for OSHA for very like important reasons. That he's willing to just kind of like let go of the fact that the Trade Federation are breaking laws. Whatever, that's fine. I just want to establish that is a element in this show that we need to keep consistent with.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the way in which the Jedi behave as an order is something we need to keep track of. But with Yord in particular, I do get the sense of like almost Phantom Menace Obi-Wan from him, right? Of like very by the book, very willing to like side with if the council say it's okay as like it's basically his morality system. So he's like, oh, the council gave me this mission, so that's the priority. Everything else is irrelevant, even if it's like grossly immoral and right in front of me. It's not my problem. Yord is also like very willing to like take direct action even when it doesn't make a lot of sense. Like he's basically like, I must go and fix the thing. I will do the thing that I'm being ordered to do. To the extent that he doesn't really have a lot of lateral thinking ability from what we've seen of him. Bless.
Poor guy.
Yeah. Anyway, he's been sent here to go and interrogate OSHA about where the hell she just was, because obviously they have the bar guy saying we think this girl assassinated a Jedi Master. I guess another question I sort of have here is how close, and this kind of feeds back into the comment we read out earlier, is how closely have they been monitoring OSHA since she left the Jedi Order? Like, how did they know she was here?
They seem to have apparently kept tabs on her to the point where they know that she's been jumping from like different corporations, different places, like essentially as a freelance mechanic, and they were able to keep track of her like general employment. Even though this isn't even like a legally documented employment because of what we just went over about how that's not like officially something the Trade Federation are supposed to be doing. So there can't be like employment records, right? Like there can't be any kind of like paper trail that they're following.
Well, she's
assuming she's doing off the books work. Which, by the way, she has a line where she says like, after I left the Order, the skills I learned as a Jedi weren't exactly transferable, so I had to kind of take whatever work I can get. And I'm like, what?
Well, I guess you could say that they are transferable, but maybe not into professions that she would consider moral. Like I'm sure plenty of syndicates would be like, "Oh, a former Jedi, absolutely," but she probably doesn't consider that.
Well, you could get like a job as like a bouncer at a nightclub, or like any kind of work that require like a bodyguard. Like there are plenty of ways to use combat experience and combat ability as a job in a way that's moral.
True. And also, it's not just combat ability. Like as a Jedi, you're also taught to be like a diplomat, and like she's got
a diplomat.
Theoretically,
you learn how to take like high stress situations in stride and keep a cool head. Like that's very valuable in a lot of jobs.
Probably taught quite a few different languages. Of general repair skills for when you're out in the field. Like they're very well educated. The Jedi, they kind of have to be.
Yeah, they're sort of a Swiss Army knife of a person, that can kind of a jack of all trades, if you will, who can kind of just do a lot of different things because they have to, because there's you never know what a certain mission is going to require of you, so you kind of have to learn how to do all sorts of different things that like most people are just never going to learn in their lives, because why would they?
Yeah. But for whatever reason, I mean, let's just say this is character reasons, right? Like she just wants to be in a very isolated place. She doesn't really want to talk to people, which I don't really get that impression from her later on. But let's just say that's the reason, right? Like whatever. She's working as a mechanic. She's working in this off the books capacity, and so there's a question: is like, what, how exactly closely are the Jedi tracking her? Because this is the discussion we had, right? Well, I was thinking about this the other day, and I said to Sheev, like, the problem is like with having OSHA be a Padawan that left the Order, is that I'm not sure, particularly given how militant the Jedi in this series later turned out to be about potential Padawans going rogue. You surely would think they keep a very close eye on former Padawans, like in case they fall to the dark side, particularly when if they leave when they're this old and have this much training.
Especially considering the circumstances surrounding her induction into the Order, which is something we're going to go over because that's a whole can of worms.
Yeah, like she not only would this be like a high risk for any Padawan leaving the Order or any Jedi leaving the Order, but like she's particularly high risk because of her unique circumstances. To the point where like, Indara was actually like trying to get her expelled from the Order because she didn't think she belonged there because she was too dangerous. Which I'm going to need more information on, because so far I just haven't seen why that would be the case yet. But oh well. And the reason this matters is because like by the time of the Phantom Menace, when Qui-Gon encounters Maul, like he encounters from his perspective a young man with incredible like mastery of Jedi skills, lightsaber combat in particular, and ability to use the Force, wielding a lightsaber. And that's an immediate, like that is enough for him to be like, that's a Sith Lord. That could only be a Sith Lord.
My only conclusion can be that it's a Sith Lord, or his exact words.
Yeah, which means that at this point, it has to be the case that like the Jedi are certain, that there are no alternate Jedi like lineages of force trained lightsaber wielding people who have had access to Jedi training techniques, which means any Padawans that have left the Order over the last however 1,000 years can't have created any new kind of orders of their own or new lineages or trained anyone. And in order to make sure that that didn't happen, the Jedi would have had to have tracked each
very
and every one
closely monitored like all of them and made like kept up with all their activities to make sure they aren't secretly training a fucking apprentice.
Right. And this is where the problem is, because like the show wants to have this weird sweet spot where May is simultaneously having enough of an eye kept on. Sorry, oh god, yeah, I keep making that mistake. Sorry. Where OSHA is having enough of an eye kept on her that like they know within like a couple of hours where she is and where to find her, but not closely enough for them to realize that she couldn't have just jumped across the galaxy to kill someone and then come back.
Yeah, they're keeping such rigorous tabs on her that even though she's working off the books, like under the table for corporations, and therefore her employment cannot possibly be documented anywhere, they know where to find her immediately after finding out about Andara's murder. But also, they don't know, they haven't been tracking her well enough to know that she couldn't possibly have like been the one to kill Andara. So it's kind of this weird spot where you're like, I don't know how much the Jedi do and don't know, and it's whatever.
Well, again, it's not a contradiction. It's not impossible. That sweet spot of middle surveillance, I guess, does technically exist. The problem is like that is a contrivance. If it is that sweet spot, that's like any more closely. Have they been watching her any more closely? The plot could not happen. Had they been watching her any more loosely? The plot could not happen. So, okay.
Well, and like who is it that's like keeping an eye on her? Do they have like a Jedi stationed to watch her, or some kind of private investigator that they keep on retainer or something?
It's the Gonk droid.
That's the fucking Gonk droid.
That's why they couldn't track her when she left the ship. He's like, I'm too slow to get on her ship before she leaves.
It would almost be interesting if like that character that we met, who was like a coworker of hers, it turns out that like the Jedi had hired him to basically just keep an eye on her, just in case, and like report back if she does anything suspicious. And so then like that could lead into why he was questioning her on like where she was last night. I didn't see you at the party with everyone else. Where were you? And she's like, oh, I was just doing my own thing. She kind of gave like a non-answer. Like that could have been an interesting way to tie that in, I think. But nah.
Anyway, so yeah, Yord and Zygurian lady whose name I've already forgotten. Tassi go into OSHA's quarters, and like OSHA doesn't know why they're there. So like, and because she was friends with Yord when they were both Padawans, she's really pleased to see him. But he's acting weird, and she's like to the point where she goes to like take her droid off her belt to put it in its charging port, and he like moves to grab his lightsaber like he thinks she's grabbing for a weapon. And again, to be fair to the show, I quite like this as an interaction of like her being like, "What the hell? That's really weird. Why are you doing that?" And then then they have this very when they have this very awkward moment then where like Tasha comes in to interrogate OSHA in a way like all the characters in the room know all the information already. They're just saying it for the benefit of the audience to exposit a lot of information in a very crude way.
Yeah, like OSHA even remarks on the fact that like they know all this information already, but like they're just interrogating her on things like, oh, when did you become a Jedi? When did and it's like, why are we doing this?
Yeah, speaking of which, Sheev, would you like to tell everyone how and when she became a Jedi? Because that's really interesting.
So
these two episodes give us very little information about like what exactly her early upbringing was on the planet Brindok with her twin sister. Like there were 4 Jedi that were stationed there. Some kind of fire happened that was presumably started by May, but like we kind of get the impression that it wasn't and that something else is amiss. But they were 8 years old at the time of the fire, and that is when she becomes a Jedi at 8, after having already lost her entire family in a tragic accident. And carrying all that resentment and attachment baggage, and so Jolly, just to refresh my mind, is there any other character in the Star Wars canon who was also inducted into the Jedi Order around that same age, 8, 9, 10, whatever, who has significant baggage and who was caused the Jedi, their age and said baggage is what caused the Jedi to go, yeah, actually, we're not going to train you because we sense great danger in continuing, you're already basically damaged goods. We cannot possibly, in good faith, take you as a Jedi. Is there anyone else that we can think of who fits that description?
I know to whom you are referring, and you're correct. It is Terra Sanube. No. Yeah, it's Anakin. Like, obviously, it's Anakin. Like, this was a major plot point in The Phantom Menace, was that Anakin was at 8 years old, at literally the same age.
9.
At 8 years old. Oh, is he 9? Okay, like 1 year older.
Not that much older. It's negligible.
Yeah, and with similar, if anything, slightly less trauma, was already too damaged for the Jedi Council to consider training him, even though Qui-Gon was like, "This guy is the chosen one." They were like,
He was
"Even
conceived by
so,
the midichlorians, like, we need him. He's everything. He's everything that we've been waiting for our entire, like, the entire history of our order, basically."
he is literally the Messiah." And the Council were like, "No, he's not. He's a very naughty boy." And sorry, I couldn't resist the Monty Python reference. But like, yeah, so like, no, even though he's the Messiah, we are not willing to train him because he is just too old. Like, his future is too uncertain.
And like, by the end of
cannot
the
be
film,
guaranteed of this.
by the end of the film, Obi-Wan's like, "Look, it was Qui-Gon's dying wish, and I'm going to train him with or without your permission. So like, I'd rather have your blessing, essentially." And that's when Yoda's like, "All right, yeah, fine. Like, the council agrees. Whatever. We're doing this."
Well, yeah, because even then, like, even though Obi-Wan's like, "Oh, I'll do this by myself," the implication is that he wouldn't actually be able to if the council didn't sign off on it. And Yoda's the one holdout, right? Yoda's the one who's like, "I don't know. This is a good idea, actually."
But now,
yeah, so
but
the point being,
but even if like, the point being, like, obviously that Anakin's circumstances were extremely similar, and it took a lot of convincing for the council to sign off on his training. But like, even if I was willing to accept that, like, he wasn't the only other character to have a sort of exception made, it's like, you're telling me that like 100 years before the Phantom Menace, we had basically the exact same situation. And again, like, a lot of people that are on the Jedi Council as of the Phantom Menace were there when she was inducted into the order. So they're just like within living memory for a lot of them.
Yeah, I mean, at least 3 council members, right? Because Yoda, Oppa Rancisis, and Uriel Poof.
So there's that, and like none of them question the fact. None of them remark on the fact that, like, oh yeah, very recently in our history we've had a similar situation. You know, depending on how the show goes, like say OSHA goes bad, they'd be like, that's a good reason to go. Yeah, so we know better than to take in someone who has this much baggage and is this old, because look at what happened to OSHA.
Or even forget OSHA, because at this point they know about May. It's like, well, look what happens to May when she gets training.
Mm-hmm.
You know, clearly, OSHA might have just been a lucky, even if OSHA turns out perfectly fine, which she doesn't, by the way, because episode 2 makes it very clear that part of the reason she left the order, / was people were advocating for it to be expelled, is that her heart is full of vengeance. Like, Soul explicitly says it. Yeah, Soul explicitly says this about her and to her.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. I'm gonna need to know what the context was that caused the Jedi to go, actually, it's okay. We'll train her. You know, despite our reservations, we'll make an exception this one time.
I guess Soul was just really
short of her being the chosen one. You know, I don't see how that happened. And if she's the chosen one,
well,
oh man,
we have suggestions of what they're going to do in episode 3, but we'll talk about that after we've covered the first 2 episodes, because
yep.
But yes, so they do this interrogation. They're like, we think oh, sorry.
There's a comment from Domino. Are we saying that they took in older students until the show's events? No. So they also refer to her as an exception. Like, the circumstances around her induction were different. They were unique.
Yeah, that's actually cited as one of the reasons why they suspect her of the murder, is that like Tashi's like, well, you were taken in very late, so maybe you're not all there, friend. And anyway, so yeah, they suspect that she's killed Indara. She's like, no, I didn't. And then Tashi goes out of the room and brings back in Barman, who is like, yep, that's her. I recognize those trademark dreadlocks anywhere. And so they're like, well, and then so yeah, she says to Yor, like, you can't really think that I'd kill Indara, and he gives her like a cliche response of like, well, it doesn't matter
what I think. Yeah,
and they arrest her. Now, I have a question for you, Sheev. If you're the Jedi and you think that one of your former Padawans who's left the Order has gone rogue and is skilled and powerful enough to kill a Jedi Master, and is actively dangerous, and you want to take them back to Coruscant for, either a quick and speedy trial / execution, which is what they seem to be gearing up for, or at the very least, like, to get to the bottom of this, would you not think, perhaps, that the 2 Jedi who arrested her would, I don't know, accompany her? Maybe, like, make sure she doesn't escape. Oh, okay. Well, that's just a thought.
If anything, if it was me, I would handcuff myself and my Padawan and let her pilot the ship.
I mean, effectively, they may as well.
Yeah, so there's apparently a Republic transport ship, which, first of all, I almost want to combat the argument immediately for why they didn't go on this transport ship with her. It's like, well, someone had to like take the Jedi ship that they came on back to Coruscant. And it's like, well, first of all, like if they were coming there with the specific like idea in mind to arrest her, and that's why this transport ship is here, why didn't they all just come on the transport ship and not the Jedi ship?
Yep. And also Yord himself later on admits that it was a mistake, that he didn't do it.
But like, why didn't you do it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like lampshading. Stop lampshading.
Yeah, neither of the Jedi go on this transport ship with OSHA, despite the fact that they suspect her of having murdered a Jedi master. They're just going to leave it to the Republic to get her to Coruscant. Great idea. Very smart.
Not even the Republic. It's like it's an automated ship, right? She's shoved in a cell. Actually, let's talk about the cell design as well. So the setup of the ship, right, is there are two automatic pilots that are literally the chairs. They are built into the chairs, and they're the droids piloting the ship. And then there's one. I call him Captain Beefcake lovingly.
Captain Beefcake, one security droid.
Yeah, the security
only
droid
one
who's carrying a taser, and he's the only one there. Now the setup of the ship's holding cells is 3 adjacent cells to each other. Was it 4 adjacent cells to each other?
Because you have all those prisoners crammed into one. Then OSHA gets her own cell. Then Crazy Guy gets his own cell, and then Cyborg Guy gets his own cell.
Yeah, which a weird setup in terms of.
Yeah, I don't know why it's set up like that at all, but fine, sure. Because if even one of the prisoners was like in the same cell as OSHA, just to sort of like allocate different prisoners to different cells, then they would have had to open up her cell door, and then she would have been able to escape like earlier than she was. But we're getting ahead of ourselves.
Yeah. By the way, she's not even handcuffed in her cell, which is strange for someone
who's killed a Jedi.
Yeah, she killed a Jedi master, or at least she's suspected to have, right? Like, and they put her in a cell where her pip droid, her actual hacking droid, is within like force grabbing reach. She doesn't have her hands bound. She's in a cell that's made of like actual metal bars rather than ray shields for some reason. You know, so that we can allow our prisoners to reach through and grab out the droid in ways that are going to be very convenient later. And yeah, that's the setup of the ship. They're on their way back to Coruscant. They're on their hyperspace route back, and the prisoners in the cell next to her are like, "Oh, is it true you killed a Jedi?" And she's like, "No, I didn't kill a Jedi." And they're like, "Well, we're planning an escape, UN." And she's like, "But we're in hyperspace. What the hell are you going to do?"
Which, by the way, why are they even asking her if she's in? They apparently don't need her based on like what we're about to see in terms of their escape plan. They don't need her involved at all. I guess they were just being nice.
Yeah, maybe they're just friends. I mean, they say that they then leave her anyways. So maybe they just thought like she'd be handy to have around the place in case the Jedi then turn up to find us. Like she kills Jedi. That'd be useful.
Sure.
Who knows? Anyway, they offer the chance to escape. She's like, "No, I trust in the Jedi justice." And they're like, "Well, we'll fool you idiot." Yeah, so I say like that's an unearned faith, surely.
Yeah. So there's a couple things here. First of all, this is the one time, like I said, generally like the acting in the show is really good. This is the one line delivery where I was like, I feel like you could have gone ahead and done that take again, because like they're like, "Yeah, we're gonna escape," and she's like, "Yeah, I appreciate your enthusiasm, but that will kill us." And it's like, that was a weird line delivery. Like, I don't really know how to explain it. I'd have to play the scene, but I'm not going to because of copyright.
I mean, I think I know what the actress is going for there, but like, it's just poorly done. Like, redo it, basically.
But then there's also, you have faith in the Jedi to carry out justice effectively.
You just got wrongfully arrested.
You just got wrongfully arrested, but also, like, what caused her to leave the Order if not that she lost faith in the Jedi? I guess we'll learn. I guess we'll find out. I don't know.
Well, that's I hope we find out. I hope we find out.
But it's also funny too, because like basically Vernestra Rowe, who for all intents and purposes is just like the fascist dictator of the Jedi at this point, because she seems to have unilateral control over all decision making, and we'll get into all that later. But like, she's basically telling Sol at the temple, like, by the way, we want to keep this quiet because our political enemies might use this against us if it becomes known that one of our own killed the Jedi. So we need to just basically sweep this under the rug and take care of this quickly and make an example of her. So apparently they have no intention of giving her a fair trial. OSHA, you placed your bets on the wrong horse there.
Yeah. Also, by the way, considering that they say that later, that makes the decision not to have 2 Jedi accompanying her on this trip even weirder. Like, why, if you want to keep this quiet, why would you put her in a cell?
Why not? Yeah. Why not just take her? Why not just take her? Yeah, prisoners who know that she killed a Jedi. Apparently, like that's just something they ask her.
Yeah, and they're gonna spread that around the place. So, like, the secret's already out, lady. You failed.
Yeah. Why would she not just be on the Jedi craft that they came in on and like, you know, handcuffed, maybe tied up in a chair or something? I guess they don't have like a holding cell, whatever. Why is this Republic, like, why is this prison transport like here at all being like being used to take her there?
Yeah, why bars, not ray shields? Particularly because, like, you know, this is a universe where lots of species have very unique abilities to like reach out through the bars of cells and grab stuff, which is exactly what happens later on. So that's why you have ray shields, because those species exist. Also because they think she can use the Force to the extent of overpowering a Jedi Master. Maybe like don't put her in a cell with bars that she can reach through.
She can just Magneto those bars open too.
Yeah, true, because her hands aren't bound or anything, and she isn't knocked out. Which also, they could just knock her out. We see in the cell next to her, there is a guy with a thing over his mouth.
Oh, do we want to talk about the starfish parasite?
Well, so yeah, so like it's called a dibbock, and she asks about it because there's a guy writhing on the floor with like a starfish over his mouth, and she's like, "What the hell?" And the other prisoners are like, "Well, that's a dibbock." You see, they put them on prisoners who they think are of really, of a huge danger of being super violent. So it puts you in a kind of like happy drug trance.
So there are a few prisoners I could think of that might need a dibbock.
Yeah, like the person you think just killed a Jedi Master for a start.
Well, yeah, her, but also in the cell next to the guy with the starfish on his mouth is a cyborg with like little cybernetic implants that allow him to do things that you'd think you'd want to sedate him or otherwise like subdue him so that he doesn't use those. But
well, you see, he doesn't have a mouth, so what could they do?
Why a dibbock? Why not? Is there not like a sedative that could just put them under for the duration of the trip?
I don't know, freeze them in carbonite. Anything.
Stasis pod, whatever.
Yeah, just anything. But like, no, there's the dibbock, and the fact that the dibbock isn't on her in the first place is like, considering how dangerous they think she is insane. So that's already a problem. But yeah, the fact that this dibbock is allowed to be used on prisoners at all is pretty unethical. And like, you can't even lay this one on the Jedi. That's a Republic issue. Which, sure, I guess the Republic could be that bad, but like,
but also, if this is a thing that the Republic are willing to do, why aren't they mass produced? Why is it only one prisoner being like having one used on him?
Who knows? It's just there. It's just there to be weird. Well, actually, no, it's there to facilitate her being trapped in the ship later. We'll get to that.
This is the thing. This is the sequence we were talking about at the beginning of the stream. That is such bullshit that there is so much to break down. Like, it just falls apart.
Before we even got to the scene, I'm like, there are 3 or 4 major contrivances that make the plot happen, and now we're at this scene, and like this entire scene is just contrivance central. Because like there's all these questions like, why didn't they do this? Why didn't they do that? Why is this here? And just none of it makes any sense. Anyway, they're like, yeah, do you want to break out with us? She says no, and they're like, well, more fool you. And then they give Cyborg guy the nod, and he like uses his cyborg telepathic hacking powers to wirelessly overpower and shut down the ship's droids and drop them out of hyperspace.
What the fuck?
Yeah. How is this guy allowed? How is this guy able to do that? And how has this not been picked up on? And how is this not a contingency that people are prepared for?
Yeah,
why is he not sedated?
Here's the thing. This is the Star Wars galaxy is very wide and diverse when it comes to like aliens and creatures and people with different physical capabilities. You cannot have a one-size-fits-all prison transport that like only accommodates humans and humanoids. Like, you need to be ready for any kind of alien that you might pick up that needs to be transferred to this prison or this, whatever. If you're picking up a cyborg with these implants that are able to wirelessly like tap into the ship's controls and like pull them out of hyperspace prematurely, there needs to be like some kind of measure in place that would stop that from happening. And surely there would be, right? Because this kind of technology has existed for thousands of years.
Like, surely that would be, right? Anakin looks at you, right?
But no, and he's not being subdued either with a starfish. He's just allowed to do that. And that's just something he's able to do.
But Sheev, he doesn't have a mouth. There's absolutely no other way to restrain him or shut him off or anything. But yes, so he shuts the ship down and they drop out of hyperspace.
My question is, did the prisoners time this? Like, did they know that they were coming out of hyperspace near a planet?
This is kind of what I was about to get into, right? Because like, here's the thing. The space is big, really big. And so the fact that they have dropped out of hyperspace just so happening to be right by a planet, and not just any planet, a habitable planet, is
habitable
beyond,
is a strong word.
Well, as in, okay, not immediately fatal, I should say, like,
sure,
technically survivable, at least for short periods, is insanely contrived. And so
any planet at all, because it's space, and like if that wasn't timed, like they should have just come out into open space in all directions for hundreds of thousands of miles.
Yeah, I mean, like that's the thing. Any planet will be already a contrivance. The fact that it's technically a survivable one, at least in the short term, is incredibly extra contrived. The only thing I can say here is that maybe they were timing it. Yeah, but then
If they
you have the problem
were,
of, like,
then why did they come out into an asteroid belt?
yep. And what was their plan for once they got out of the escape pods?
Okay, yeah. So the escape pods. So their plan is to like take over the security droid, the one that's stationed there after the ship has come out of hyperspace prematurely, overpower the security droid, open their cells, and then take escape pods instead of just commandeering the ship.
Yep. Which he could definitely do because this guy has tech powers enough to shut down the main pilots. I
And
mean, I guess none of them know how to fly.
The only explanation I can think of for why they wouldn't want to take the ship is because, like, surely this ship is being tracked, and in fact, I'm pretty sure we know that for a fact that the ship has a tracker on it. That like once it gets once it comes out of hyperspace over Karlak, instead of where it was like its predetermined destination, like the Republic sends people out to investigate that.
Sure, but don't you want to at least pilot the ship down to ground level and get out and
Yeah.
make a move for another ship?
So that's the thing. But the alternative is the escape pods, which I'm assuming don't have hyperspace capabilities because. Jumping ahead a little bit, they get captured like basically immediately after this. Like I'm assuming they were just floating around in space, like above Karlak, in these escape pods with nowhere to go. Because instead of just taking the ship and taking it down to the planet or jumping into hyperspace, like they just.
No one said these guys were clever, I guess.
Okay, sure. What a terrible plan.
Yeah. These guys have a very bad plan, is our point. Anyway, they all get out, but they won't let OSHA out of her cell because they're like, fuck you, person. And so they all leave and she's trapped in her cell. And so we have a moment where she's like desperately, the ship is bouncing around all the asteroids, things are being thrown back and forth. She's desperately trying to get out of this crashing ship. And she reaches her hand to the bars and tries to pull her droid to her with the force and she tries, but no, it doesn't work. Because you see, like a lot of people who leave the Jedi Order, she has fallen out of contact with the force. She is like cut off from it. She can't use it. Remember this, ladies and gentlemen. She cannot use or access the Force. But fortunately for her, she doesn't need it because the power of plot is on her side, and the ship gets bumped in just the perfect way to give her back her pip droid as it goes back into her path. Which, oh my good god!
How fucking lucky! If these weren't barred cells, if they were shields, like we've seen in other Star Wars prisons, she just would have been out of luck because even if the droid was within reach, she wouldn't have been able to get it because the shield would have been in the way. Lucky her. Also, again, unlucky for her that there wasn't a prisoner that was allocated to her cell since they were all crammed in that one cell, despite there being three other ones, and like all of which were being taken up by one prisoner. Unlucky for her that there wasn't a prisoner that was in on the escape that was in her cell, because otherwise they would have just opened up her cell door when she asked, because they would have had to for the other prisoner that was in there with her.
The power of contrivance is, contrivances are a pathway to many plot points that some consider to be complete bullshit.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that happens, and then she comes out of her cell and she runs for the last escape pod, but then she realizes, you see, she can't leave. She's a good person, and that guy with the Dybbuk on his face is unconscious, and she needs to save him. So she runs back. And would you like to tell the good listeners what happens next?
So she gets to the guy with the Dybbuk on his mouth, and she tries to carry him, but he's too heavy. So she realizes the only way I'm getting him into the escape pod with me is if I take the Dybbuk off of him and allow him to basically take himself. So she does that. She uses the little pip droid to electrocute.
Because I already have a question here, which is you're quite right. They have her try and pick him up, and he's like, oh, he's too heavy. Here's the thing. This guy is a fairly scrawny looking 50s-ish, white humanoid, human man. He doesn't look so heavy that someone whose actual career is heavy lifting and mechanics, and who's a very fit young woman who was a former Jedi and very physically fit, couldn't pick him up, at least temporarily enough to drag him to the escape pod. Especially because May, who is approximately exactly her shape and build and has had a similar level of training, can do other feats of strength like kick tables across entire
bars. Used the Force for that, and I guess OSHA doesn't have that capability. So
sure, but she's still strong enough to launch herself up onto platforms and stuff like that. She's very athletic, is my point, and OSHA should be of a similar level of athleticism. The idea that she can't at least drag this guy out of the cell and into the escape pod is absolute nonsense. I don't believe you, Show. I just don't believe you.
Well, she can't, so she has to take the starfish off of his mouth.
How unfortunate.
That causes him to go ballistic and push her down, and she's knocked down long enough for him to run all the way out of the cell into the escape pod and close the door on her so that she can't get in.
Why?
When I watched that part, Jolly can attest to this, I was laughing my fucking ass off.
Yeah, I was just in stunned silence, and she was trying to breathe through endless giggles. I was just like, why did any of this just happen? Well, again, I know why it happens, because the writers want to trap her on this ship. But like, why?
And once again, nobody's trying to pilot it out of the asteroid belt. Nobody's trying to take the ship.
Well, also, wouldn't she know how to pilot? Isn't that thing something that all Jedi are taught to do?
Jedi have to learn how to pilot, because it's again, that's the thing about her skills apparently being non-transferable. Like, no, they're not. The Jedi have to learn how to do all sorts of things, because they have to go on all sorts of different missions that are going to require different things from them, and you never know what skills are going to come in handy. Yeah. Like the idea that the only thing she was able to do, like the only skill that she was able to use, like from her Jedi training, was mechanical skills. It's like, what is this?
But unfortunately, that is the case. So she's now trapped on a ship falling. And I want to again just say how far this thing is falling. So it is falling from an asteroid belt around the planet. This thing is far up. Like, she's out of the atmosphere. Like, this thing is falling from orbit. This spaceship that looks to be fairly large, like about the size of a modern aircraft plane, a modern carrier passenger plane, is falling, maybe a bit smaller, is falling out of the sky from high orbit, out of control, not even coming in straight. It's been bounced around by meteorites. It is being flung all over the shop. She has no control over it. Nothing is making it go. Is slowing its descent, and she straps herself in with a seatbelt, and the ship crashes. And then the thing is, like, this is the absolute horseshit. The ship, that we then have a cut between the ship falling into the atmosphere and then, like, the ship like being approaching the ground, and like in that intervening time period, with absolutely nothing to correct its course or help it out in any way. Not only is it now facing front on to like give itself a smoother landing as possible, it's going really slow, like very slow, like someone's deliberately slowed it, which is nonsense. But I guess we had to have this, or OSHA would be dead. Actually, I think, honestly, having seen the crash, she should be dead anyway, especially given where she wakes up and the damage to the ship where she wakes up. But yeah, ship crashes in a frozen, like, subarctic wasteland, like snow everywhere, freezing winds, gales. She is thrown, as we later see from where she wakes up, she's thrown from her seatbelt out into the middle of the ship. The ship is, like, the roof is torn off. It's totally exposed. She somehow goes uninjured, but the outer temperature is definitely going to now be a factor, right? Right. And she passes out.
Yeah, so I feel like it's worth getting into the fact that, like, there is some serious time fuckery in this episode. Like, things are kind of just happening in a sequence where you're like, how is this happening so fast? Or is it all happening over like several hours, but like we're just seeing it really quickly? But like basically, because like after she crashes, we cut back to the Jedi Temple, and the prisoners who just escaped into the escape pods are just already there. They're in cells at the Jedi Temple on Coruscant.
Well, let's go through this like as rigorously as possible, right? Like, we cut back to the Jedi Temple, and Master Soul, played by Lai Jung-jai, is there teaching some Padawans. And actually, like, before we go any further, I want to give this guy a shout out, because not only is this actor like an absolute legend, and like he was great in Squid Game, but like he learned English. He learned English for this role, and like I've seen a lot of people go like, oh, he's got really stilted delivery, which like I don't think he does actually. Like, he comes across like a person whose second language is that language, talking in a reasonably like good manner. But I don't want to downplay, like, give this man the props he deserves. Not only is he a fantastic actor and is fantastic in this show, but like he learned an entire language, difficult language, for this role. Kudos. Well done, my man. Like, absolutely knocked it out of the park there. Oh, hello. Sorry, I guess I'm on my own. So yeah, so that's the thing I wanted to say about the actor. But just to sort of go through the sequence of events to lay it out chronologically for you, dear listeners, what then happens is Venestra Rowe, who is a High Republic Jedi character who we met like 100 years before in the books when she was a little itty bitty 16-year-old fresh knight, she comes in and she says to Saul, like, oh, we think Indara's died, and I know you knew Indara. And he's like, yes, I was sad to hear about Indara. And she's like, we think it was your former Padawan OSHA who killed Indara. And Saul he's gobsmacked.
He's inconsolable. Haha.
Died.
Why is he only just finding out about this? Like, why is she only just telling him about this, I wonder?
Well, I mean, I guess like if he's teaching and like this has all happened relatively recently, and maybe they didn't want to tell him unless it was absolutely necessary. But like, I don't know. Like, to be fair, like I don't see why they would immediately inform him. So I guess this is just Venestra.
He's the master of the person suspected to have killed like a close friend of his.
Well, that's probably a good reason not to tell them, right? Of like, we don't want you if we think you're attached. Because like Venestra goes and she's like, oh, this has happened, and he's like very
That is
clearly
true.
upset.
There is like a moment later on too that like where I think Vernestra is the one who notes that he has his own attachment problems, even as a Jedi Master, to this character. OSHA.
Well, she literally says in the scene like, "Oh, I underestimated your attachment to her."
Mm-hmm.
The thing is, the way Venestra says that isn't like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't get that right." It's more like, "Oh, I'm now suspicious of you, friend. Put you on my list." Which is like Venestra. Again, I don't know enough about her character from the High Republic books, but like she is a real asshole in this show. So...
I don't think, like from what little I've read of the High Republic books that she's been in, I don't think this is like this lines up with her character, but also like it has been 100 years. Like fuck it, I'll accept that.
Sure, it's just kind of funny to me that like if you're a fan of her from the books, she comes back and is like an inquisitorious, dictatorial.
Oh well, yeah, just
like,
generally, if you're a fan of the books, don't expect them to be treated with reverence, because like there are a few book references in these episodes that like they kind of don't explain certain things that are like concepts being ripped from the books that like you only will know, you'll only understand what they are if you've read them, and if you have read them, you'll also understand that like they're being contradicted or just like not like well represented. So it's this weird like middle ground where you're like, oh, I know what that is, and you're getting it wrong. But also like if I didn't know what it was, I wouldn't know you were getting it wrong because I wouldn't know what the hell it is at all, and you're not explaining it to me.
Yeah. But anyway, so yeah, Sol is told about OSHA. He says like he is like, oh, I want permission because Venestra's like, oh, the ship crashed and we don't know what's happening. The Republic have apparently been there and sent out probes for the planets to try and check the wreckage. And like, there's already something to talk about here, which is before we even get to the time screwery. What's happened apparently off screen is since the crash, the Republic sent an entire ship back out to Karlak, which is the planet they crashed on, to check for survivors. They found the escape pods, they recaptured those prisoners, and they sent probes down to the wreckage of the ship to check for survivors. And yet, despite being in the middle of the ship and being the only heat signature for actual miles, they didn't find her.
Apparently, yeah, I don't know how that happened.
It's just lucky for her, I guess. God, she's a lucky/unlucky character.
I'd say unlucky for her because now she's stranded on this planet, this frozen planet where like she's surely going to freeze to death very quickly.
Well, yeah, if she behaved like a normal person and died in extreme cold after several hours, you would think this would be very unlucky for her. But fortunately, we're gonna find out that that's not the case. But yes, they go down. Venestra takes Sol down to like the prisoner holding cells because they've had a time to. Not only have they had time to probe the planet, they've had time to bring these prisoners all the way back to Coruscant and lock them in a new cell. Mm-hmm. And Sol interrogates crazy Dybbuk man who is like, "Oh, I betrayed, her and left her there." And then Sol's like, "Okay, I want permission to go to Karlak myself to find her. I feel responsible for her. I was her master." And Venestra initially is like, "No, don't want to do that. You're too valuable. I don't want to risk your life against this person we think killed a Jedi master, but also didn't restrain. Go figure." And then he's like, "No, I have to do this." So she's like, "Okay, take a small team, be discreet."
Because discretion matters apparently all of a sudden.
Yeah. So he then go. I'm kind of doing this a little bit out of sequence, so forgive me here. But like, we also meet his Padawan, Jackie Lon, played by Daphne Keane, who is a great actress and actually I think does a really good job with the role from what we've seen for so far. Top
Logan reference, peak referenced.
Yeah. She's great and top marks to her performances so far. Anyway, like, yeah, Jackie Lon comes in and she's Sol's new Padawan, and she's like, "Oh, Sol is looking, by the way, at a hologram of Padawan OSHA, which confirms that OSHA did not have May's hairstyle as a Jedi." So that's how we know. But yeah, Jackie comes in and she's like, "Oh, isn't it like forbidden to have attachments? Like, you seem to be like really nostalgic for like your old Padawan. Isn't that like breaking out the whole rules and attachments thing?" And he, in like a Qui-Gon-esque kind of way, is like, "Well, if we don't ruminate on the past and meditate on it, we can't ever learn from it." And she's like, "Oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense." And then she's like, "Okay, we're going off to find OSHA, and we're going to bring Yord with us." And she's like, "Oh no, Yord!" And he's like, "What's wrong with Yord?" And she's like, "Oh, nothing, it's fine." They then have a really funny scene, and I say funny in about 50 sets of inverted commas, where they walk in on Yord topless, as he's ironing his robe or something, and several things about this are weird. One, he admits that it was a mistake to leave OSHA unattended, which
yes, it was.
Yes, it was, Yord. Yes, it was. Secondly,
why did you?
where's your Padawan, Yord? Why is she no longer going to be in the show? She seems to have vanished randomly.
Yeah, well,
I guess she just got left on the temple. Who knows? But also, Sol as the master, Yord the Knight apologizes to Sol the Master for his failures, and Sol's like, don't worry about it, and like pats on the shoulder and carries on going. But then Padawan Jackie Lon looks at him and dismissively, almost contemptuously, is like, oh, Yord, put your shirt on. And I'm like, you're a Padawan, lady. He's a knight. Like,
no,
Padawans,
Padawans are precocious, and they say snide things. Didn't you like it when Ahsoka did that in the Clone War?
With very specifically with Anakin, who is the kind of person who would tolerate that. But also, like, do you remember when Anakin did that to Obi-Wan in Padme's apartment, and Obi-Wan shut that shit down so fast?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like, it's just weird that Yord, who is by again, let's remind ourselves, is it?
Yord's Padawan is training recruits with Zeb.
he's bringing Jason into danger. That's what she's doing. But anyway, yeah, like, Yord is a very by the book Jedi. That is his entire characterization. Very by the book, very strict on the rules, very like inflexible. The idea that he would take sass from a Padawan, I don't believe you. And in fact, later on in the episode, she sasses him again, and he does like put her down by be silent, Padawan, or something like that. So I just don't believe this moment of sass. Like, it's cute and great and funny and all the sort of like nice neat words there, but like it just doesn't make a lot of sense.
I guess I'll overlook it because like maybe he was just feeling the residual embarrassment of like, I was caught shirtless by a Jedi Master. So I'm just gonna.
Sure, but why is she comfortable sassing Jedi Knights that aren't her master? Like, remember, this is the Padawan who keeps asking for permission to talk to Sol freely, even though he keeps on being like, yeah, of course you can. Don't worry about it.
Yeah. The thing is, like, he's very liberal with like, you're allowed to just kind of do this or that. Like, I'm not going to be all strict about it. And then she's sort of the more like, oh, permission to speak freely. Like every time she wants to say literally anything that's on her mind.
Permission to speak freely. Yes, of course, Master. Also, Yord, go fuck yourself. Like, whoa, oh, sorry, what?
Nobody likes Yord. It's just it's like a open secret at the Jedi Temple that like you're allowed to sass Yord, but only Yord.
Yord is just like the fuck up.
He could be the Grand Master of the Order, and you could still talk shit.
I mean, to be fair, OSHA was like, "I'm surprised you passed your trials," which is such a funny thing to say.
Yeah, like, oh, okay, wow, fuck you.
But like, yeah, so that's a bit strange. But then, yeah, they go off on their way to Karlak, and now is the time to talk about the time fuckery, because Karlak, for those who watched the Clone Wars, you may remember that the Death Watch were hiding out on Karlak, which implies that it is at least somewhat close-ish to Mandalore. That it was a planet controlled by the Death Watch. So, given where Mandalore is, which is like in the sort of nearest parts of the Outer Rim, right? From Coruscant, this Karlak planet is probably in the order of like somewhere between 19,000 to 25,000-ish light years away from Coruscant, which means that it's going to take several hours to get there on even the fastest ships. Like, let's be really, I'm being very conservative here and say like 3 hours. In order for this all to line up time-wise, what's happened is the ship crashed, they sent out a distress signal, the Coruscant picked it up, they prepped a new ship, which let's say it took half an hour or an hour. That then had like a 3-hour flight time to Karlak, spent a bit of time dicking around, picking up the new prisoners and, badly searching for OSHA, traveled all the way back, so another set about 3 hours. Then we had the Jedi Temple stuff where like, an hour to like debrief Sol and find out where OSHA was and like assemble the new team. And then another 3 hours back to Karlak. So we're looking at like 9 hours minimum, probably more, where OSHA has been left unattended in a frozen wasteland with no atmospheric, no temperature controls or anything, just totally exposed, in not very much clothing, on a frozen planet. And as we are about to learn, she has been unconscious that whole time, sitting in the snow. How the fuck are you alive?
You see, it's not like it's fucking freezing there. Like, there's no way it's any higher than like -7 degrees in that place.
Like, yeah, this is the kind of, I mean, honestly, like, this is the, I'm trying to do it justice right without just showing like a clip or a still image. Also, yeah, this is the moment we have the world's worst wide shot, which looks terrible. But that wide shot does confirm that she's like, her ship is stranded in a frozen wasteland. Like, it's the Arctic Circle, basically, in terms of temperatures. Like, it's very cold. She should be dead. This is 9 hours of a scantily dressed woman exposed to the freezing cold, unconscious, with no ability to warm herself.
Yeah, so she's dead.
Yeah, she's dead. I'm sorry, Sho, you can't have this. She's dead. which is funny. But while she's unconscious, something happens. Something a little bit strange. Sheev, would you like to take it away?
Yes. So I would just like to remind you all that we already kind of covered the fact that May is not aware that OSHA's alive. Because when I first watched this sequence, I assumed it was May, like somehow. I'll just explain what happens, and then I'll explain what I thought. So basically, like, she's dreaming because she's unconscious, but she thinks she's awake. She's waking up inside the this crashed ship in this frozen wasteland that she's in. And there's like someone at the doorway that she then chases out into the cold. And then it very abruptly cuts to the Jedi Temple and then back. And I don't know why they edited it that way, but whatever. Following this sequence, she's chasing this person, and then she's in like a different biome all of a sudden, and then like a different biome again, I think. In like a room, I believe, is where they're at.
Yeah, so she sees because the person she's chasing then turns out to be like a child version of May, right? She's like, oh, I recognize you as the child May that I thought died back on, Brendok.
And yeah, we even see like the fire for a second there too.
We see the fire break out, and then she chases May again, and they end up in what I presume was their house or a home on Brendok.
Yeah,
where
it's what it
May
looks to
turns
be.
around, and suddenly OSHA is the same age as well. So we have two, baby OSHA Mays, well, not baby, like child OSHA Mays,
like child OSHA, child May, yeah.
Yeah, talking to each other, and OSHA's like, May, is that you? And May's like, yes. And she's like, you're alive? And May's like, yes. And she's like, did you kill Endara? And May's like, yes. And I'm going to kill them all. And her eyes turn spooky and black.
And they also have her recite a poem. Where is it?
Oh, yes, that poem.
You're with me, I'm with you, always one, but born as two. As above sits the stars, and below lies the sea. I give you, you, and you give me, me. That's the poem that they recite.
Crap poem. that just doesn't flow. I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't.
And the prose are very weird, yeah.
But I mean, I guess let's talk about this, right? Because this at least potentially is set up for there is a dyad between these two sisters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so goddamn tired.
I really hope it seems like they're setting it up that way. Like the wording of the poem and everything implies a dyad in the Force. Which, and again, I'd like to remind you that like my interpretation of the scene originally was that May was reaching out to her like across space, obviously, which is something we've really only seen dyads like capable of doing. But because May doesn't know that OSHA's alive, I guess the interpretation has to be that this is the Force connecting them in like a metaphor, I guess.
Well, this is where it gets interesting, right? Because I mean, obviously, there's also she cut herself off from the Force, so how is she having a Force vision?
Yeah, I don't know how that's happening.
But also, previously with Force visions, the Force, because again, before the Force wasn't a sentient creature, the visions were always kind of vague, right? Like, when Luke goes into the Dagobah cave and he's like, what will I find there? It's like, only what you take with you, right? Like, it's everything is done in like metaphors and like based on what you already know / suspect / subconsciously are aware of. Like, the Force doesn't really give you information that you don't already have. It just reframes what you already sort of vaguely know in a way that might like be more revealing. But not here. No, the Force just explicitly just tells her the information. Like, yep, your sister's alive. Yep, she killed Endara. Yes, she's gonna kill more. And yes, she's evil. Also, you might be in a dyad. Have fun. But yes, chat. Maybe you can let me know. Chat, am I roboting? Because apparently,
I didn't want
to. Is not hearing me clearly.
I didn't want to say it, but like for the last few minutes, Jolly's been roboting for me, and I don't know if it's happening for the stream, or if it's just me, and if so, if that's a problem with my Wi-Fi, and if I'm coming across clearly. But yeah, it's been kind of weird for me.
No, apparently it's fine. Apparently it's fine for them. So
yeah, so it's just a me problem. But I guess if it's good for the audience, it's good for I don't care.
Well, you see what happened was
what you're saying.
I'm in a prison ship, you see, and in the next cell over, there's this guy with a robot head, and he's about to break us out. That's
robot head reference.
Yeah, so the computers were going all fucky. That's what's happening.
Yeah. Okay. Well, chat seems to be fine with it, so I guess we're good. But yeah, like you said, with like the Force vision in the cave on Dagobah, right? Like it was always vague about like what information the characters were being given, because essentially like it wasn't going to give them an answer that they didn't already know, right? Like like Luke's worry that he was going to become Vader is what prompted the mask to explode and show himself, his face inside of Vader's mask, because that symbolized like, you know, this potential route that Luke could become if he continued down his path, but like chose the quick and easy path, like Yoda warned against. And of course, like it also does metaphorically symbolize and foreshadow what's to come, the reveal that we're about to get. But like Luke doesn't know that, and so the Force didn't tell him that. And essentially what I'm getting at is that like the way it works is that the Force doesn't just explicitly give you information that will help you in your journey, that like without any kind of like you know, masking or makeup that to make it more, you know, cryptic or whatever. But in this, she's finding out through the Force vision that her sister is alive and did indeed kill Indara. She's just learning this information. It's just being explicitly given to her.
Yeah, I mean, even with like the kind of more explicit visions, like Rey's vision in on Takodana, like that was still like, you know, not metaphorical because it was like scenes from real events, right? Like she was being shown glimpses of real events that happened, but like it was very broken up. She didn't know the context for most of them, so they were just glimpses of things she didn't really understand. And a lot of them were being used in metaphorical ways, like you know, Kylo confronting her in the woods, or the fact that she saw the corridor on Bespin. A lot of these were being used metaphorically. And then, of course, it ends with the Obi-Wan being like, "These are your first steps," but not Obi-Wan being like, "By the way, Rey, you're actually a Palpatine." And
yeah, so I don't know why the Force is being so helpful to this character specifically,
or it's how it's getting through to her, considering she's cut off from it.
Again, if it was a dyad thing, though, like you'd expect that May was also affected by this vision, but it doesn't appear to be the case. It only happened to OSHA.
It can't be. Because May explicitly is shocked and surprised when she sees OSHA as alive. Yeah,
because this would confirm for May that her sister's alive if she was also experiencing this, and she's not. So, the Force is being very just uncharacteristically helpful and overt with what it's trying to get, like the characters to do and understand about the state of play. Is basically what I'm getting at, and like I'd consider that a contrivance because the Force has never behaved this way before, ever.
I would definitely. Well, I mean, the problem is like the only way you can explain it doing that is by saying like the Force is a person, and I'm like, yeah. At that point, we run back into the thing you mentioned in the Phantom Menace video that I'm going over in my video as well. Of like the Force as an entity is literally the very conception of contrivance embodied in an omniscient being. Like it is just writer's contrivance, the thing. Like at that point. So yes, that would be a contrivance. It would be the mother of all contrivances if that is what is happening. So this is not good either way. Like, you know, to simplify all this scene can't work. Like any interpretation you want to give it does not logically make sense with the rest of Star Wars. It violates something. Sorry, you can't have this. No.
Yeah, and if we are setting up a dyad, then we're tying it in with the Rise of Skywalker and all the broken lore implications therein. So no thanks. Don't need.
I'm good actually. If it's all the same to you, like let's not have contrivance the movie and contrivance the show meet, please. But yes, then she wakes up from her vision and she's back on the ship and she's still freezing to death. And she picks up her pip droid and she's like, "Wow, you won't believe who I just saw." And the droid's like, "I don't even know who your sister is, lady. What the hell are you talking about?" I'm just a tool. I just work here. But yeah, just to confirm, it has literally been 9 hours. The ship with the Jedi turns up at this point. And also, actually, I don't want to skip over this. After all this, and like the name of this planet has now been mentioned like 1 billion times, they finally throw up like a title card of like Karlak. And I'm like, I know where this is.
Well, it's so funny too, because they're trying to be consistent with that, I guess. Like every planet gets a label because otherwise it would look weird if only certain planet, you know, because like obviously they do the establishing shot of the Jedi Temple and they're like Coruscant. And I'm like, yeah, I know where the Jedi Temple is. But I guess they're trying to make it, you know, a consistent like visual, I guess. Which fair enough, I guess.
Why not throw it up when they crashed?
I don't know. That's the thing.
Because like at this point, we've had several scenes of characters explicitly going, "She's on Karlak. We need to get to Karlak. Karlak." And then we have her wake up after this vision, and the show's like, "I don't know if you know this, guys. She's on Karlak." And I'm like, "Yeah, I got it. Thanks.
I gathered. Thank you." I use my brain to make a deduction.
Like no, like the show's like, by the way, this is Karlak. I'm like, no, oh my god. Anyway, the Jedi arrive and so I'm going to say what happens, and Sheev, I want you to try and explain this to me because maybe I'm stupid. I just wasn't getting it. The Jedi turn up, and OSHA, she who was like, I am totally prepared to face the Jedi. I have faith in them and their justice system, and I used to be one, so like they're a-okay in my books. The Jedi ship turns up overhead, and she's like, "Oh my god, we have to run!" And she launches herself out of the ship with her droid and runs into a cave system that like backs onto a sheer cliff face, and then like dicks around on the cliff face for some reason.
Yeah, okay, so like I really want to hammer this home because the only thing that has changed for like OSHA between when she first said I have faith in the Jedi to carry out their justice correctly and now is that she found out her sister was alive and that her sister killed Indara. And I don't think that information would change her perspective on the Jedi or wanting to be like given, you know, taken to Coruscant, right? Like surely there's nothing about what she learned in that Force vision that would change her mind about that, right?
Why is she suddenly running away from the Jedi is a huge question. By the way, I know you haven't played the game, but for those who've played Red Dead Redemption 1, this gave me real Dutch Van der Linde flashbacks because this is exactly what happens to that character in that game. It's like you back him onto a cliff that looks pretty much exactly like this, except it's not snowing. So I was expecting her to turn around and be like, I got a plan, John. But yeah, the Jedi follow her down. And,
well, and also like so there's that point about like, oh, you had faith in the Jedi, now you don't. What's her plan? Is my other question. Where does she think she's gonna go?
Oh, she's got a plan, John. You've always got a plan, Dutch. Like
because like, even if she has suddenly made the decision, I don't want the Jedi to arrest me. It's like, but the alternative is freezing to death. You just found out your sister's alive. Don't you want to go find her?
Sorry, I'm still stuck in like OSHA being like, you can't fight fate, John. You can't fight gravity. But like, yeah, they turn up and like Soul is leading the charge. Like, so, and she knows Soul. She's good friends with Soul. She trusts Soul. Yord's got his lightsaber ignited because Yord's being overcautious because that's his character.
Yeah, people are making fun of that because like he's using it as a flashlight, and I'm like, I don't. It's a light source. Yeah,
I mean that's what Rey does. I mean, like again, even that's what Anakin and Obi-Wan do in the Clone Wars. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
Yeah, why would you not use your flashlight as a light source in a dark cave?
You can't see in the dark. Like, but yeah, so they back her onto this cliff face, and rather than just like walk up to them and be like, "I surrender," or "How Soul, it's so good to see you," or maybe even just give him a hug because you know and like and trust this guy, she's like, "No, I didn't do it. I didn't do it," and like backs and like falls off the back of the cliff, and Soul has to grab her with the Force, and I'm like, "I'm sorry. Is everyone like? Did everyone just have lobotomy when I wasn't looking?"
Well, maybe she fucking hit her head really hard when she crashed, and she has a concussion. That's why she's acting like this.
You know what's really funny after I made the Dutch reference there is that people unironically argue that's what happened to Dutch's character in Red Dead Redemption 2. They're like, oh, he hit his head really hard, so that's why he's acting really stupid for the rest of the game.
I was like, joking. No. No.
We need to make some money. But but like, yeah, just like, I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on Red Dead Redemption. Like, oh, she's like, we need to get to Tahiti. But yeah, your Soul grabs her, pulls her to him, and she's like, "Oh, Soul, May's alive." And despite the fact that about 5 minutes ago on his ship, when talking to his Padawan, Soul was like, "I don't believe May's alive. In fact, I know she's definitely not alive. I saw her die personally." OSHA's like, "Oh, May's alive, and she's the one who did it." And Soul's like, "I believe you." And I'm like, Soul, like, I know you're a trusting guy, but
okay. So the thing is, once again, I'm bringing it back to what I was talking about earlier. I'm not sure that we're meant to believe Soul is telling the truth about the fact that he believes May is dead. It seems like all the Jedi, because like there's in episode 2, like Torbin seems to have been expecting May, and he's also one of the Jedi who was there on Bryndock.
Sure, but then my question comes. The thing is, like, if you're prepared to accept that, I think you're right. But if that is the interpretation, then the conversation Soul has with Jackie takes on like it doesn't, becomes a little bit more nonsensical.
Yeah, I don't really
because Because if you're Soul and you suspect that, it wasn't OSHA, it was May, she survived, and Jackie's like, what about the sister that you just mentioned she had, the twin sister who fucking killed her family that you just mentioned? Why would he not just be ambiguous and be like, well, we thought she died, but we don't really know? Instead, he's like, no, she's definitely dead. And even the other Jedi, like, we checked the records and she's not mentioned in the records. There's something weird and fishy about this.
And also, I believe in episode 2, when OSHA and Soul are talking, she says we saw her die. As in, like, they both bore witness. So it's like, whatever happened that apparently made it look like May died, they both saw. So maybe Soul believes she's really dead, but is just immediately willing to go like, oh, you say your sister's alive, then sure. It's not like you've been through anything traumatic recently that might cause you to hallucinate.
Yeah, or might just be insane and murderous and lying. Like, who
Or be
knows?
lying to me, yeah. Because the thing is, like, as we're gonna get into in the next episode, he just doesn't seem to like even humor the idea that she's lying to him, or that she isn't in league with this sister that he's apparently like believing her when she says is alive.
Yeah, it's just very odd. Anyway, so Jackie wants to put her in handcuffs. Yours still got his lightsaber out, and Sol's like, "Nope, put him away. She's with us. I trust her." Which, like, oh, okay. I mean, all right, sure, Sol, if that's what you want to do. I'm not even saying this necessarily like as a massive criticism. It's just like, oh, okay, we're not even gonna humor the idea that she might be dangerous. Like,
fully trust her. Yeah.
I mean, okay, but yeah, they bring her back to the ship, and then we get, because I think that's the last we see of them this episode, right?
Yeah. Because I think the only scene left we have is the one with May and the Sith, right?
Yeah. So then we cut back to unknown beach, rock beach somewhere on an unknown planet, and May is walking along, still, by the way, in this exact same getup in which she killed Endara, which she'll never change, because why would you change that your very recognizable? Yeah, why not change your very recognizable?
You're leaving eyewitnesses, honey. They like people are seeing you.
Oh, she's the worst assassin ever.
Well, okay, to be fair, Zam and Django.
Honestly, I think she's about on the same level of competence as Zam and Django at this point. Like, it's pretty bad. Anyway, yeah, she turns up, and we get this like Kylo Ren mask, modulator voice modulator, like over speech. I can't words today. Brain no good. Words today. But yeah, Sith is like random. Sith is like, oh, the Jedi, they live in a dream. They think of peace. They think peace is a thing, but like, no, if you attack them with a weapon, they can't be killed by laser or steel, which like objectively they can. So soz. But like, it just happened, friend. But he's like, yeah, but an acolyte, an unarmed, with no weapon, that can kill the dream. And then he stands there in his black robe, this spooky mask, and he ignites his lightsaber.
He does the Darth Maul solo thing.
I mean, like, literally, we were watching it, and like as it unfolded, under my breath to Sheev, I was like, May, from now on, we will be working much more closely together.
It's
Where
so dumb.
is the Jedi now?
It's so cringy. I just love it, because the thing is, like, people made fun of Solo for that, and rightfully so. But like, I guess Disney just didn't hear that criticism. But they were just like, let's do it again. It'll be really
also
cool.
I like how it comes. Well, it's even worse, right? Because it comes right at the end of a speech where he's like, "Oh, weapons are not how you kill Jedi. Ignites weapon."
I know. It's like, what is it? Just in case you weren't sure that is in fact the Sith that she's working for.
Well, that seems to be the reason that scene is in there. I was like, look, it's the Sith. And I'm like, oh, we know.
I understand.
I saw the marketing.
Even if I didn't, I could probably fucking guess, from the context.
Yeah. It's not subtle.
It's not subtle at all. He even says like a Sith acolyte or something. Like the Sith. He mentions the Sith, I'm pretty sure, right? In the scene. I can't remember.
Well, whether he does or not, I think you're right, but whether he does or not is kind of irrelevant. Like, this guy is so obviously a Sith, he may be walking around, might as well be walking around with a sign saying, I am Sith.
Mm-hmm.
And then the episode ends, and at this point, because we'd been giggling for a while at this point, and we did a double, we jumped straight into episode 2 pretty much, but like there was a 5-minute pause while we just like ruminated on this episode, and we were just like, holy balls, that was bad. Like, oh my god. And the thing is, I think like I say that people will defend absolutely anything in very overt and identity wedded ways that make no sense to me, but a lot of people with this particular case seem to be like, well, it's prettier looking and it's better directed and the camera work is good. So like, this is obviously a good show. And I'm like, but if you actually stop and pay attention to everything that's going on, this is contrivance the show.
Oh yeah. It is the epitome of like an and then story.
Yeah. I mean, literally we've been kind of saying this jokingly, but like, I like looking down at my notes right now, there's like 7, 8, 9, 10 very major, not even like minor, just very major plot contingent contrivances.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just like, so stakes don't exist then. Stakes are just whatever the writer wants them to be. But you can survive 9 hours in the freezing cold. You can get your droid back whenever the plot wants you to. You can look exactly like the twin you haven't seen in decades. With exactly
you can be within the galaxy. You can be within like the same like general area of the galaxy to have been like a plausible murder suspect for this killing.
I just like literally not one single scene goes past without you being like, that's a contrivance.
Mm-hmm.
In very obvious and overt ways. And yet,
like everything to do with like the fight with Endara and May, or like this is like I understand that the reason this is all happening, like the way Endara is behaving, is only happening to allow May to get the upper hand so that she can win a fight that she like realistically has no business winning, you know?
Yeah. I guess maybe this is another time to bring this up as well, which is like, so May's level of power / training, does it make sense? Because I would argue it doesn't. And like, isn't like I think she's severely underpowered compared to what she should be like.
I'm not sure. I guess I'd want to hear your reasoning.
So my reasoning is, right, so there's two things in this favor. The first is the way the Sith recruit at this point in history, right? Like the Sith are progressively taking more and more powerful apprentices each time. The entire point of the rule of two is to basically bulk themselves up to be like the most powerful they could possibly be with every generation.
Yeah.
To the point that you get to the prequels and like Vader and Sidious are like the two most powerful force wielders who have ever lived. Like by quite a long way. They are basically unstoppable juggernauts of power. And so, given that, May's raw potential should be extremely high if she's even being considered to be a potential Sith. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that she's going to be like very skilled right off the bat, because obviously like Anakin had lots of potential and he got bagged by Obi-Wan and all sorts of things. But the problem is like what tasks she is being assigned to do given her level of training. Because if you are the Sith and you are sending, particularly in this era where you cannot risk discovery, like you cannot risk discovery, or everything is fucked. If you are going to send your acolyte after a Jedi, it should be only at the point where you are really confident that they can overpower that Jedi. Like there's not even a question in your mind that they are going to win that fight. Otherwise, you are
every time she encounters a Jedi Master in this show, like she ends up having to resort to weapons because otherwise she's not winning. And even then, she still does not win without having to like basically bullshit things. Like she has to distract Endara in a very clunky and stupid way. She straight up does not beat Soul. So she just has to run away. With Torbin, we'll get to that. We'll get to Torbin. We'll get to Torbin.
This is kind of my point. And like the thing is, like we have an analogy to, like, or rather, we have a comparison to use, right? Because we have in canon an actual Sith acolyte who is approximately the same age, roughly, same gender, same everything other than like species, right? And that is Ventress. Ventress is an acolyte. She's not a Sith. But she is very much being prepped to be a Sith. Like that's why eventually Sidious orders Dooku to get rid of her, because he's like, your apprentice, your acolyte, your assassin, is extremely powerful in the Force and growing stronger. And it's very clear that you're basically angling to make her your apprentice and then overthrow me. So get rid of her. And Dooku doesn't want to because Ventress is basically irreplaceably skilled and powerful.
Yeah.
That's the level we should be talking about. And again, like Ventress was not sent after Jedi until Dooku was very like 100% confident she could hack that challenge. Actually, the same is true of Maul, even in the kind of like extended books and stuff like that, where he is sent after Jedi Masters. Sidious did not unleash him on Jedi until Sidious was well and truly convinced that he would win that fight handily.
What I really don't like, there's like a canon comic that follows Darth Maul like shortly before the Phantom Menace, where like he goes rogue basically against Sidious's wishes, or at least what he believes is against Sidious's wishes, to fight a Jedi Padawan. And this Padawan is like basically evenly matched with Maul. And I'm like, come on. What are we doing?
This is the Ahsoka problem all over again, where it's like a 16-year-old Ahsoka beat Maul. It's like, no, absolutely not.
Well, it's almost like writers took the wrong lesson away from Obi-Wan beating Maul in Phantom Menace, where they're like, oh, so he's about Padawan level then in terms of skill. And it's like, no.
He thoroughly rinsed Qui-Gon Jinn, who was one of the greatest swordsmen in the Order, trained by Dooku. Maul is a lot more powerful and skilled than people seem to think he is. Than the writers seem to acknowledge he is, which is kind of funny. But yeah, like my point is like May should not be being sent after Jedi if she's this underpowered. If she's being sent after Jedi, she should be very powerful at this point, like basically unstoppable by anyone except 2 or 3 Masters or Knights combined.
Like say Yoda.
Well, yeah, or even like Venestra herself, because she's been around a while. Like May should be beyond any single. Like, do you remember like when Luminara Unduli, who is a council member and the same species as Venestra and potentially as old, goes up against Asajj Ventress, and Ahsoka is like, she is too powerful for you to handle, Luminara. She is too powerful for any one Jedi to handle,
except for Anakin and Obi-Wan, because plot.
Well, also because like Anakin and Obi-Wan are extraordinarily skilled and talented, and Yoda and Windu are like again super powerful. But there's no way that like an ordinary council member stands much of a chance against Ventress one-on-one.
Yep. All right, yeah, you've convinced me. Her power level doesn't make sense. But then of course there's also the fact that like by this point, again, she's compromised. Her identity is known, or at least like is going to be known very quickly. The Sith should be killing her and just trying it out with a different apprentice now, like finding a new candidate to be his apprentice.
Well, yeah, she's burned. Everyone knows who she is, and he should be aware of this because the Sith are very much
She
tangled
left
into that way. That power works.
eyewitnesses.
Yeah, no, she's dead. This should have been the point where like she got decapitated, where he's like, "You have failed me. You fucked up."
Yep, but he doesn't. So we've already got problems now with how the Sith behave, which is great. Love that.
And we potentially have more if a certain character is who we think they are.
Yeah, well, and we'll get into that, but that's for episode 2.
That is for episode 2.
We can get into, but before we do, first I'm gonna use the bathroom and refill my drink, if you wouldn't mind entertaining chat. And then when I get back, I'm gonna read off all these super chats that I've been ignoring so that we can break down the episode.
Cool, and I'll grab my eclairs when you do that.
Okay, be right back.
All right. Yeah, no, chat. I've got some eclairs waiting. I've been looking forward to them for basically all day. Like I'm treating myself. I don't normally splurge on junky food. I try and maintain like health. Now that I'm getting on, you see, I'm getting old. Can't rely on my early 20s metabolism anymore. That's gone out the window. So yeah, that's my little treat for myself. But yes, how are you all doing, chat? Let's have a look and see what some of you are saying, shall we? Jolly, do you plan on making videos? I'm not only do I plan on making them, I am making them now. It should actually, to be fair, I'm over deadline. I was hoping for my latest video, well, my first video to be coming out basically now. I had to delay because I have an actual job. I'm a postdoc. So I have a very busy schedule where I basically work. I mean, the joke we have is like, I work any 18 hours of the day that I want. I'm so flexible. But like, yeah, I have a lot on my plate. And this is a very long and very hopefully well-researched and well-crafted video that you will all hopefully like. And I'm doing animation for it, which is very time-consuming. But yes, it is very nearly done. I'm doing a full breakdown of the Ahsoka show where I, rather than just being like an Ahsoka breakdown, I'm using Ahsoka to talk about general problems in pop media at the moment, like all the kind of streaming platform shows and things like that. So hopefully you'll all like that. The first one will be on world building and why that matters and how Ahsoka absolutely bugging itself. How close am I to finishing? Very, very, very close. So hopefully that'll be done in the next couple of weeks. I will keep you all posted, and I will, again, like you've all been very, very patient. So thank you very much for that, and please bear with me. It is on the way. I've just got a lot on. My life's been very busy. Junky food is a fun phrase. Yeah, it's like junk food, but it had a drug problem. My profiteroles and my chocolate eclairs, they're on heroin. It's a very sad state of affairs, and I hope you all give them your best wishes. That's where they would benefit looking at something like KOTOR, where they don't just copy. Well, okay, I'm a huge KOTOR fan, and like the thing is, I don't want Disney to touch it. There's been some rumors. I know Leslie Headland, Acolyte showrunner, has been like, "Oh, I'd love to do a KOTOR show," and I'm like, "Don't you dare! You leave that alone. I don't trust you to do that, particularly given what they seem to think about the Force. I don't want to see them touch Kreia. Like, no, you stay away." Please, for the sake of my own safety, like just don't touch those. Have I seen Peter Jackson's King Kong? I have seen that King Kong. It's fine. It's not fantastic. It's not terrible. It's a perfectly good movie. It's got a weirdly gruesome scene where I think it's Andy Serkis gets eaten by not space worms, like slug worms, like little wormy boys, because you can't trust those wormy boys. I should know. Balin Scholar's already discounted Kreia. Yes, no, I know. I have a whole section of the video for the script for my fourth video, which will be the Force section, where I talk about the ways in which Balin is a really bad, failed reinterpretation of Kreia, in that like basically he makes Kreia's philosophy correct accidentally rather than a mistake. Jolly, what's the best episode of Arcane? Oh my goodness,
Episode 3.
Yeah,
it's really not a contest. Like, I mean, they're all great, but like, it's really not a contest.
I don't know. The final episode is also very good.
Yeah, but is it episode 3 good?
I think so. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, it's just so hard to say. A lot of that show is really good. I'd say the worst episode, and purely because it has a mild bit of plot armor, is the episode on the bridge. Because like Jinx and Echo survive stuff they probably shouldn't have, and that is a bit of plot armor there. But like, that's such a small thing. Anyway, now that you're back, I'm gonna go get my eclairs. So
I will be reading off super chats. Thank you for keeping chat entertained. All right, where were we? Super chats. I'd read Wisdom Minari's and then Roger Moore's. Okay, first one that I haven't gotten to yet is from Hugs Mando for $1.99. If the Fed are in the show, is there a Nemoidian? Yes, there are. Nemoidians. Sorry, I didn't answer your question earlier, but yeah, there are 2, and they don't have accents, or at least not as pronounced accents as in the prequels, which I understand why they did that, but also I liked their accents. I miss the accents. Bagel for $1.99. Thank you for the super chat. Sheev, I can't believe you're getting mad over a TV show. What can I say? It's just bad. It's just not a good show. If we're being honest, like though, this is a bad show, but like subjectively speaking, I don't really mind it. I felt like very mild frustration at parts, but I mostly had a good time. It was very funny. Obviously I'm willing to rewatch it because I did so that I could take notes for this. So yeah, I don't hate it. It's kind of whatever as a thing. From SB for $5. This isn't an issue exclusive to the show at all, but crashing ships seems to have the same survival rate as landing them apparently. I guess I'm trying to think of like anywhere in Star Wars, like in the film specifically, where they crash. And I mean, like Luke crashes on Dagobah, but like he also does guide the fall. Like it's less of a crash and more like I'm flying blind and I can't see where I'm going. So like this is probably and then they do crash, but like it's very guided. But like they survive that. Jolly, can you think of any other time in Star Wars where like they crash and are basically just fine? Like it crash a ship?
I'm sure if you mentioned Revenge of the Sith.
Oh yeah, there is Revenge of the Sith. To be fair, they're also in a much bigger ship. So the brunt of the crash is going to like the lower levels, surely.
Well, there's several factors at play with the larger ship, which is like they're far more insulated from damage because Anakin is a good enough pilot that he can take half a ship and land it like at a soft incline angle to make sure they don't just smash straight into the surface. We also have the line from the fire ships around them who are trying to put out the fire, where they're like, "We'll guide you in, we'll bring you in," which I presume means they're using some kind of tractor beam effect as well to help guide it.
They also have conveniently a very large stretch of runway that they can guide it down, and it's not just a sort of thing.
Yeah. My point is, like, we have a very, the most talented pilots in the galaxy with a very large level of insulation on the ship, with guiding ships to help them out. And even then, I'm still like, that was a bit convenient. But at least there are those mitigating factors. This, on the other hand, is an out-of-control ship with a person who apparently doesn't know how to pilot, strapped into a chair, miles away from the controls, from orbit. No.
Yeah, it's also a good thing that all the characters in Revenge of the Sith were strapped in. Otherwise, they're going right out that windshield. Yeah, but that's the reason why we wear seatbelts, ladies and gents.
Can you imagine the ship crashes and Palpatine just flies out through the windshield?
That's just the end of the saga. He's just dead because the motherfucker's like seatbelt broke. He's like, Anakin, wait.
Or if he's sitting in front of R2-D2 and R2-D2 isn't restrained, like he just flies in the back of Palpatine's head and kills him outright.
Wow. R2 gets decommissioned because he like technically is responsible for the death of the Chancellor.
Well, yeah, like they come off the ship and they're like, "So how did the mission go, boys?" And everyone's like, "Well, there's good news and there's bad news. We killed Count Dooku."
It's like that moment in The Boys where Huey is covered in blood because A-Train ran through his girlfriend. It's just like Anakin and Obi-Wan covered in Palpatine's blood, and they're like shaking with trauma, and they're like, "Oh my god!" And my dude's like, "How'd it go?"
He's like, "We killed Dooku." He's like, "Is that Dooku's blood, right?" It's like, where's Palpatine? He's like, Okay. And then Palpatine walks back in and he's like, "I have died before."
Oh, fuck off. And we have this one from Adam the Spaghetti Fanatic. Great name for $5. If this is a prisoner ship and it is entirely controlled by droids, why would it have escape pods? I guess if I'll give the benefit of the doubt. Like, let's say they run into some kind of problem that whatever causes the ship to need like an escape. Like the droids are probably going to be fine, or at least the droids really don't care about their own lives. But like there are prisoners that you don't want your prisoners to die. You want them to be able to get away from the ship if need be, and then the Republic can come in and pick them up later and then take them to prison.
Absolutely why we have them being held unconscious by mind parasites, so that they can respond quickly in such emergency situations.
Yep. It's almost as if space travel is very dangerous.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Also, when Adam's point came up, all I could think of was that bit from Robot Chicken, you know, the Star Wars Robot Chicken stuff, where it's like, if this is escape, then where's the pod? Jar Jar, my homie, my main man, quick into the escape pod.
All right, and then one from Gonzalez Skywalker Talker for $10. Thank you for the super chat. Hey, Sheev Talks, I enjoy your videos. I think you're one of the most sane people to criticize Star Wars and other pieces of media. I'm looking forward to your breakdowns of the other prequels. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm looking forward to doing that.
That's either a wonderful compliment or a damning indictment on every other critic.
I think it's both. You know, some have told me that I'm really not that good, but compared to most media critics, I'm like the best we have, and I'm like, oh, thanks, I guess.
Well, you are an alt-left, alt-right grifter. That's how that works.
And then one final one, once again from Adam the Spaghetti Fanatic for $5. Thank you very much, and once again, I applaud your name. I can't revere it enough. If this is a prison ship that is completely controlled by droids, why would they have? Did they just send the same one in twice?
Maybe.
Oh, at like 5 minutes apart too. Well, I'm sorry. I guess they really wanted this one read out. I'm sorry I didn't get to it until now. I hope you're still watching.
Yeah, we got to it eventually.
Yeah, we got to it twice. So anyway, those are all the super chats that we got in the time we were breaking down episode 1. I'm trying really hard not to be like EFAP where I save them all to the end, but at the same time, it's like I can't just keep disrupting the flow of conversation every time they come up. So
I think it depends on how many we get, right? If it's like 1 or 2, like that's fine. If it's like 5 or 6, I'm like, wait.
Yeah. Because, you know, you got points to make. And the thing about the Acolyte specifically is it is one of those shows with like such a density of issues that like if we were to stop for even a, like let's say I was like, okay, this scene is over, I can do super chats now. It's like, but we had so many other points that like we need to bridge off of the ones we just made that we can't just stop.
Yeah.
Anyway,
well, hang on, because I want to just stress, because I've seen a bunch of people in the chat now saying this, like, you know, giving other examples of crashes that people have survived and being like, well, they survived it here, and I'm like, yeah, there was a problem there too, though.
Which examples are we getting specifically?
Ahsoka's ship crashing on Perodia, various different Clone Wars funds, crashing in the ice cave on the Mando. Like, this is the thing, right? Of like, yes, this is true. Some of the time we have seen that a crashing ship is survivable. I mean, other times we've just seen it's just outright fatal. But we have sometimes seen, like, you know, poor old what's his face, the Jedi that they all thought ordered the clone army.
Oh, Sifo-Dyas, yeah.
Yeah, he was brought down in a ship crash, if you might recall. That's
one senator in the episode where like the senator and Jar Jar have been empowered to like negotiate the ransom for Obi-Wan, Anakin, and Dooku on at Hondo's base. That senator dies in a ship crash. He's like one of the only reasons that like Jar Jar and the rest of the clones survive is plot armor, but like he dies, so there's that, I guess. Yeah,
and the point I'm making here is like, yes, we have plenty of examples of her surviving that. So if you want to draw that as a standard, I guess you could. Although, like I said, if you then say that this kind of fall is survivable, that has ramifications for the rest of your universe. But
physics and
but also it's, as we just pointed out, it's not consistent, which means either you have to accept an inconsistent standard, like space has different bits that are survivable or not, or you have to just basically be like, yeah, it was a problem there too. Which is, I mean, like that is the logical conclusion when they're like, well, it happened there. I'm like, yeah, that was also bad.
Well,
like,
don't you see? It's okay for Voller to hit his head and not die from, you know, on the back of a train, because in Temple of Doom they jumped out of a plane onto a mountainside in a little raft and survived that, and that's not a bad movie at all.
If I had a rolled up newspaper, I'd smack you lightly on the nose. No, stop, bad. But like, yeah, it's the same kind of thing we have with like Darth Maul, right? When they're like, oh, you know, characters coming back from the dead, like they did that with Darth Maul, and like we're just sitting here being like, yeah, but that was also bad. Like,
well, even if it wasn't like, if it wasn't bad, that would be because the context like justifies it, and it's like, so it has to be the case elsewhere too. The context has to justify it with like Palpatine or Reva or fucking Cobb Vanth, you know?
Yeah, and even then, even if you did justify it in every context, like if you do it multiple times, then I stop believing that people are really in danger. Like even if you technically make it consistent in the show, that's not enough. You also have to bear in mind the effect on the audience, like of repeatedly showing violations of your rule. Because if you repeatedly violate your rule doesn't really exist. Even if it technically makes it, you know, has a logical explanation in universe. You know, it's the boy who cried wolf scenario, but most of the time it isn't contextually explained. It is just we brought this character back, or this thing happened because, and then someone points out to like another example where it happened and goes that but it happened there too, as though that's an offense. And again, like a fair critic, which I would hope we are, would just be like, no, that's bad. Like,
No,
we
we're
agree
not.
that's bad. No, okay, we're not. Okay, fair.
Yeah. Actually, every single thing we just described did not actually happen in the Acolyte. We made all that up. That was actually a really good show. We didn't have any criticism, so we kind of just had to write our own story.
much like most of the fans who like the show, we just made it up. Fuck it. Nothing. It's like that Loki thing. Nothing matters.
Nothing matters.
Oh my goodness! Do you remember when I showed you the Fires of Pompeii Doctor Who episode, and we did the side by side comparison of the way those shows handle Pompeii? Oh my goodness! Anyway.
It's almost as if like people dying in a horrific volcano incident is like tragic and should be treated tragically.
I like the headcanon that both of those shows happened in the same universe. So like, the Doctor, like Donna was running around like crying her eyes out because like children were like about to die. And Loki's just something like nothing matters.
Right. So anyway, episode 2 of The Acolyte.
Oh wow. The amount of stuff that happens even before the credit sequence here is amazing.
Oh yeah. I think that was like the bulk of where I was like, that was shit. Like the whole episode's bad, don't get me wrong, but like the opening bit specifically, I was like, what the fuck are we in for?
Yeah, that opening like 4 or 5 minutes is quite something.
Well, I want to tell the audience too, like what I said to Jolly when we started episode 2 was like, okay, so like it's bad, but like I'm not expecting it to get as bad as like Ahsoka or Kenobi or whatever. And then this opening sequence happened, and I was like, I would like to formally apologize for jinxing it.
Yeah, you're like, it can't possibly get worse. But we watched the opening sequence and you're like, nope, I retract that statement. I'm sorry for bringing this doom down upon us with my carelessness.
And like to clarify, like I still don't think that it is as bad as those shows, but like the show was like, oh, you think we can't get that bad? You think we're not willing to go that low? Well, here, and then they had the opening to episode 2.
So, yeah, because the thing with the opening is like it doesn't introduce any new damage. It just brings back damage from other previous properties that were best forgotten about.
I'd say they introduced at least one thing that was very damaging. At least I don't think that this thing
force field.
Yeah, because I don't think that was ever established anywhere else in canon.
Well, we have force field. Like, well, actually, let's describe the scene and then we can talk about it.
Yeah. So basically, so now we're on a new planet called Olega, which rhymes with Omega, and I'm pointing that out now so that nobody else in chat does. It's called Olega, and there's like a Jedi temple there. And May is there, and she wants to break into it. So this little girl like walks up to the entrance to this Jedi temple, which basically like there's one door on ground level that provides entry to the Jedi temple, and it's not even like a door, it's not even like a metal door or anything. It's like it's bars again. It's bars. Had metal doors not been invented yet at this point in the timeline?
I guess we don't have ray shields or actual solid doors at this point.
There really is not much in the way of security for this Jedi temple, because like the one thing that there aren't like Jedi sentries standing guard like outside the door. And like I guess sure, maybe this is not a planet where they expect much danger or whatever, but like you'd expect at least something more than one droid. It's like that droid that Jabba had in his palace that C-3PO and R2 talk to, except with 2 little ball eyes instead of 1. That like pops out whenever it's disturbed and tells you to fuck off if you're not welcome into the temple. And so that's what this little girl does. She gets its attention and it tells her to go away. And then like May comes out from like behind a wall and throws a device on it, on like the outer plating of it. And then it just like it goes to retract back into the wall. But I guess by then the damage is done, because then the door opens. Like that, it was that easy to break into this Jedi temple.
Well, I already have questions, right? Which is like, so given where she throws this device, which is on the outer plating, why does she need it to be activated to do this?
Great question. No idea why.
The second part is like, yeah, so her plan was pay off an urchin to distract the door guards, to hack it, to walk in through the front door and hope no one notices you. Now, this is a person who is theoretically being trained to be an actual fully fledged Sith Lord. you didn't bother surveying the temple beforehand, like maybe like scoping out your target and where they are, and like trying to find out, exits and entrances in that don't require you having to like literally walk in through the front door.
Yeah, because the
suspicious
person
as
she's
hell.
targeting is in a room with a skylight.
Which once she notices, by the way, that's how she gets back in the second time. So she could have just done that the first time. And if she had, they would not have seen her, they would not have a description of her, and the rest of the plot could not happen.
I'm assuming that she had to have had some information on the layout of this place, because otherwise it doesn't make sense that she immediately makes toward his room as if she knows where it is.
Well, again, so in that case, why don't you just go through the skylight? And again, the answer to that question is like, well, because we needed her to be seen by an actual Jedi so that they'd have a description of her, so that the plot could happen. And I'm like, that is immensely stupid. Also,
so, I mean, she's only seen by one Jedi who in no way registers that she's not supposed to be there.
Which
so
is bananas.
Like, so I don't believe. Well, we'll get into why for a second, but like I want to hammer home, like, one person saw her like in passing and did not register that she wasn't supposed to be there. So like I don't believe that they got a good enough look at her to give a any kind of description that like the rest of the Jedi can go off of. So we'll keep that in mind.
Well, they also grabbed the urchin as well, right? So the urchin can provide a description. Because
maybe
I think to be fair, the show goes, oh, we saw a hooded person walking around the temple in a mask, and we didn't question that, despite the fact this is quite a small community of Jedi, and we presumably all know each other quite well, and no one has any business being here. We didn't pick up on the purple dressed armored warrior with red dreadlocks in a hood.
But also, if the little girl is the one who gave the description, and that's how the Jedi knew what the attacker looked like, then once again, May, what are you fucking doing? Because the thing is, she didn't even
witnesses.
She didn't even need the girl to do the thing she did to get the droid's attention. Like, she could have just done that herself. If she needed the security droid to come out of the wall for her plan to work, she could have just like got its attention, got out of its sight, threw the device on its plating while like hiding somewhere.
Or just skip out this whole sequence and just go in through the skylight.
Or just go into either way. There was no reason to involve this girl. And then this girl is apparently the one providing a description of the person.
Yeah. Also, side note, she walks right past a Jedi in the Jedi Temple, like we said, and the Jedi doesn't even notice her or sense her murderous intent.
The Force moves darkly around a creature that's about to kill.
Like, oh,
She's
shouldn't
there
be here
to kill a Jedi.
Yeah. You shouldn't be here just on sight. I should know you shouldn't be here. Person who is very clearly not a Jedi, who is wearing a mask. But also, I should sense you. But also, considering that she's alone in a corridor with a Jedi who has just seen her, May, kill the witness.
Well, hang on, but I don't even want, like, you're already in the Jedi Temple. I'm not even done with everything that involving getting in. Why do the Jedi have a droid that can be easily hacked? How does this technology even exist? What the fuck is this technology, and where does she get it? Like, what's the extent of it? Like, what is this?
Well, I mean, I guess if she's being supplied by the Sith, they probably have access to top-notch equipment. But then I have questions about like why the hell the Jedi.
But this equipment exists.
Yeah,
that's what I'm getting at. I'm not mad at the fact that she's able to get a hold of it if it exists, but like the fact that it exists at all, I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, who needs a protocol? Sorry, not protocol. Who needs an R2 unit when you can just like throw a disc on something?
And it will open the fucking door to a Jedi temple that has no security, apparently. Like, just nothing.
Yeah. Maybe it's a restraining bolt, but like, if so, why does the door open?
Okay, so I think back to like the Jabba's palace infiltration in Return of the Jedi, which, you know, I'm not going to go ahead and I'm not going to praise that because like, it's really dumb. Luke's entire plan is really dumb. It could have been done differently in like 80 different ways, but like, I'm thinking about how a similar like security droid existed outside that could allow R2 and 3PO permission to enter. But like, if this technology is a thing that exists, like, could they not have just like used it on that droid to open the door and then all storm in at once?
You'd think.
Yeah, whatever. I think I had other notes too. Hang on. I'm going to make sure I get it. I go over everything because there's so much about this infiltration that just... Oh, yeah, I did also... we kind of already covered this. I said the show also doesn't get to have it both ways here. If there aren't any Jedi to spare to serve as sentries, that implies there aren't very many stationed here, yet none of them notice this person who they wouldn't recognize stalking their halls at night.
I mean, one of them literally walks right past her. I can't stress enough how insane this is. like the show kind of just breezes past it. So, like, I'm sure a casual viewer wouldn't even notice it, but like you actually, again, you stop and you pause and you actually think about what the hell just happened. Like, she literally walks in through the front door, dressed in armor, with a mask on her face, with red dreadlocks, obviously not one of them, walked right past one with an intent to kill, and none of them noticed.
Also,
like none of them stopped to question her.
Did she ever take off her hood or like pull down her mask in front of the little girl? Because I'm assuming she didn't. So like,
well, I really hope she didn't.
Oh God, I fucking hope so. Yeah, but like, does the girl have enough information to like give a clear enough picture that would match her description with OSHA?
I mean, apparently, because she literally points at OSHA and goes, "It was her. She was wearing a hood.
Yeah,
but it was her."
Oh, and that's what I'm questioning, because I'm like, if May's, again, the show can't have it both ways. If May's disguise is apparently so good that like Indara does not recognize who she would assume is OSHA, then this little girl can't look at this person who hired her to distract the droid, and then also just like be able to describe her features well enough to match that with OSHA. Like, you can't have both.
Wow, have you considered that this child is strong in the Force, and maybe this child is the chosen one? You don't know. It could be any. Maybe this child has a great memory for faces. Maybe Indara's blind. Maybe Indara's really stupid. Who knows?
Kill me.
I know. And then so past all that absolute nonsense. And again, like, there's also the thing, like, when you pass from the corridor, that Jedi in the corridor, like, May, kill her, stop leaving witnesses. My God, like, if the Sith Master didn't want to kill her before, I mean, he definitely should now.
You think she'd at least? You would think she would at least change her clothes, so that just in case the Jedi have sent out an APB, like, there's a Jedi killer on the loose who is wearing this outfit.
I mean, to skip ahead a little bit, so like the sequence of events, well, we can talk about the actual, like, her interactions with Torbin when she gets into his room, but the ending of the scene, right before the credits roll, is the Jedi realize there's an intruder. She hears this and she's like, "Oh shit, I have to leave." So she jumps up and out through the skylight. So she knows that the Jedi know there's an intruder. She also knows that she walked right past the Jedi who saw her. So they know what she's wearing. Mm-hmm. Does she change her clothes? Does she fuck?
Does she fuck?
I mean, does she fuck? But like, she just carries on roaming the streets of this town in full garb.
Yeah, she does. Like, well, also, actually, while we're thinking about Torbin's room, there is the skylight, but I also took notice of the fact that there's a window in his room that appears to lead outside. I don't know if it's like a courtyard in this temple, or if it's also like somewhere you could just easily enter his room through. Why didn't I don't care. I don't care. Doesn't matter.
Let's say I open onto an inner courtyard, but even so, like, yeah, this is just, no one thought about anything about the logistics when this all happened, or when this was written, or when this was filmed, or when this was directed. So who the fuck cares?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, she gets to Torbin's room.
Oh God, Torbin's room. So the first thing, like, I think Jolly, you're the one who noticed this. I'm going to talk about not the logistics of the scene for a second. The actor who plays Torbin is the same guy who plays Tommen in Game of Thrones, the little boy king who
is Prince Tommen.
He is Joffrey's little brother, but Joffrey dies. Spoilers. So then he, as like a young kid, has to essentially become king of the realm. It's, not a position he's suited for. He's not at all ready for it. That's like the whole thing. And the character he's playing here has like a receding hairline and like a beard, and he looks like, and he's like in his late 30s, early 40s at least. Like, he looks like an older person. And I'm like, I know he's not, because again, he played Tommen in Game of Thrones like not too long ago and was like a kid. He's like no older than early 20s. I guess the reason for that is, like, I think we're going to get flashbacks to Brendock later on in the season, and we're going to see him as like an actual like late teen, early 20s something. So I don't know. I wanted to mention that because like he's Tommen, and it's funny to me.
Yeah, it's the makeup is fine. It's a little bit wonky, but like, yeah, I think the idea is because I think Torbin was in Dara's Padawan during the Brendock stuff, which was 16 years before.
Sure. Yeah.
So they wanted to have a young actor look at the part, but then age him up. They just didn't do a particularly good job of aging him up. Also, they picked a young actor who was just very baby faced.
Yeah, I don't know why you would do that if you want to make him like a 40-something-year-old man in the present day.
Yeah, I guess Thomas Brody Sangster was unavailable.
Well, no, he was already in Star Wars. John.
Oh, he was a First Order officer. That's fine. Two people can look the same. Oh wait, no, they can't. We're not allowed to.
No, they're not allowed, except for if they're twins.
In which case, we won't find actual twins. We'll get Amanda Stenberg to play herself twice.
Mm-hmm.
Which, fair enough. I'm not criticizing that. That's totally fair. But it's just funny. But yes, she goes into Torbin's room, and once again, she's like, "You and I have unfinished business, person.
Face me with all of your strength."
And I guess let's describe what Torbin is doing and how he is.
Right. So he's meditating in midair. He's like the thing that Rey does in Rise of Skywalker, where he's like floating.
He's flying.
Yay! They fly now.
Right, and so what's interesting is like Sheev and I had a conversation about this, right? Where like theoretically, like just based on the rules of the Force as we've been presented, there is technically no reason why a Force user couldn't use the Force on themselves to make themselves float. Like there's nothing that says that's explicitly not allowed. The problem is that given events that have already happened in the saga, having the ability to do that fucks with everything. This is
fucks with a lot, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing we said about like Rey when she did it, and like if that's possible, how did Palpatine fall to his death? If that's possible, how come Anakin didn't just fly over Obi-Wan on the Mustafar duel rather than attempt the risky jump? If that's possible, why is Obi-Wan in any
Maybe
danger?
Obi-Wan would have also flown, and then they would have had a fight in midair. That would have been fun.
The thing is, that's another question. If Jedi can do that, why aren't there midair fights? Like there's all these questions you have to consider. Like, I'm sorry, we've had too much happen that is contingent on them not being able to do this.
It's the same thing as like, well, the Jedi have the Force, so why don't they just turn off each other's lightsabers? Because they could do that. It's like, well, but they don't, because that would disrupt the fights, and we're trying to have fights. So like now it's like kind of just a rule that like you can't do that. In the same way that like it's a rule that you can't pick each other up, but like Revenge of the Sith kind of breaks that, and then Kenobi breaks that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, again, you can write that in ways that do make sense, right? Like, if you break their concentration, or if you're just really powerful and just overpower them, sure. But even then, like, you need to put qualifiers. Is my point. And with the flying stuff, you're just like, no, you can't have this, because it's like, if Torbin can do that, then I don't believe that Palpatine can't. And if Palpatine or Windu can, then holy shit, does that change the events?
What are you talking about? Torbin is canonically the most powerful being to ever live.
Except for
I'm
Rey.
not kidding. I'm not kidding. He supersedes Rey. Because of what happens in a minute, which is
yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So she tries to punch him first, which doesn't work. Mind you, he's like sitting with his eyes closed. He seems to not even perceive that she's there. I don't know if we're actually saying he doesn't know that she's there, or if he's just ignoring her. Because
we'll address that.
We'll address that later.
Second meeting. Yeah.
Second encounter. But for all intents and purposes, he's basically just asleep and floating in midair and just completely ignoring everything she's doing. And like when punching him doesn't work because like her fist just stops like within feet of his body. She tries like throwing knives at him and kicking at him, and nothing's working. There's like a force field that I guess he's made around himself in meditation that is preventing any and all attacks. She cannot get at him in any way. No.
Right. So this is the thing. Like we've had force fields in canon before, right? Because like they've been a part of games for a while, and I'm thinking particularly like Jedi Fallen Order, where Seer uses one to like briefly hold off Vader. The thing is, though, like I'm happy for someone to use the Force to like try and catch someone's saber or like slow it down, or I think even in like the Old Republic cinematics, Satele like literally almost grabbed a saber with her hands using the Force, but like that took all of her effort and concentration, and it was slipping. If she hadn't been saved, she would have been killed. Mm-hmm. I'm kind of fine with that, provided you're very powerful and you've got a lot of will and concentration that you can block an attack temporarily. But the idea that you can just sit there impassively while attacks fly in and they bounce off you like you are literally made of like adamantium.
The stakes of any fight scene are broken, because now I could just be like, why doesn't this character just create a force field around themselves and then they're untouchable?
Yeah.
I mean, hell, why didn't Kanan put a force field around himself when the fire engulfed him?
Well, he kind of did, right? But it failed. Like that's kind of the point, right? Of like, I'm happy for like force blocks or barriers to exist in as much as they are basically just manipulating the force and the air and the material around you, right? It's just a much more finely controlled version of force push and pull.
I guess now that I think about that, this isn't technically the first time we've seen it, because Baby Yoda did essentially that with himself, Mando and Bo-Katan when the fire was going over them, which was also really stupid.
Yeah, also incredibly stupid. And again, the reason this is stupid is like the consequences for fights, if this is a power that people can do to extreme levels on the regular, which seems to be the case now. Like Seer briefly holding off Vader for like a second, sure. Like Kanan holding back a fire temporarily for like a couple of seconds.
Just long enough for the rest of the characters to get out of there, yeah.
Yeah, sure. But like the idea that you can just like hold off any and all attacks like impassively like a rock is really stupid. I actually joked with Sheev at the time that the scene almost would have made more sense / been a lot funnier if instead of Torbin it had been like Geode from the High Republic novels,
Yeah.
who is canonically just a big rock, like a sentient big rock. Like she tries to like punch and stab him, and it just bounces off his impassive rocky surface.
Yeah, this is the thing. Why didn't Qui-Gon use it on Maul? Like we even have the moment of him like sitting in meditation, waiting for the shields to go so that they can continue the fight. But like when the shields go, he could have just sat there, and then anytime Maul tried to advance on him, he could just continue like blocking it with his force field, like Violet Parr.
No, not like Violet Park, because Violet's force fields can get overpowered if someone's strong enough.
Yeah, she has limits to what she's capable of doing. Go figure. It's almost like The Incredibles is extremely well written.
It's almost like you need to, really well qualify people's power levels so that we can have a sense of stakes. It's almost like that's a thing. Like it's almost like we have to be aware of how causality works in order for things to flow logically.
Like the thing is that like Torbin is so exceptionally powerful that May's like, there's no way I can get at him. She basically just has to get him to like let her.
Well, we'll get to that.
Win.
We'll get to that. Let's wait to get to that.
I'm not worried about spoilers. I'm just hammering home. Like
Okay.
the only way she defeats Torbin essentially is like by just like asking him nicely.
Yeah, and for some reason he's like, yeah, I'll do that, sure.
I
guess he was just
I
really
thought the
guilty.
force field was created by the vow. Should we talk about the Barash vow? Because that's not or the Barash vow is what it's because like that's not established until
the Goulash
the
vow
next scene with him. But I think it is worth talking about the Barash vow because essentially what happens in this scene after she fails is like the Jedi are alerted to the fact that there's an intruder. They go search every room in the temple. One of the Jedi is about to run into Torbin's room, so she like escapes through the skylight. And I remember thinking, so is Torbin gonna like tell them about what just happened, or and the thing is, he's taken what's called the Barash vow, which is a concept that was introduced in the 2017 Vader comics, and like basically like the Jedi character that we first see who has taken this vow is the Jedi that Vader like tracks down and confronts and steals his lightsaber crystal from, which he then turns into, his red lightsaber crystal. And essentially the parameters of this vow is that you're seeking penance. You've done something so bad that like the only way to, I guess, rectify your mistake is to just isolate yourself from any and all Jedi affairs, specifically Jedi affairs. Like we see in the comics where the vow was originally introduced, like he still interacts with people. This Jedi character, he still talks to people. He still goes into town regularly for like supplies or whatever else. But like for all intents and purposes, he is isolated and he stays out of the affairs of the Order. Even to the point where like this is right after Order 66, and he's aware that Order 66 happened, but he still didn't get involved because he took his vow and he meant it. But if that's the case, then Torbin has taken this vow to essentially like isolate himself from any and all Jedi affairs, and he lives in a Jedi temple instead of just like on some isolated planet somewhere.
Yeah, apparently. Which, I mean, they strongly imply that Karlaka has also taken that vow, which is why he's isolated on Kafur.
Yeah, which like, yeah, that makes sense because like the only people he runs into is like some people that are, this is like a tourist planet, Kafur. And so like there are people that are looking around and, he bumps into them, but they're not Jedi. So that's allowed. He's allowed to do that. But Torbin can't talk to any Jedi. He just can't because that's part of the vow, I guess.
Which is why he decided to sit around in a Jedi temple, because that makes sense.
But also the Barash vow doesn't give you special powers. You can't just create force fields. Like, what is that?
I guess as a minor thing as well, just to round us all out before we get the title, which is like the way they shoot. That bit where he was like, "Oh, the Jedi get alerted and they run in, and May jumps out through the skylight." The way they filmed that, they do not allow enough time between May jumping up and the Jedi running in. Like, he should definitely have seen her.
Yeah, he should have. It's kind of that scene in Kenobi episode 4, when he's in the Inquisitor base, and then like he's going down the hallway, and then he hears stormtroopers coming, so he like runs up behind a pillar, and then the stormtroopers come into frame from the opposite end of the hall, and it's like there's no way they didn't see him. It's basically that.
It is that again. And I'm like, again, it's a minor criticism, it's a presentation issue. Like, let's not blow this out of proportion, but like it is just
fire in space.
Like it's just not very well done. Like that's the kind of thing where if I was the director, I'm like, no, go back, we're redoing that shot.
Yeah. Like guy who's playing this Jedi, wait like 2 more seconds or something.
Hope the actress for May doesn't fall out of the skylight.
Yeah, so that was the opening sequence. Like that's before the title card. I would once again like to reiterate that was when I was like, okay, Jolly, I'm sorry that I jinxed it. That entire sequence is shit. It's bad, and it's not a great way to start off the episode.
The thing is, we almost had a bet going, right? Because like when Ahsoka came out and its first 2 episodes came out, like not a lot of actually really bad fuckery happened. Like it was just generally not very good, but it wasn't, nothing cataclysmic had happened. And so we were relatively generous to Ahsoka's episodes 1 and 2. We were like, yeah, it's not great, but like, there's room for it to be okay going forward. And then like episode 3 happened, and we're like, oh no, like they started really breaking stuff. And so we had a bet going with the Acolyte of like, how long do you think before they introduced that moment where we're like, oh no, this is the bit where like, oh fuck, it's all gone wrong. Oh no, stop, I want to get off. And I don't think either of us thought it would be so early as the opening scene of episode 2.
And the thing is too, and I'm going to refrain from like factoring this into my overall thoughts on these episodes, but like if the leaks I've heard for episode 3 actually pan out, like that's going to be the moment where I'm like, this might actually be the worst Star Wars show. Like worse than Ahsoka, worse than Kenobi, whatever else.
I mean,
if that revelation is true,
it's going to have to clear a very high bar to beat out Ahsoka for how bad it is, because Ahsoka is just so fundamentally broken on every level.
Well, yeah, but like so would this show be
heard,
if that happens.
Well, so things like if the leaks I've heard are true and are done in the way they have been described to me, it would be at the very least as bad as Ahsoka, which is like already like the nadir of storytelling.
People are asking what the leaks are. Should we? I want to make it clear before I explain this to you guys that like, again, I'm not factoring this into my opinion on the show yet because it hasn't happened yet. But essentially, if it's true, in episode 3, they're going to establish that they are like sort of an artificial dyad, May and OSHA, who were created immaculately, like through magic by a witch, like born of no father, basically the chosen ones again, like chosen one dyad, whatever. And that's like, I guess, why OSHA was accepted into the order as an 8-year-old.
Yeah, so the explicit leak I saw was basically that, right? Of like, oh, it's they're basically doing, how in the EU there was like, oh, Anakin was born because Plagueis and Sidious were fucking around in the Force trying to create a perfect being, and then the Force retaliated by creating the anti-Sith, basically. They're basically doing like the unironically non-inverted version
found Asada.
Anti-Sith is here. It is on a little planet. But yeah, like the idea from the leaks is like, yeah, OSHA and May are genuinely the chosen ones. Like, and again, like the retcon I've seen from the leaks is like, oh, what we're going to say is like Anakin was a chosen one, not the chosen one, and like these two are like also chosen ones, or at least potential chosen ones.
Well, I saw people also connecting it like, I think people were also connecting it as though like they're chosen ones and a dyad, and then Rey and Kylo are also both the chosen ones and a dyad. And I'm like, if that's the case, where's Anakin's other half? Like, who is that? Do we just never meet them?
Anakin was his own dyad, I guess.
True.
Or Anakin just wasn't the chosen one, because we can't. I think there's. I don't even like the chosen one. Like, sorry, just to get onto this, like, I don't even like the chosen one. You're in the same boat, right? Like, we don't like the chosen one.
I don't like the chosen one concept. It's stupid.
It's a bad idea. However, I am of the opinion that if you're going to do it in Star Wars, you could have done it well. It's just that they didn't. But like,
I clicked on the wrong one. Anakin's other half was the 2 worms he killed.
No, those 2. He wasn't the chosen one. Those 2 worms were the dyad. They were, one was evil, one was good.
They were both born of no father.
But yeah, like the thing with the chosen one thing is like the chosen one, like it or hate it, like that was the intended canon from George as of the end of the prequels, right? Like that's what he was like. This is the story of Anakin, the chosen one. And I'm really tired of them ripping the victories out of Anakin's hands. Like Anakin as a character has just been like, all of his meaningful achievements have been ripped away from him now because like, no, he wasn't the chosen one. No, he didn't destroy the Sith. No, he wasn't actually redeemed thanks to Ahsoka. He's just an appallingly terrible character now who just exists to be evil and do terrible things, and there's no arc to him or growth to him or benefit to him. Like, he saved his son, but apparently that wasn't even like a genuine reflection of a return to the good anymore. I'm so bored of this.
Yeah, he saved his son so that his son could go on to like be character assassinated and like
fall into the same missteps as the Jedi of old, while the Republic continued to deteriorate back into basically the Empire.
But yeah, well, let's do the Chosen One stuff again, but even worse this time. That'll really thrill everyone.
I just like if that ends up happening, right? Like OSHA was the Chosen One, and the Jedi know about that, and that's why they took him. They took her into the Order. Why didn't they mention her in Episode 1? This was only 100 years later.
Especially, like, wouldn't you be super skeptical of the Jedi? Like, wouldn't the Jedi Council bring that up as part of their reasoning for why they didn't train Anakin? If Qui-Gon comes in and be like, I have found a child born of no father, conceived by the midichlorians, he could be the Chosen One. Wouldn't the Council be like, yeah, but we had that 100 years ago and she wasn't the Chosen One, so
she was conceived by witches. Are you sure there wasn't a witch involved? Is Shmi a witch?
Is Shmi a Night Sister? I mean, honestly, anyone could be a Night Sister at this point. Like, it's like, again, it's that meme, like, it could be you, it could be me, it could be in this very room.
If Shmi's a Night Sister, she could have just teleported off of Tatooine whenever she wanted.
She could have gone to Peridia just by herself.
Yeah. Anyway,
Max Rebo is the Chosen One.
So again, they haven't done that yet, but like, if it happens, then oh my god, yeah, basically. So yeah, that was the opening to Episode 2. Really shit.
Really bad. Like I don't think we can stress enough how bad it was. Like, abysmal.
Yeah. Do you want to take it from here? Recap the episode for us, Jolly.
Let's see. Let's pull me back my notes and see what's going on. So, yeah. So like we cut back to the ship, and OSHA is like resting on a bed while Jackie tries to like fiddle with some controls, and it's not going particularly well for her. And OSHA, because she's got mechanical experience, is like, "Oh, Padawan, try this, and this," and Jackie's like, "Oh, thanks for the tip." Meanwhile, Sol goes to talk to Yord, and Yord's like, "So, I mean, like, do we know that OSHA isn't just like working, like, that she definitely isn't the killer, or that like at the very least she isn't working with May? Because like this is really coincidental." Thanks, Yord, for pointing that out. It is really coincidental otherwise.
Yeah.
And Sol just goes, "Oh, you let your fear guide your judgment," and then walks away. And I'm like,
"No, it's totally like, no, correct. He's making a really valid point, actually. Even if May is alive, and that's a big if, you have no way of knowing that like OSHA isn't working with her. Like, like if anything, I'd be questioning, so how the fuck do you know she's alive then? Oh, you saw it in a Force vision? Okay. Use the Force for me right now. Oh, you can't? Oh.
Yeah.
Also, speaking of, I wanted to bring up the fact that like reading minds is a thing that the Jedi are capable of doing. And like, here's the thing. I was going to give the show the benefit of the doubt and be like, well, yeah, but they can't do that with Force users, right? We've seen that with like Kylo trying to do that with Rey, Reva trying to do that with Reva. But no, because at the end of this episode, Sol reads May's mind when they're fighting. So,
well, here's the thing, where like, because obviously Rey reads Kylo's mind in Force Awakens, and he's a powerful Force user.
True.
The way I always thought this worked was like it was not mind reading. It's just your classic the Jedi can sense intentions thing, right? And so like if you are a clever Force user and powerful enough to like get through someone's defenses, or if they're a Force user, or just to use the Force on them if they're not, that you could, through context and the intentions, read into things and appear almost spookily to know what they're thinking, even though it's not really like just mind reading. You're like, oh, you're afraid. Like Rey kind of does it, right? It's like you're afraid, and then she sees like Vader's mask in the room. It's like, that you will never be as powerful as Vader. Like she kind of links the dots. This though is fair,
we do see that in Return of the Jedi, with the whole like, oh, you have a twin sister. Like he's sort of like Vader has surmised that based on like just what his feeling. Yeah.
But again, like, that's not like, oh, Luke was like, there is, it's not like Vader read in his mind, I have a twin sister. It's, Luke was feeling very worried in several directions, and in particularly to a brotherly fear for Leia, and Vader picked up on that. Was like, wait, you have a sister? What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't just like I read it in your mind like in a book. And I'm kind of annoyed that the Acolyte seems to be just like, no, they can just read minds now. It's like, oh, well then why do we need Force tricks?
Well, that's the thing. It's like, so they can read May's mind. So why does Sol not read OSHA's mind? I mean, I guess he's just sure that she's trustworthy for some reason. But like, like you
Why
know,
shouldn't Yord do it?
Yord, you know, Daphne Keene, even. I don't know. Why?
And Yord
Like,
can definitely do it because he does it to the Nemoidian.
well, yeah, but like, and presumably you would assume that like OSHA would be down for that kind of, you know, because like, sure, that's a violation, but like, you know, I would consent to that if it would clear me of murder, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. And bolster my story that my evil twin is alive
Mm-hmm.
and that I'm not working with her.
Yep.
Yeah, it's all a bit fucky. But also, like, I don't want to skip over this. In the middle of all this, Sol takes a moment to call up Venestra,
Mm-hmm.
who is again just unilaterally making decisions for the entire order by herself. And I'm like, you're not the Grandmaster because I know Yoda's around at this point. So where's he at? Why is he not being
Yoda's
told?
around. And again, like if you're taking the books as canon, which this show is kind of like encouraging you to do because of all the references it's making without explaining any of them, then like the Jedi Council also are a thing that existed by this point. They existed in the High Republic.
Yeah. So why are they not being told? Why is Venestra empowered to make these decisions on behalf of the whole order? What the hell's going on? Anyway,
but also she mentions how like she agrees with Sol that OSHA is basically cleared of suspicion because a person matching her description attacked the Jedi Temple on Olega, and like, you know, obviously OSHA couldn't have been there for that, so she's good. And it's like, but no, because you're
yeah, because she could.
They still could be working together. You know, just because OSHA wasn't there doesn't mean she and her sister aren't working together. It doesn't mean anything. But that's apparently enough for both of them to be like, yeah, so she's good, actually. And we can even take her into the field, apparently.
Oh, yeah, Venestra's like, oh, yeah, take her with you. She'll be an asset. I'm like, will she? I'm not sure
I'm
why
like,
you think this.
Surely the only thing she would do is get in the way. Like, presuming that her feelings are compromised, which you know they are, because she always had, like, resentment and attachment issues, even as a Jedi. And this is years later. She hasn't been like training on that or meditating on that.
Yeah, she should not be being brought along, particularly when her sister's concerned. This would be a bit like if in Attack of the Clones, or like if in that era, Obi-Wan had been like, okay, we're going to do a mission to Tatooine, and Anakin's like, oh cool, I want to come too because I can rescue my mum. They'd be like, no, you stay here. We don't trust you not to go running off. Actually, like you've kind of got a bit of a rep for that.
Yep.
So yeah, that's nonsense. But yeah, Venestra's just empowered to make that decision. And then when Yord raises his concern, Sol's like, well, the Jedi agree with me. It's like, they do collectively.
And it's like the Jedi. Do we want to talk about this then? Like Venestra Rowe?
Yeah, I guess we have to.
Because like there's a part at the end of this episode where she's like, I'm convening a small council to discuss the I don't remember what it was. Like the revelation that they come to learn.
Well, it's really funny, right? Because at that point, like May has run off and is definitely, and they know where she's headed. Like Sol even goes, we know where she's going. She's going to go kill Karlaka. And rather than like go and stop her or warn Karlaka, Vanessa's like, I want you guys to come all the way back to Coruscant so that we can have a little debate about this in a council meeting. And I'm like, what? Why now?
Okay, but at least that's skipping ahead. But like, if we're going down this one, like, yeah, at the very least, call Karlaka and be like, hey, so there's a fucking like assassin like trying to kill us, and you are a target. So
well, you see, he's taken the rationale possibly, so he wouldn't pick up the phone. It's like, oh, then we should just go there. Then we should just go there. And it just doesn't work. And again, like,
he's going to die.
Let's also, let's talk about Venestra's character. Like, we kind of hinted at this earlier, but like, yes, the Jedi are in an era where they're more political. Yes, we're in an era where the Jedi are like making like slightly like out there decisions in terms of like, it's a bit morally gray and leading to their corruption. But that's one thing, right? Like making an ambiguous decision or a morally gray area decision is one thing. Venestra in the first episode is literally like, we're going to bring her back for a speedy trial and make an example of her. Like, I'm not waiting for evidence. We're going to fucking kill this bitch. And I'm like, what?
And it's like, Jesus.
Like, you guys can do that? I mean, also, like, because at this point, OSHA isn't a Jedi. She doesn't fall under Jedi precepts. She is a citizen of the Republic.
Does anyone remember in the Clone Wars how when Ahsoka was framed for the temple bombing, Tarkin specifically requested that they give Ahsoka like a bunk trial, basically, where they expel her so that she could then be turned over to the Republic and have the courts, decide what to do with her. As a citizen, like no longer a Jedi, they have no power over like what happens to her. She is a citizen of the Republic, and they will do with her what they will. So, like, even if she is being brought back to Coruscant, you would assume that she's going to go to the Republic courts, and the Republic are going to figure out what to do with her. I mean, it's a Jedi matter because a Jedi got like killed, but like presumably you'd have the council like sitting in, and like maybe they have a say on what happens, but like ultimately it's up to the Republic and the jury.
Yeah.
they're in.
Like having the Jedi being like a little bit corrupt and morally ambiguous and political, that's one thing. Having the Jedi being like, we are willing to abduct and murder in secret a citizen of the Republic without the Republic's knowledge, just to cover our own ass from our political opponents. That is absolutely buck wild. I'm like, no, I don't believe you. I don't believe that the Jedi would sign off on this. And if Vernestra is doing this unilaterally, then oh my god, there better be comeuppance for this.
So like if I killed a priest, would like the Pope just be like, I want him brought here to the Vatican so we can execute him?
Yeah, you're walking along the street and like a van stops and 15 priests bundle out and grab you and just drag you in.
See, that would only be the third time in my life that's happened to me.
Yeah, the first 2 times you fought your way out John Wick style and killed them with a crucifix.
But anyway, yeah. So that's also, and this is a smaller point, but it's one that I didn't want to brush over. I didn't watch Tales of the Empire, but like I've seen clips and I've been shown a lot of things, including one where like Barriss, who is the same species as Vernestra Rwoh, is like really old looking, despite it only being like maybe like at most 20 years after Revenge of the Sith. And she has like all these wrinkles and she looks really old. But apparently Vernestra is 116 and she looks like 30, maybe 40.
Well, because I have seen Tales of the Empire, they kind of imply, because I agree with you, I think it's bullshit, but they do sort of imply that like Barriss is using the Force to heal people. And if you remember, Rey was like, oh, you give up your own life force to do that. And I'm like, fine. Oh, Barriss can just do that. Well, no, but also Barriss knows how to do that. Barriss knows how to do that. The Jedi of this era know how to do that.
See, I know why they made that the case, because in the EU, her original role in all the stories she was in was she was a Jedi healer. So I guess they were trying to like go back to that after completely like taking her in a direction away from like how she was depicted in the original EU.
Love won't save you, Padme.
But
Only my new powers can do that.
Unfortunately, you can't do that because in canon, Force healing is very different than it is in Legends. In Legends, like it works to an extent, but like you still need to like actually give them medical attention and like use medical supplies. Like Force healing essentially helps ease their pain and like kind of like it like prolongs the rate of death. So like if someone is imminently going to die, you can maybe give them a few extra hours, and then hopefully that's enough time to save their lives. Like that's basically it.
I feel like we're at the point now. You know that meme of like Lego Anakin fighting Lego Obi-Wan, or like cartoon Anakin fighting cartoon Obi-Wan on Mustafar, and like he shoots Obi-Wan and Obi-Wan just heals himself, and like that's fine. I'll just use Force healing, and like it's like Force what? Like sorry, like it's that again of like, is this just a thing people can do now? Because my god, Revenge of the Sith is broken if that's true. But you can it's all so bad. Anyway, back to Vernestra Rwoh and her insane dictatorial fascism. Like her murderous glee.
But yeah, I mentioned the whole like she's convening a small council. Like, does that imply that there isn't already an existing council? Where is the Jedi Council? What happened to them? What's going on? Where the fuck is Yoda?
Are they safe? Are they?
Where are Yaddle, Opa Renchisis, Yarael Poof, all these people who were canonically are alive at this point, who were on the Jedi Council as of the High Republic? Where the fuck are they?
They're all on holiday. Yoda's on a beach somewhere. He's just stretched out with like 50, 3 or 4 bikini-clad babes, just like having the time of his life, wearing like Armani swimming trunks, smoking a cigar. Just being a boss.
What's happening? I'm sorry, I'm looking at chat and I don't know what's going on. But like someone's saying something and I don't know what the context is. Whatever. Anyway, so yeah, that's Vernestra Rwoh.
Yeah, that's bad. Anyway, yeah, so they're in the ship. They're on their way to Olega, and what's the next thing that happens? Oh yeah, we then cut back to May, who is again still wearing her assassin garb.
She's in the same town. I can't stress enough. She is in broad daylight, walking in the middle of the street in the exact same town where her description was caught and is known to the Jedi, where she infiltrated their Jedi temple and tried to kill one of them.
It's worse than that, because her and Kymir, who's our contact, they've taken over the apothecary shop, which, if you recall from the later dialogue we have with the larger Jedi, is the only apothecary in town and one that the Jedi regularly go to, because he literally says, that's not our regular guy. So they're hanging out in a place where the Jedi actually frequent pretty repeatedly and like continuously in a small town in broad daylight where she's walking around. Like,
maybe
I'm
his
just-
line just implies that, like, you know, because this is a close-knit community where everyone knows everyone. So maybe by regular guy, they just mean like, I know that person works in the, or like doesn't work at that apothecary, because like the guy who typically does is someone that I'm familiar vaguely enough because we live in the same town.
Okay, what if the Jedi walk past that shop and go, "Hang on, you're not Greg. And why are you with that
I
lady we
guess
saw
that's
in the
why he's
temple last
keeping
night?"
himself. I guess that's why he's keeping himself hidden, except he's not really, because
He's-
you can just enter
except
that
he's
place at
not.
any time, and he's laying in
But
bed.
also, well, not just that, he's wearing the guy who killed clothes.
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god, yeah, fine. It's dumb.
Anyway, so yeah, she walks into the shop. There's a guy there called Kymir, played by Jason from The Good Place, which is a great show that everyone should watch. And Kymir is her contact. He's like a weapons dealer and like, you know, supplier. And she has a previously like established relationship with, like, you know, a business relationship with this guy. Anyway, he's passed out drunk on a bed. She throws something at him. He wakes up. And they have a little conversation while he fixes a lamp, where he's like, "Oh, why haven't you killed the Jedi yet?" And she's like, "I'm gonna need something for the job. I can't get to him. He's totally impervious to all attacks." And at this point, Kymir says something interesting, which is that he's like,
he says, the Jedi justify their galactic dominance in the name of peace, and then she goes, "is a lie, I know," which, if you don't know, is part of the Sith code.
Yeah,
which is not something that is publicly known, which means the only way he would know it. Well, there's a few different avenues we could take with this, but like, from what we understand about the character as he is now, the only way I could square away him knowing about that is that she told him it, because like the Sith master told her. But there are theories about this guy that I think make a good bit of sense, that he actually is the Sith. Like, she doesn't know it. She doesn't know the identity of the Sith that she's working for yet, because I guess, you know, she's still a candidate, so he doesn't want to give away his identity. He's at least smart enough at that point to know that he doesn't want her to know his identity until he's sure that he can trust her.
Yeah, I mean, like, his voice sounds a lot like the mask voice sounds a lot like his voice modified. He knows the Sith code, and in a later scene, she ambushes him out of anger with like a knife, and he rapidly overpowers her. So he's got skills.
Yeah, this is again, like, she is supposed to be a very powerful potential like Sith adept, who can, you know, hold her own against Jedi, you know, and he just, like, she attacks him, she gets the jump on him, and he immediately like reverses it on her. So yeah, and he's got skills.
Which shouldn't make sense, given that he gives his own backstory later as, "Oh, I used to gun run for the Hutts, and now I just supply people with weapons and shit." It's like, really? And when did you pick up these skills, my friend?
Yeah, so there's all these moving parts where you're like, your story doesn't check out. You know more than you're letting on, clearly, and you are more skilled than you're letting on, clearly, to the point where even May was surprised by what he was capable of.
Yeah.
So there's all this evidence that he is in fact the Sith. However, there are points later on that I'm going to be referring back to this conclusion we just came to, in terms of, like, if he is the Sith in secret, then certain information that he gives away to certain characters is like, why did you do that? Why did you say that?
Further damaging the Sith. If he is the Sith, and the thing is, I'm going to go on. If he is the Sith, then he's surely the Sith apprentice. But either way, like, he's a full-fledged Sith. Why are you giving away this information if he's a Sith? Big if, but like right now, that does seem to be kind of what's being implied.
He at the very least he doesn't like the Jedi, clearly. Like, he almost gives a Sith-like opinion of the Jedi. Like, again, the Jedi justify their galactic dominance in the name of peace, but peace is a lie. Like every Jedi, Torbin only thinks he's found peace. Like, that's something I would absolutely expect a Sith to say.
Yeah, it sounds like something Kreia would say. It sounds like a nihilist monologue, or a Revan like holocron. It's like, this random Hutt gunrunner is spouting like eloquent philosophy. Okay.
And of course, and this another thing that needs to be addressed about him. I saw a tweet, actually. I'm going to pull it up. I sent it to Jolly last night, actually, so I can just find it there. I saw a tweet where someone said, Kymir recited part of the Sith code and easily subdued May when she tried to attack him. It's incredibly obvious that he's more than just a poison supplier. And someone quote tweeted that, saying, "He is not that important. Y'all setting yourselves up for disappointment again." And this is something that I feel absolutely needs to be addressed, because I feel like we're getting another Snoke situation here. where like in the sequel trilogy, Snoke's backstory is a necessity. We need to understand who he is, where he came from, what he knows, what he's capable of, and like what exactly he wants. You know, we need all this information to make sense of it, because, you know, this is a pre-established world that we're writing for when it comes to the sequel trilogy. And he's a very major player in this powerful faction, and he himself is very powerful and old, clearly. So we need to know who he is. We need to know his backstory. People like to compare him to Palpatine in the OT, where in the OT we didn't learn much about who Palpatine is or where he came from. But the obvious difference is that in the OT, there was nothing to contradict. There was nothing that like needed to be addressed in terms of where Palpatine came from because of some prior story where he wasn't there. You know, the difference is obviously there with Snoke. And I feel like the same thing here, because like, even if he's not the Sith, Chimere, we still need to know who he is, why he's helping May, what he's getting out of this, and like why he's allowed by the Sith Master or Sith Apprentice or whoever. They refer to him as the Master, so I'm just going to refer to him as that. Why the Master is allowing him to know the things that he knows. That needs to be addressed. And if it's not addressed, I don't want to hear anyone saying, oh, you're just mad that your fan theories didn't pan out. No, this is something that like you have serious issues with the writing of the show if that's never explained.
Yeah, because I've seen someone in the chat comparing it to Marek. Because like the thing is, Marek's identity didn't mean anything to the plot. Like it was fun to speculate because like, yeah, they deliberately were like, oh, he might be important, and then he was just a red herring, which is a bit annoying. But like, there's no, you know, that's personally annoying rather than objectively an issue with the show. You can't do that with like the idea of the Sith here. Like the Sith are integral to what happened here in the prequels, going through all the story. Like you can't just be like, oh, we're going to bait this and then leave it hanging and just like have these things out there that don't make any sense. Like, no, you have to explain these. I'm sorry, like you just do in order for the story to make sense.
Because I mean, you're damaging the Sith character again and his intelligence by going, yeah, he's allowing this basically this rogue element, this gun for hire essentially, to know about the Sith code, know that you exist and are a Sith, and like know that you are having this this acolyte go after like Jedi masters with the intent to kill them. Like that is not information that he should be allowing him to know unless he either is the master, or if there's some actual good reasonable explanation for why he is allowed that we just don't know yet. But like that needs to be explained.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, like even if Chimere isn't the Sith master, or sorry, isn't just the master, the fact that whoever the master is just telling May, who is not a Sith, the Sith code is such a stupid thing to do. Like, what if she gets caught and she reveals that she knows the Sith code to the Jedi? Like, where else could she possibly learn that except from a Sith? Remember, this is a galaxy, because we know this thanks to Rise of Skywalker, this is a galaxy where, like, the Sith language is so outlawed that no one speaks it and droids aren't even allowed to translate it for, like, 1,000 years. No one outside, like, the most secret holocrons in the Jedi Masters section of the you know, the library in the temple are going to know what the Sith code or any of the Sith philosophies were.
Oh, also, something I didn't think about until just now. Again, you can read people's minds, like and them being force sensitive and super powerful apparently doesn't stop you from being able to do that. So like when the Jedi corner him later in his shop, I'm going to be thinking about the fact that they could just read his mind. And if he's so powerful because he is the Sith that they're unable to breach him, like that tells them something. That tells them a lot. I guess
you know, maybe he's powerful enough to lead like a false impression. Like they think they've read his mind, but they haven't. Like the problem is like the mind reading stuff is already like, because you kind of have this with Palpatine, right? Like, you know, Jedi Masters like Yoda stood next to this guy for decades and didn't know who he was, which implies like this guy is powerful enough to mask his intentions and mask his mind in a way that doesn't arouse suspicion, even in the masking. But Palpatine is really powerful.
But I mean, it's also worth mentioning that like Palpatine until like late Clone Wars, like he wasn't really a suspect. Like they never thought to even try to breach his mind. Why would they? Unless they have to interrogate you.
I don't quite buy that, right? Because if the Jedi are this politically involved and Windu is this politically anxious, you would try and like sense the Chancellor's intentions in meetings with him, right? I think we just have to give it to Palpatine that he's powerful enough and subtle enough in his power that he can escape a bit notice like that, you know, from that. Which honestly, I think would have to make sense as a trait the Sith have cultivated, because otherwise, how could they infiltrate the highest echelons of the Republic without eventually being, you know, found by a Jedi who sensed them?
Right. Yeah.
the bigger issue I have is just the idea of, like, you know, previously Palpatine was only having to block dissenting of intentions. Now he's having to block canonically, like, actual full-on mind reading from people, which, like, my God.
Yeah.
Yoda was a senile old frog. Like, I mean, sure. Yeah, technically, I guess. But anyway, yeah, so May goes to the shop in full broad daylight wearing her assassin gear. And actually, you know what it reminds me of? Like, you know, Assassin's Creed games where, like, the assassin just walking around, like, wearing their trademark white hoods with the little beak on them, and no one seems to notice. It has that feel to it. But yeah, walks into the shop and is like, I can't kill Torbin. He's impenetrable. Chimera spouts the Sith code. And then she's like, oh, I have this herb called Bunta, which you can turn into a poison. I'm going to need you to give me this poison. And he's like, ooh, didn't the master tell you that you have to kill them unarmed? And she's like, oh, I'll get the next one. He's like, well, the next one's a Wookiee. And she's like, yeah, that's fine. I'll get the next one. Just I need to do this one my way. And he's like, okay. And mixes her up some poison using Bunta, which, remember that, because where Bunta is from is going to be funny as fuck later on. But yeah, gives her the poison and sends her out the door. And on her way out, she turns back to him and goes, oh, it's best if the master doesn't find out I did this, because he wouldn't be pleased with either of us. And he's like, okay. And she leaves. And then the camera lingers on him looking very strange. So
what does that
mean?
It
lingers on him just like, well, exactly. Like the if he's not the Sith, then the camera lingering on him in a very strange way, noticeably, is very odd.
Yeah.
But yeah, maybe it's a red herring. But anyway, yeah, like that's happened. And then off she goes to the temple. But man, is May unlucky here, because wouldn't you know it, this is exactly when Sol and crew turn up. Sheev, do you want to take over this section?
Right, yeah. So they show up to the Jedi Temple, which apparently, like, they didn't call ahead, or Vernestra didn't call ahead, because, like, the Jedi who receives them doesn't seem to know why they're here, or, like, why they're interested in this matter. They obviously reported to the Jedi on Coruscant that a person with this description attacked the temple, but, like, then I guess the people who received that information were like, cool, we'll keep you posted, and then closed up the transmission. So whatever, they don't know why they're here, but Sol's like, yeah, we have a particular reason to link this to another investigation that's open, and we need to speak to Torbin. And the Jedi's like, well, that's going to be hard since he hasn't spoken to anyone in over 10 years. Fully reinforcing the fact that he doesn't talk to any Jedi, and that would, I guess, explain why he didn't tell anyone that what had just happened to him, when she attacked him at night. But Sol's like, he will speak to me. I'm sure of it. We're old friends. And it's like, do you not? Would he? Because no, I feel like that kind of defeats the purpose of the vow. Like, I won't speak to any Jedi, on my honor, but if it's someone that I actually want to talk to, then I will. It's like, oh,
Sol's confident in his mad Riz game. It's like, oh, I'm just that sexy. I can get him to drop the vow.
I wonder again, like, why live at the Jedi Temple? Because, like, if you're gonna take this vow of isolation, sure, but, like, you're putting yourself in a position where you literally just can't talk to anyone because you're surrounded by only people that you can't talk to.
I can tell you exactly why he's in a Jedi Temple. It's because we needed to have a Jedi spot her on her way to kill him, so that our characters would know where to find her.
That's so
how would we do that if he was in the middle of nowhere and couldn't speak to anyone from the Jedi? Like, it's so transparently bullshit. This is the thing, like, it's so transparently a bunch of horseshit contrivances, like, strung together in a kind of loosely sequential order, that I'm amazed that anyone's even, like, defending this. Like, this doesn't take a lot of brain power to really.
The thing is, nobody's criticizing the show, so I'm not seeing anyone defend, like, other than the fire and space thing. I'm not seeing any criticisms for the show. Therefore, I'm not seeing any defenses for the show. It just kind of exists.
I'm just saying, I'm not seeing, like, specific defenses of the scene or anything. I've just seen a lot of people go like, oh, it's a great show. It's really good. You're all nitpicking. It's like, are we? How did you not notice this guy? Are you this willfully, like, I don't want to be mean, but, like, how willfully blind to a show's writing do you have to be to ignore? Because this is not subtle, right? This is, like, some of the most obvious contrivances, like, strung together I've ever seen. I don't get it. Maybe I'm just being, like, a smug little asshole, which, yeah, fair. I am French. but like, again, it's just, maybe it's a failure of my imagination. I just can't conceive of, like, being able to watch the show and, like, being like, yeah, I didn't notice any of this.
What if they bring the little girl into Torbin's room and then ask Torbin questions, and then he whispers into the little girl's ear, and then she translates what he wants to say to them, so that he's technically not talking to the Jedi?
Well, yeah. Can he talk to a droid? Could he talk to Pip?
I mean, I'm assuming he'd be able to like talk to the townspeople in this place. Like, does he never leave his room?
How does he? Yeah. How does he get food or drink? Like,
I'm assuming like there's like a cafeteria or something in this temple, and like he goes there and he like is near the other Jedi, but he just ignores them, and they think he's socially awkward, but actually he's taken a very serious vow that he'll never break.
someone's like Headland's playing 4D chess. There's more going on than meets the eye. Like, is she playing 4D checkers with half the pieces missing, all of which are the one color on the other side?
Yeah. So yeah, they're going into the temple to talk to Torbin, but then as they're walking,
little girl. We have to
oh,
do
the little girl.
recognizing her.
That's right. The little girl recognizes OSHA. She says, "I was hired to distract the security droid." And they're like, "Oh, who hired you?" Well, she did, and then she points to OSHA. Yeah, that happens. I don't really have anything to say about that other than what we've already gone over. May, what are you doing?
May is incredibly incompetent at this point, like frighteningly so.
And it's a good thing that they did decide to bring OSHA along, despite all the reasons that they shouldn't, because otherwise they wouldn't have had that moment to confirm that, in fact, it was the same person who attacked Indara, who attacked Torbin.
Yeah. And it's quite the quinky dink that they've just turned up, just before May. They're just out of time to stop May from killing Torbin. God, aren't they unlucky?
So, yeah, they're going into the temple to go talk to Torbin. And then the Force once again decides to step in and very overtly give our main character some helpful information by manifesting itself as young May again, going up a flight of stairs that then OSHA follows her, and then Yord sees her breaking off and follows behind her. And then she, I'm jumping ahead a little bit because we have obviously the scene of May and Torbin talking in his death, but I'll get to that in a second, because she gets to Torbin's room before the rest of them do, despite the fact that surely time is of the essence. So if there's a quicker route to his room, you would take that.
Yeah, they know the temple better than she does.
Yeah, but so they took the scenic route, and then they came in and found her standing over the dead body. But so let's talk about the actual scene where Torbin dies, shall we?
Oh boy.
Do you want to?
Let's talk about that. Yeah, May comes in through the skylights, and
good on her for learning her lesson.
Well done, May. You absolute clown. Pulls out the poison, and which is like a little green liquid in a little bottle, and she's like, "Oh, Torbin, I give you a choice. You can either go back to the Jedi Council and confess your sins, or I can offer you the redemption you've been seeking for 10 years right here, right now, and kill yourself." And frankly, if I was Torbin, I would well, I can't speak to the council, so they're never going to find out what I did anyway. So fuck off.
Yeah.
But assuming that, man, he's just so guilty.
He's wrought with guilt. Yeah.
Yeah. He opens his eyes and he's like, "Oh, I'm sorry." It sounds like he's got a badly scarred blind one eye. He's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. We thought we were doing the right thing." And then he drinks the poison and dies, and she leaves. And if you are that guilt ridden that you are literally willing to commit suicide the moment she turns up and goes, "Kill yourself."
I feel like the perfect clip to play in my video is just going to be Tommen killing himself, since it's the same actor.
Yeah, have that scene from Doctor Who where Christopher Eccleston just yells at the screen "Kill yourself."
He kills himself.
But also why didn't he then do this the night before? When she popped in the first night and was like, "It's me."
Yeah, he just ignored
May.
her.
Yeah, couldn't he have lowered his force field and just let her stab him?
Yeah, because when he actually opens up his eyes and starts talking, he says, "I've been waiting for you, May," and it's but she was here. he just ignored her. Was he actually asleep? Because if he was actually asleep, then oh my fucking god, it gets even worse.
He's a very deep sleeper. She yells and screams and tries to kick him and stab him, and he just doesn't wake up. He's just out like a light. Is Torbin? He's one of those people puts his closes his eyes, puts his head down, and man, you can't wake him up for love or money.
See, okay, I know that you're joking, obviously, but I feel if anyone actually tries to say, "Yeah, he was asleep the first time," I'd be like, "Oh, so not only does this world-breaking force power exist where you can create a force field around yourself and defend yourself from any and all attacks, but apparently you can set that up in your sleep and just have it going while you float in your sleep. That's great."
Yeah, actually, Jay Jameson raises a good question, which is, how does he know it's May and not OSHA?
He's sensed in the force. I have no idea. In fact, I would assume it was OSHA because, I would think
they thought May was dead. Yeah,
Well, did he? Because he was
Well, I
waiting
don't
for her. So
know.
apparently he didn't think she was dead. I don't know.
I don't know what. Okay. Like for the sake of argument, like you know, there's some fuckery that they're all covering up, and they all knew May wasn't dead, or at least Torbin knew that May wasn't dead, and he was waiting for her. Which, like, maybe tell the Jedi before you take your Barash vow, because again, he hasn't spoken for 10 years, but this all happened 16 years ago. So there was a whole 6 years where he could have spoken to people about this, including Endara, including Sol, including Finestra, and a whole bunch of other people
A
about
whole
May's
10 years,
survival.
or a whole 6 years where he was super guilt-ridden about whatever it was that happened on Brent Talk.
Yeah, and knew that May was alive and possibly dangerous.
Mhm.
Maybe you should have told someone, my dude. I don't know. Don't want to tell you how to do your job or anything, but oh boy.
Yep. So basically, she gives him the poison, and he just kills himself, and that's it.
Then she jumps back out of the skylight, and wouldn't you know it, mere seconds later, OSHA walks in. Good thing May didn't censor. I mean,
Also,
the thing
for
is,
some reason-
OSHA sensed May.
Did,
Like, that's how OSHA. Well, that's how OSHA knows to go down a weird little path, right? She senses something's about to go wrong. Like she
Well,
senses like
again,
May's presence.
she doesn't have the Force, so I guess it's just the Force. Even though she's cut off from the Force is just giving her little tips. So, can we really call that her sensing her?
I don't know, but then I have questions of why is the Force giving her hints and not May?
I don't know, because the Force wants the main characters to succeed, and not the
Because the
not
Force is a because the Force is a dick. It's basically the answer. It's a selectively ambiguous dick.
But we also like we get a moment where like when the other Jedi come into Torbin's room and they see her standing over the body, they're like, OSHA, this looks really bad for you. You better start explaining. And then after it's been like 30 seconds at least, then Yord comes out and is like, yeah, she didn't kill him. I was following her the whole time. And by the time she got here, he was already dead. And it's like, why did you wait this long to come out then? Well,
I guess, to be fair to Yord, what he could have been doing, because remember, he was still suspicious of her, is like waiting to see how she responded to the body, to see to see if she was working with May. And then he's like, no, actually, she wasn't. Fair
okay,
enough.
that's fair. However, by the time the Jedi are in the room, there's still a very long birth of time where they're like, can you tell us what the fuck just happened? And she's just like gaping, like, I swear to God. And then he finally comes out. So I guess he was just waiting for dramatic effect.
Maybe it'd be really funny if like he was like, I'm gonna wait for my moment, and then the Jedi with the blue lights was like, you killed her, and just like cuts her head off.
He's like, no.
And you're like, ah, shit.
And
then Jackie looks down at OSHA dismissively and is like, he's like, OSHA, put your head back on.
Yeah. But anyway, so she's absolved of that, and I guess now that Yord has witnessed firsthand that she was in fact not expecting Torbin to be dead, he's decided, yeah, we can trust her.
Yeah, I mean, she can't just be a good actor or anything. Like, that's not a possibility.
Well, that's the thing. Like, for all we know, they're working together, but like they don't know specific. Like, maybe OSHA hasn't been able to contact May, so she doesn't know specifically when the murder is going to happen. So maybe she was expecting to find Torbin alive, and was just genuinely shocked that he was dead.
Or maybe she's just faking surprise. Like, there's a number of possible options here. Like, this is not enough to rule her out. Basically, Yord should still be like. I can imagine Yord being like, okay, that's evidence in her favor, but I'm still keeping an eye on you.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he's like, no, you're totally cleared. Yeah, we're golden. Oh, okay. Anyway, she then bends down and she's like, sniffs the bottle and hands it off to Sol, and she goes, "This is Bunta. It's from my home planet."
It's from the. Oh man.
And you're just like, if May couldn't be any more cartoonishly stupid. It's like, I'm going to poison this Jedi Master to whom I have a personal connection with a poison from the world that is only from the world that I am from and which he was feeling guilty about. I'm sorry. Like, if you're the Sith Master, can you imagine she comes back and goes like, "So I poisoned him," and he's like, "Well, I wanted you to grab the weapon and kill him with your bare hands." Okay, but you poisoned him. What did you poison him with? Something inconspicuous, I hope. And she's like, I poisoned him with this poison that only comes from the planet I'm from, to poison the guy they know I have a personal grudge against. And he's like, oh, okay, so I'm going to kill you then. Because
why hasn't he already?
It's unbelievable. Yeah, I know. It's like, just Sheev making pained noises and me just staring blankly into my microphone being like, God help us all. Like, what is going? Who wrote? I want to know. I want names. Who wrote this in the script? The first writer to tell me gets to live.
Yeah.
Bullshit. It's just there's no other words like bullshit, absolute bull. I think to be honest, I think when we were watching, I might even have said out loud bullshit when this happens.
I can't remember what my or your reaction was to this moment. I might not have even registered it because I didn't register it. I wasn't conscious of it. I think until my second watch.
Oh man, I'm pretty sure I said bullshit at the time. I'm like, no.
Perhaps we treated Zam and Django too harshly.
Yeah, like honestly, by comparison, Zam is positively like fucking efficient. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, at least she didn't use a type of worm that specifically comes from her home planet.
I like the idea that we're in the next episode. She's going to kill Karlaka with worms. she's gonna drop some worms in his bedroom while he's asleep. And then be like, these worms are specifically from Brendok. It's like, oh my god, like, not just from Brendok, they're specifically from the garden in which outside the house in which I lived.
I scooped them up in a jar and I kept them as pets for 16 years.
These are my famous Brendok fire starting worms.
Stupid. So yeah. What happens next? I wonder.
They go to scout out the apothecary because remember, there's only one apothecary in town. Which, by the way, again, so you've taken over the apothecary, May and Chimera, and you're like, okay, there's only one apothecary in town who can make poisons, so let's give him a poison, and then carry on hiding out at the apothecary.
Yeah, well, so there's a few things here. Like, May assassinated Torbin and then left through the skylight, and that's before OSHA shows up into the room, and then the Jedi show up, and then they have their little dialogue. So surely May is ahead of them in terms of like getting to the apothecary, right?
Well, this is a general question because May doesn't turn up until like later on in the night, like early morning almost. What the hell was she doing?
Yeah,
where has she been?
Because again, like for the reason you just listed, she should be wanting to go. Okay, we need to fucking leave like now because the job is done and we need to go. But she doesn't. She just is out of existence for the duration of the next several minutes because she can't exist for the writing to work.
She vanishes out of time and space. Also, like we've seen this town from the overhead. This is not a big town. Like you could walk across it in about 20 minutes.
Yeah. Like you just murdered a Jedi. Your description is already known to the Jedi, by the way, in this town, this really tiny town that they live in.
And now you're hiding out at the one place where like the poison could possibly have been made.
She just left a vial of poison too for them to find. I just realized.
Yeah, why did she leave that vial there? Oh my god!
Because at the very least, they wouldn't have been able to deduce he was poisoned until like they did a full autopsy, right? And they could have determined the origin of the poison and where, that gives them more time. But nope, they found the vial, they sniffed it, and they were like, "Yeah, this is from."
Again, if you're a competent assassin, what you do is you poison him, scoop up the bottle, quickly stab his corpse in the throat with your knife to make it look like that's what killed him, not poison, and then you fuck off. You don't just leave a clearly poisoned body lying around when the only place in town that could have supplied the poison is where you're hiding out. You don't leave the bottle of poison that contains a poison that can only be traced back to you specifically in all the galaxy.
Fucking hell, dude.
Again, this is the show that lots of people online are like wonderfully written. The best Star Wars show. It's great. It's wonderful.
Well, you get that with every show, so I'm not really surprised. But like,
I know how.
It's just what really shocks me is the people like who generally are critical of Star Wars who are just like, no, these episodes are fine so far, and I'm like, but.
I look at those people and I'm like, you and I view the world very differently. I to the point where like we may as well be a different species. I'm not quite sure how you get around. Like, how do you not just bounce off the walls when you walk out of your house?
Strange little man, and you have my pity.
It's kind of like that, yeah.
But yeah, so May's at large, and so they're scouting out the apothecary from a little balcony that overlooks it. And like Jolly noted already, there's a Jedi who's like, yeah, we have like a guy, but he's not the guy. That's not who usually runs this place.
Chimera comes back from like grabbing food because he's eating right on his way back, and he's walking into the apothecary, and large Jedi man is like, "Yep, that's not our guy. Like he's not our regular dude."
Yeah, so they're like, okay, so something's afoot. This guy clearly is in league with the person who assassinated Torbin, who we know as May.
Yeah, and at this point they're like, okay, plans, everyone, and Yord's like, well, what we could do is basically just storm in and hold this guy at knife point and be like, give us answers, motherfucker. And they're like, okay. And then Jackie's like, well, we could just have like OSHA pretend to be May, and go in and talk to him and record the conversation to incriminate him and get the evidence that way. And I'm like, okay, but I know Yord also proposed for some reason taking this guy back to the ship to interrogate, but like honestly, Yord's way is quicker. Just walk in as Jedi and hold him at lightsaber point. And be like, give us the information.
Read his mind.
Yeah. Also, because remember, if you introduce OSHA into this equation, then May will know that OSHA's involved, which she may not have known before. But maybe something you want to keep in reserve.
Well, okay. So this scene of OSHA going into the shop, pretending to be May. So she goes in, and she is immediately like acting weird, and obviously Chimera picks up on that because and I'm not exactly sure when exactly he figured out that like she's not May, but like he looks suspicious of her the whole time and is like kind of like sizing her up.
This is another thing that leads me to suspect that he is actually the Sith, right? Because she walks in and he's like, "Oh, what are you doing here? Did you finish early?" And she's like, "I just wanted to come see you." And at that point, he looks immediately suspicious. But even though he looks suspicious at that point, he then blurts out information that incriminates him and May. And I'm like, that has to be deliberate. Like that comes across to me like he deliberately did that.
Like point. He literally says, like, "Oh, did the poison work? The master will be so pleased."
Yeah, like, did you kill the Jedi with the poison that I supplied? The master will be thrilled.
Not the master. He says he specifically says he will be pleased. And I know that because they had a joke about that later where Sol was like, "Who is he?" And he goes, "I thought he was with you."
But to be honest, I did find it a little bit funny.
Yeah, I thought that was funny.
That's mostly just because the actor like just pulls it off so well.
I just like him. Yeah, he's a good actor. I gotta watch The Good Place, dude.
You really do. It's fantastic.
I've been meaning to. It's on the list. In fact, it's probably the next up. I think whenever I have time, I'm gonna just go ahead and binge through that.
Sweet. Yeah, it's bloody excellent. Let me know how you get on with that. But yeah, like, so he blabs this information weirdly. The Jedi are like, "Haha, we've got him," and they all rush in and corner him. And then Sol's like, who is the master after the joke? And Chimera's like, "Oh, I don't really know anything. All I know is like she wants to kill four specific Jedi that she's got a grudge against, and she's coming back soon because I'm holding some stuff for her."
So a lot, then. You know a lot about her.
Yeah. Also, if you are the Sith, well done for telling them that she's after four specific Jedi. I mean, honestly, they'd be idiots not to have worked this out already. But well done for telling them her specific kill list. What the hell's the plan there, my friend?
Yeah, again, like, if he's the master, then you've just revealed to someone who is very, like, possibly wired, and in fact, is, that there is a master, a he who she's working for, that, like, is encouraging her to do these assassinations on the Jedi. And of course, we already have the Jedi incredibly suspicious of who the fuck trained her, because she has skills that like she just shouldn't be able to have unless she has some kind of like Jedi training, which they know that she doesn't. So that's really stupid of him to say if he is the master.
Yeah, absolutely. And then they're like, "Okay, what do now?" And they're like, "Well, okay, Yord, you go, secure the perimeter, go back to the balcony, basically. Sol's gonna go off with OSHA and wait in the temple for May to turn up, and Jackie's gonna go back to the ship, and then when May turn up with guns pointed, basically, and we're gonna catch her in an ambush." And apparently no one's watching Chimera during all this because he just fucks off during that whole sequence, but never mind.
Oh, did he actually?
Fuck, he stays there theoretically through the night, but then he slips off later and they don't notice. Which is like, wow, you guys were giving a really close watch, you dumbasses.
Well, I don't even know why they all didn't just stay in the apothecary and like hide out there waiting for May. Like Sol and OSHA just decided to go back to the temple for some reason. I don't know why.
I think Sol's idea is like, I want to keep OSHA out of the way by putting her back in the temple, and then I will go out to face May alone. Which, like, why couldn't you just put Sol? In that case, just get Jackie to take her back to the ship.
Yeah, you need probably the least valuable player here. So like probably the Padawan like needs to leave, right? If one Jedi has to go and not be there in case May shows up, it's probably going to be Jackie.
Yeah. Also, why not just bring us some of the other Jedi from the temple that we've seen?
Yeah.
Like to help in the ambush. Like surely that'd be really useful. Anyway, screw it. We don't need them. We're just going to do this by ourselves. We'll do it live. We'll do it live.
Fucking love
anyway,
that.
yeah. Hours later, after winking back into existence because the writing now needs her, May, still in her assassin's garb, walks towards the shop and just then Sol. Meanwhile, back at the temple, they're like, "Oh, we've spotted her. She's on the way." And OSHA's like, oh, I want to go with you, Sol. I have to confront her. We all knew where this was leading. And he's like, no, because I sense great anger and you don't want justice, you want vengeance. So stay the fuck here and, trust me to handle it. Let me save her like I couldn't before. And OSHA's like, oh, okay.
So she could be an asset, but the second, what kind of asset could she have been other than what she did for them, but which they didn't know that was going to be an option, She could be an asset, but also like we're bringing her into the situation where her sister is involved and we clearly view her as a liability. So why are we bringing her along to this entire mission at all?
Who knows?
But also, if you want her to stay in the temple, like, I don't know, maybe lock her up somewhere. Like, I know that's mean, but like, she can just leave whenever she wants. And in fact, she does later on.
Well, again, put her on the ship, on Jackie's ship. She can't like jump out. It's in mid-flight.
Yeah. Well, she could jump out, but she would die.
She'd break her legs.
It'd be a minor inconvenience in Disney Star Wars.
Yeah, she'd just get back up and carry on running. But yeah, Sol goes, like, May comes back, Sol comes out and faces her, and May's like really shocked and surprised, but like pulls out her weapon. Oh no, so moves into a stance and attacks Sol basically. And then we have a largely well choreographed fight between Sol and May, where Sol absolutely schools her. Like, she's like with Endara, she makes grabs for his weapon, he dances out of the way, and then when she turns around and goes for her knives, he's already grabbed them.
And he throws them on the ground behind him and then steps in front of them. And it's like, that she could just
force pull them.
Use the force to, okay, sure. She doesn't do that. So I guess it's fine. But she could.
Yeah.
But also we are shown that he apparently missed one somehow. She has an extra knife that he didn't get. And
hidden up her sleeve.
Yeah. It's like, I don't know exactly how he found all the knives, whatever, some kind of Jedi trick. Fine.
Well, they're all in a holster on her leg. That's where he grabbed them from.
Okay, but I would have assumed that she'd have various ones in different pockets in her robes, right?
Well, I guess she's only keeping. I guess she keeps the majority on her leg and then one spare in her sleeve, which that's a weird setup, but okay.
Sure.
But yeah, having overpowered her, he's like, "Come with me. I can save you. We've got your sister. Like, OSHA's here." And she's like, "No, OSHA's dead," which confirms, by the way, May thought OSHA was dead.
Mm-hmm.
And Yord then grabs the knife out of her hand with the force and jumps down to join. And he's like, "Nope." He speaks the truth. OSHA's alive.
And confirm. Yep.
And she's like, "I don't believe you." And then they force her back into a corner. Jackie turns up on the ship. May realizes she's got no hopes of winning this fight. Notices that the dust is being blown around by the ship, has an idea, and uses the force to create a huge dust cloud and escapes in the confusion. Yeah, it sounds like a good thing to start with, honestly.
Really very powerful. Like, you could blind and or disorient Sol, and then you have a much better chance of killing him, especially if you're going at him without a weapon.
Oh, yeah. But anyway, she makes a runner for it. She's running away in a panic, collides with a car, which miraculously doesn't injure her. Like, thank God. Can you imagine?
And then OSHA...
The plot couldn't happen. I mean, can you even conceive?
Just OSHA is like... I understand this is a small town, right? But, she just is there. She just finds where May is. And is like she comes out of an alleyway, and there she is, getting recovering from having been hit by that car and then stealing it. Which lines her up perfectly to stun her with a little handheld device it's not really a gun. It's like a wand.
It's a stunner.
Yeah, stun wand, whatever. She has it pointed at May. They kind of look at each other, and May realizes they were telling the truth. And OSHA, as she calls her, is alive. And then OSHA completely misses the shot, just totally fucks it. Which I guess the defense for that is she intentionally threw it, or subconsciously intentionally threw it or something, because she didn't want to hurt her sister. Is that what we're going with?
Yeah.
Because the thing is, I feel like the need to, at the very least, subdue her so that you could ask her questions would supersede the desire to let her escape because you have a soft spot for her.
Oh my God. I've just realized, Brother Quantum in the chat has brought up something I didn't even think about, which is the apothecary clocks that this is the twin, despite the fact that May thinks that she's dead.
Yeah. So again, he kind of has to be the master, because otherwise, that's a wild conclusion to come to. There's literally a line where he's like, "You look exactly like her," and it's I guess he has figured out that May isn't who she that's not May.
Sure, but if you think her twin's dead, wouldn't you just be like, May, you're acting really weirdly, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's the
Rather than
thing, is like,
oh,
if I
you're
don't
OSHA.
know, if I don't know that she has a twin who is alive, then I wouldn't just naturally be like, you look exactly like her, you must be her twin. I'd be like, May, what the fuck are you doing? Why are you acting like this?
Yeah, are you drunk? Are you stupid?
So it has to be that he knows that OSHA's alive, which is further evidence that he's the Sith, because like the character he's playing essentially believes that she's dead because that's what May told him.
Yeah. Also, like, if we can get meta for a while, the fact it's being played by like a quote unquote high profile actor means that it probably is someone more important than just a gun-running dude.
It's like that meme where like, oh, they're casting an MCU actor in Knives Out, so he's the killer.
Yeah. Like it is anyway. So that happens. May flees because OSHA fucks the shot. She looks back and Soul's standing there, either disappointed or just like resigned. We're not really sure.
Mm-hmm.
They what happens next? Remind me. Is that do we have
That would be, hang on, sorry. I'm a little behind on my notes because I've been kind of just.
Yeah, I was about to say, what's the next thing? Is it them going back to their ship?
Yeah, so that's they then go back to the ship and Vernestra confirms that, you know, it says the thing like I'm summoning a small council to deal with this, because like essentially throughout the fight, like they have determined and Soul even read May's mind that yes, there is a master. She has been trained in the Jedi arts, and that that this entity is like an outside force. He's not a Jedi. He's not anything else. Like he is an outside player who knows a lot apparently and is capable of a lot and was able to teach these things that only Jedi should know. To the point where Vernestra is acknowledging that and saying that I'm convening a small council to discuss next steps regarding that information. So like,
yeah, so it's over for the Sith then.
It's over. Like, yeah. How the fuck? Well, like, what the fuck other conclusion could they possibly reach, right?
Yeah. I mean, again, we sort of mentioned this back at the episode 1 analysis. We're like, given the danger of former Padawans who've left the Order going rogue and like starting their own rogue lineages and apprentices, like the amount of heavy watch you have to keep on them should confirm this can't be any of their. Like, this can't be any of them. This has to be a totally outside player who knows the Jedi arts to a high degree. It can only be a Sith. Again, as Qui-Gon said, my only conclusion can be he was a Sith Lord.
Yeah.
So it's over. It's over for the Sith. They're done. Good luck, Palpatine. I don't know how you succeeded. Fucking hell.
It's over for the Sith because there's no way the Jedi don't know that they're around. But also, like, because again, like the excuse with the trailer was like, well, maybe all the Jedi who encounter this Sith will die, and it's like, well, no, because apparently now Vernestra, who is essentially the Grand Master of this order, and a small council, maybe they're the Jedi Council, maybe they're someone else, whatever. The Jedi at large over on Coruscant know about this.
How funny would it be if that small council includes Yoda?
Kill me.
Fucking kill me. Like Yoda, Oppo Rancesis, like Urel Poof, they're all just sitting in on this meeting. It's like, oh my good lord. Like, the only way they can make this worse is if Yoda was like, no time must take for Mace Windu when he is born.
Fuck. Yeah, so there's that.
That all happens, and that's all bizarre. Also, like, yeah, Vernestra just leaves Kalnaka to his fate, apparently.
Yeah, there's there's that scene where they're like, he's like, Soul's like, we know where she's going next because, yeah. And they're like, well, too bad. We need you to come to Coruscant. And it's like, oh, okay.
Vernestra's just racist to Wookiees. He's like, I don't care if he dies.
Why not at least be like, okay, have Yord and like maybe, just Yord and his Padawan, who is just nebulously not here, like, or even one of the Jedi at the Olega Temple, just be like, have them go and like warn Kalnaka, or hell, have OSHA do it since like she's not a Jedi.
Not doing anything,
yeah, and Kalnaka maybe has also taken the vow and can only interact with non-Jedi. But like, if you need at least one person like Soul to like come to Coruscant and like give the testimony to what's going on. But no, they all have to come.
Too much like sense.
So.
Yeah, sounds too much like logical sense. We can't have that.
So fuck Kalnaka.
That's all nonsense. And then we cut back to May, who is still in town next morning. She's actually, again, hasn't changed her clothes.
Apparently she wasn't able to leave. Like, they've blocked off the exits. That's like what we're going with somehow.
Yeah. So highly trained Sith Acolyte who could infiltrate a Jedi temple can't get out of a whole town.
Yeah, the Jedi Temple has like simultaneously has the worst security I've ever seen, but also they're able to establish a perimeter around this town that like forces her to stay inside, to like stay in the town.
And again, doesn't change her clothes, doesn't change her hair, just anyway, Chimera gives the Jedi the slip somehow, which again, evidence for Chimera. And then May ambushes him from behind, gets the jump on him, and he overpowers her in about 3 seconds flat to the point that she is literally shocked.
So more evidence there.
Like, yeah, and then he's like, I can get you out of here, and I know.
Yeah,
where,
even
you know,
so,
where
even more evidence that he knows more than he's letting on. How the fuck did he know where the Wookiee lives, but not her? How did he find that out?
He like pulled out the Star Wars yellow pages and was like, Kalnaka, Kalnaka. There we go. He's on
there he
profile.
is. And yeah, and then we cut to the Wookiee. Well, basically, he's like, I can also get us out of here. And so then they run to get out. Because it's weird, right? Like, the Jedi are stationed on the same balcony overlooking the apothecary. Like, they turn away for a second, so they're not looking, and that's how Kyber is able to get out. But, like, he also, like he gets ambushed by her, and they're in this alleyway that's, like, right within the line of sight of the larger Jedi. Like, as soon as he redirects his attention back to the apothecary, he would just see them because they're right outside of it. Yep. But then also, he notices that Kyber's gone, right? And is like, oh my god, sound the alarms, but like somehow doesn't see them directly in front of him in his sight.
Yeah. Also, Sith Acolyte couldn't get out of the city, but Chimera can. Okay. That's interesting. Actually, there's nothing I don't want to gloss over. It was back a little bit, but when they ambushed Chimera in the shop and Sol was talking to him, like, even though Chimera admits, like, yeah, I supplied this woman with the devices by which she murdered a Jedi Master, Sol's like, well, if you tell us everything, I'll let you off with the warning. I'm like, are you gonna do what?
I'm sorry. He's an accomplice to the murder of a Jedi. What the fuck do you mean you're letting him off with the warning?
Yeah, like, that's the bit where you're like, okay, tell us and we'll reduce your sentence, or you'll get a nicer cell in prison. No, yeah, you can just walk out of here and just do what you want. Oh, Christ. Absolute bullshit. But yeah, then we have the Kalnaka. Again, there's not much to talk about here. It's basically just an establishing shot. So on Code 4, Kalnaka's there. He's living in like a ruined ship.
Lush, like, forest planet. It looks really nice. I'd like to live there.
Yeah, and some tourists run into him, and he yells at them like a crotchety old man, and they leave.
And he's played by Yuna Suotamo, who played Chewbacca in Solo, as well as in Rise of Skywalker, I think. So that's neat.
Well, he's got one good film on his list, at least. Well, it's not one terrible. One okay movie. And
one decent, fine, not complete shit movie.
And yeah, that's the opening 2 episodes of The Acolyte.
Yeah, really, 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 really bad. Indefensibly bad. I don't understand why everyone's being so nice. I guess the reason is just because most people aren't watching it, you know? And they're not hearing any criticisms of it other than that women and minorities are in it.
Yeah, I wonder, do we want to address this whole debate, or are we going to leave this lying? Because I'm happy either way, don't get me wrong, but I do feel like, you know, as someone with a fairly large fan base who talks about Star Wars, maybe we do have a responsibility to try and raise the level of discourse a little bit.
We can talk about it, sure.
So I don't know how you feel. I do know how you feel, but I just want to do a nice lead in, right? I don't know how you feel, Sheev, but I am fucking sick to death of the state of the discourse. I mean, like, I say this basically every show we do, but like, in particularly now, like, people pointing out like the fire criticism or the fact that there's like minorities, like fucking Critical Drinker's video where he pulled apart the trailer and was like, oh, there's not a single white male Padawan.
he froze on the frame of the Jedi younglings meditating with souls leading their class, and he like took the time to be like, this is not a white man, this is an alien, this is a black kid. It's like, what are you doing? What is this?
I'm just so fed up of just, you know, if the discourse being an argument between like borderline neo-Nazi right-wing reactionaries, like anti-woke nonsense spewing idiots who apparently don't understand the difference between correlation and causation, because they're like, oh, these shows are bad and they have them minorities, it must be that. It's like, oh, alternatively, maybe just capitalism and is bad, and there's a root cause for both of these things, and why the representation is so bad and the show is so bad. Maybe using your brain would help. Maybe. Anyway, there's that side, and then there's the other side, which is like the 3 monkeys disease people of see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil, right? Like, oh, everything's great. We all live in like the land of the Lotus Eaters, and like everything's marvelous. We all live in a drug-fueled haze of complete insanity where we're all just making up reality as we go along. And I'm just like, I feel really sorry, because I presume most human beings are sane. like maybe I'm just being really over optimistic. I presume most people are not these extremes, and are just sitting in the middle, being like, well, you know, I saw the show and like I wasn't wowed by it, but I couldn't really put my finger on why, and it's just there's something about it that isn't quite right, and yeah, I was disappointed. And those people deserve a better class of criticism. I almost feel like a joker. Deserve a better class of criticism than fucking people like Drinker or fucking people like, you know, the other side of that equation.
Star
Like,
Wars
everything's
theory.
marvelous. Yeah, exactly. Did you see like Star Wars theory being like, oh my god, the Jedi was killed by a knife?
Yeah,
I
saw.
Yeah. I just want some consistency in the way people address media, and also just nuance. Like, yeah, things like the fire. Like, we've memed about this kind of continuously now, but like, yes, it is a legitimate criticism, but it's a very small one. There are much bigger issues that are worth talking about.
The discourse surrounding most of the shows has usually been like, there will be a lot of actual criticisms being brought up by various different people, but like the people on the side defending Disney Star Wars would typically zero in on like some of the smaller issues and then only address those, and then the discourse would basically be about those things and only those things, and the rest of the much larger criticisms would kind of fall by the wayside, as we talked about the space Vespas from Book of Boba Fett and shit like that, you know. But this time around, the only criticisms being made are the fire in space and like the you know, the obviously like anti-woke crowd saying that, like doing that stuff. Those are the only ones I'm seeing, so that's obviously the only discourse that's going around. At least from my point of view. And it's like it's frustrating when like actual valid criticisms are being ignored in favor of these small little nitpicks, whatever, and like those being blown out of proportion. But like it's even more frustrating when those little nitpicks are the only things that are actually being said by the people who are critical of the show, when there's so much else to talk about. It's bizarre to me that this is happening.
Yeah, and like I feel sorry for what I'm going to carry on hoping is the mainstream of fans who are just confused in the middle of all this, right? Like who want a sensible discourse because they want someone to put into words, maybe more eloquently, the feelings they're already having towards a media that they sort of instinctively know isn't quite good or isn't good. You know, it doesn't make them feel the same way that the old stuff did, but like they have a busy life and don't have the time to dedicate to like analyzing it fully in the way that dedicated critics do. I feel sorry for those fans, and I feel sorry for. Actually, I feel sorry for the creatives, those ones who are still bothered to be engaged, right? Like, what's the point of making Andor when no one gives a shit how good it was? What's the point of, you know, what's his name? The actor for Soul, Lee Jung-jae. What's the point of him going to all the trouble to learn English, a whole language, one of the most complicated languages to learn as an outsider, just to do a better job with the dialogue he's been given, which is actually fairly good dialogue for the most part, right? Like, the dialogue itself is not fucky. It's the way in which it's being used contextually. And he's putting in like his heart and soul, and he's a dedicated, like he's a really big fan who took the role because he loved Qui-Gon Jinn in Phantom Menace and really wants to make the show good. And it just seems like a really fucking decent human being and a great actor to boot. And then all anyone's ever talking about now is like, oh, he sounds stilted because it's not his first language. Because apparently people in this galaxy can't have come to Galactic Basic as their second language.
And I'm sorry, like, you don't get to say that, but then also, like, a lot of those same people don't have a single problem with, like, Newt Gunray's accent.
Yeah, which is an actual issue.
Yeah.
Oh, like, my goodness. Or, like, you know, Daphne Keane putting in a great performance. The actor for Yord as well. Actually, because that's the thing. The actor for Yord, isn't he the one who was like...
Charles Barnett, I think his name is. Charlie Barnett.
Yeah, he was the one who in an interview mixed up Anakin and Luke and was like, oh, Anakin blew up the Death Star. And like, on cue, people are like, oh, see, fucking fake fans. This is why Star Wars is bad. It's like, do you think every actor is a dedicated fan of every franchise they're in? Like, yeah, I'm sure, you know, fucking Alec Guinness was the biggest Star Wars fan before he did A New Hope.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like that's something I'm going to address in my actual video. Just like I'm thinking about like starting the video by basically going over that controversy and then like maybe taking a beat after basically being like, yeah, so that like there were a lot of like really stupid like grasping at straws criticisms for the show when it was coming out and like in the lead up to it coming out, just a lot of really bad discourse all around. And then like maybe I'll take a beat and be like, anyway, so the Acolyte shit.
Yeah. It's also just weird to me as well because like one of the things people have pointed out is like Leslie Henlon herself, because like, you know, there's a kind of elephant in the room here, which is she was, I think, for a period of about a year, maybe 2 years, one of the personal like assistants of Harvey Weinstein. And so here's the thing: the nuanced form of that discussion looks like this, where you're like, okay, she seems to be like a person who is dedicated to at least on the surface, to LGBT rights and women's rights in a way that is meaningful. However, there is this kind of looming cloud of that we would really like cleared up of like, did you know? And if so, why did you say nothing? That hasn't, I think, been meaningfully addressed. However, that is not the discourse we're getting. On one side, we're getting she's a saint, she's the savior of feminism, and on the other side, we're like, oh, fucking woman in Star Wars who likes the woke and the gay, and that's why Star Wars is bad. And like Leslie Headland, from what I've seen of her, seems like a much bigger fan of like what the old EU and what those kind of pedantic fans might call real quote unquote Star Wars, and yet they're still not like accepting her because she's a woman. Basically, I don't really see any other reason, because like it's just they condemned her before it even starts. I literally have seen like screenshots of like critics, quote unquote, like YouTube critics who had set up Acolyte is bad streams before the show even airs.
Like really egregious thumbnails and like with words saying shit like egregious disaster, and just like, come on. Like before the show had come out, they'd set that up as like a premiere that you could like wait for before the show was even out. Like, what the hell?
Yeah. Also, just to address, because I am the one who brought it up, so I probably should say something about this. Someone was like, Mark M was like, if Headland did something illegal, she would have been charged. So using that as an attack lacks substance. And I'm like, here's the thing: I'm not leveling an attack. I'm leveling a worry that like there is this open question mark about this period of her life that I do not think has been satisfyingly addressed. Whether she did anything illegal is an open question, and lots of people, and even if she didn't do something illegal, whether she turned a blind eye to illegality or immorality, or is an open question. In much the same way that I have questions of Tom Hanks when he's like, "Oh, I didn't know." Like, really, you worked with this guy that closely for 20 years and you didn't even pick up a rumor? I don't believe you.
Yeah.
This is not limited to Leslie Headland. A lot of people in that industry have questions I would like to ask about how much they knew about when and why and where and how. The thing with Leslie is like she is explicitly setting herself as like a pro-feminist filmmaker, which kudos if true, but also then you really do have to answer that question. But for the record, I am not suggesting she did something illegal. I am not suggesting she did anything. I'm saying there is a question mark here, given her proximity to this, that has not been meaningfully addressed. That I think should be, if for no other reason than for to respect the women who were his victims. But yeah, that's the state of the discourse. Acolyte is bad. No one seems to give a shit about any of the reasons actually why, or acknowledge that it is on the other side. And I feel like I'm living in like cloud cuckoo land.
Yeah. Well, again, I just feel like most people aren't even watching it. So the only people you're seeing like criticize it are the people who like have made their entire jobs around like spewing anti-woke rhetoric every single time a new Star Wars or Marvel show comes out. It's like those are the only people criticizing it, and then it's just you and me are like the only ones who are actually trying to criticize it fairly, and the rest is like either the anti-woke people or the people who will defend it no matter what, and have very like minimal things to defend it against, because the only ones being addressed are the fire in space or the fact that it's woke.
Yeah, I mean, let's not
the claim that it's woke.
Let's not blow smoke up our asses too much. Like, I'm sure we're not the only people trying to give it fair criticism.
Sure.
However,
it feels like
unfortunately,
it is, though.
Yeah, that's the problem. Like, unfortunately, it seems to be the case that amongst like big following YouTubers, there is basically fuck all in the way of like meaningful engagement with the material. YouTube does not seem to be a place where like people get popular, large fan bases and be good at their jobs, which is worrying.
Well, I mean, I guess I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass either. Like what I'm saying is like, it seems like the kinds of people who do approach media criticism fairly are just not watching the show because they're not interested. They've been burned so many times, and that's completely fair. And like we're basically among those people seem to be the only ones who are actually watching it, and so we're the only ones who can really like give actual criticisms of the show.
Yeah, we have Qui-Gon stubbornness. Need that we do not.
But yeah, so that's the Acolyte. It sucks. If there's nothing more that you want to say, I want to read the remaining super chats that exist.
I guess the last thing to say is like, I can't wait for episode 3.
Yay!
And also, I guess we should say like we're not doing this every week. We're doing this on a 2-episode basis, like every 2 episodes.
Like with Ahsoka, it's the plan.
So we'll see you all back here in 2 weeks for another round. But until then, yes, super chats.
2 weeks from now, actually, I will be out of town, so it's probably going to be moved to the week after that. But in that coverage, there will have been 3 episodes that have come out, and we're only going to go over 2, and then we're going to have to kind of, it's going to be kind of wonky, but it'll be how it is.
So there'll be 2 weekends in a row where we do a stream, I guess.
Yeah, it'd have to be like that.
Yeah, fair enough.
Which I guess is to
superchats.
say that you're not going to get any more coverage of the Acolyte until July, probably.
Oh
anyway.
no, how will you live without
Oh
having to
no.
inflicted upon you?
Hopefully this will be enough to tide over the masses who have been just craving actual good criticism of the show that nobody's providing.
I can't wait for someone in your comment section to be like, how do you know that Mayday wouldn't have survived that fall?
All right. So where was I with the last? I think this is the next one up. I don't think I've read this one out yet. From also here for £5. I bet any money that they tease Maul at the end. I don't care how little sense it makes because I'm so confident they don't either. I mean, the thing about these shows, right, is that they always have sort of the pretense of trying to make sense, right? So there's never going to be something so overtly nonsensical like that. It's usually going to be something that they can try to kind of write off in a technicality, even though it doesn't make sense, even though it doesn't work at all. Like there's still going to be like that level of it totally works, guys. Trust me. That like,
You know,
I don't know.
You know what they could do? They could have, like, assuming we get Plagueis, which I strongly suspect we will. If the ending of the show is like Plagueis meets Palpatine's dad, like,
Palpatine's dad would not be alive at this point.
wouldn't he? I mean, Palpatine's only going to be born in like 50 years.
Okay, so Palpatine's dad. I mean, I don't know, but like, even just assuming that Palpatine's dad was like super old whenever like Palpatine was born, like 50s or 60s, he'd be like a young child here.
True.
Anyway, and then one from Wisdom Minari for $10. Thank you very much, Wisdom. Just finished the second episode. Why does her master silhouette kind of look like Kylo with that freaking helmet? I was kind of excited about the Jedi politics in the first episode, but not anymore. Yeah, I guess is it worth addressing the sort of meta of like, why does the show exist in the state that it's in? Like, why is it a murder mystery focused on the Jedi and not? I guess we kind of went over this at the beginning of the stream, right? Like, why is it not from the POV of the Sith?
Yeah, because here's the thing: like, I'm happy for the Jedi's to be players in the Acolyte story. However, it should be done in the sense of like, you know, the Sith are manipulating politics from behind the scenes, and the Jedi are one player in that political spectrum. And I do find it. I agree with Wisdom here. I do find it weird that we had like all these like, oh, you know, the Jedi have these politics, and we've got to watch out for our political enemies. I'm like, who are your political enemies right now? Like,
yeah, surely not the Republic, right? So like, is it?
Do individual senators just not like you? And if so, why? What's going on? Can we have a state of play, please? Can we have anything that might hint as towards how the Sith are infiltrating the Republic?
I can almost believe actually that there'd probably be like a anti-Jedi sentiment within the Senate. Like there just would be senators who are like, why do they have so much power? Like, why are they essentially our police force? Should we not be self-reliant?
Well,
that'd be a really cool concept to yeah, you could even say that like these kinds of senators always existed, but the Sith have kind of fanned the flames and been like, yeah, you know, like inspiring more senators to be like, yeah, why do we have the Jedi? Like why do we need them? Why do we want them?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, I don't think the Sith would be in a state where like encouraging the Senate to like have its own police force because you want to like lay the groundwork for the Jedi to be overwhelmed. But I think what you do want to do is like make sure the Jedi are overwhelmed as much as you can by crippling them as much as you can. So like maybe like the Sith are manipulating politics to lead a defunding movement because the Republic fund the Jedi. So like maybe some of the senators are like, why are we spending so much money on this inflated Jedi Order with their fucking gold robes and giant temple, given that nothing as bad has happened for hundreds of years? Why do we need so many of them? Maybe we should defund them.
A jab.
Defund the Jedi.
Yeah, so that's an interesting point that Wisdom brought up.
Yeah, like I just want to know what the Sith are doing. Like, you know, because obviously in the EU canon, Plagueis was the head of the largest bank, and
Palpatine was like going to succeed, like House Palpatine in Naboo, which had a fairly large stake in Naboo politics. Which, you know, Naboo is kind of a small world, but like he can use his status to sort of make himself a prominent member of the Galactic Senate. You know, with a lot of powerful friends in that circle. So well, yeah, you can do a lot of political maneuvering there.
To quote Roman politics, it's almost like Plagueis was the Crassus of to Palpatine's Caesar, right? Just funding his campaigns and funding him through to get the legislation he wanted and to like advance the plan. I presume Plagueis' master probably again had something to do with the.
He was
the Republic's inner workings.
he ran a very prominent shipbuilding company, which was, I mean,
something-
very, very prestigious and like made him extremely wealthy. So it's not something to turn your nose up at.
Or also, even just if you control, like, if you're one of the major like suppliers of ships, who you supply ships to and when can really affect the balance of power in the galaxy.
Mm.
Like, that's nothing to sneer at. Like, again, the Trade Federation literally tried to use their trade might to their advantage in that regard. Like, if you're the one supplying the ships and building the ships, you have a lot of sway.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you could engineer famines, you could engineer like your scarcities, you could engineer like
You could control
economy
the market.
surpluses.
Yeah.
There's a lot you could do, and like the point is like this is the whole. The Sith have been doing this for a millennia at this point, nearly. So
Yeah, so I'd love to see
more effects on
like
the world.
what they've done and what they've put their hands in. Like what kinds of things they're maneuvering and what kinds of like things are being manipulated that will lead into what we know the Republic ends up being by the prequels.
Can you imagine if, like, in the final episode, they have like Plagueis pull out a small disc and he's like, "I will take these plans to Coruscant." And it's, like, the Death Star plans.
Oh, fuck off.
Or like they find him on Camino and they're like, "Don't forget this planet, everyone. It'll be important later."
It's a surprise tool that will help us later.
If we're gonna do this, like, because this is the thing, it's fascinating. Like, we have this whole like there is a secret cult of evil space wizards manipulating global galactic politics from behind the scenes and like engineering crises and like, isn't that even the thing of like the Sith were partly involved in fanning the Nihil crisis?
Yeah, I don't know because I haven't read all of the High Republic books. Maybe it happened, maybe it didn't.
I think I remember reading a Wikipedia article where they're like the Sith were like from behind the scenes like helped push that along to make it worse.
I can imagine,
Jedi,
but they would.
Because obviously they would take advantage of everything. And I want to see cool shit like that. Maybe maybe the reason Venestra wants this out of the way is that right now they are under political attack in the Senate for overstepping the mark or being, too big for their boots.
Yeah,
and she doesn't want to give them
a former Jedi goes rogue and kills another Jedi and is at large. Like, oh shit, we do not want the Senate finding out about this.
Yeah, honestly, like if actually, I think you could have done is like if May wasn't being told the Sith code and trained in the Sith art, maybe her being trained as an assassin and sent after to kill Jedi, under the guise of being OSHA, could have been a deliberate ploy from the Sith to make the Jedi look bad at the strategic time politically. Mm-hmm. The problem is it all traces back to them in ways they can't really avoid, which is really dumb.
Yeah, it's not quite as dumb, say, as Palpatine giving his assassin a dagger that leads to like his location, but it's still pretty bad.
Yeah, the only way this could have been worse is if like rather than Bunta being from Brendok, they're like, "Oh, Bunta, this is only found in the Sith catacombs on Korriban."
Oh my god! Oh, fucking Christ!
It's like May just hangs out in like Darth Bane's like tomb.
All right, 2 more super chats to go. One from Crystal Customs for $5. Thank you for the super chat. According to a 2021 book, Obi-Wan Kenobi took the Baresh vow. What?
Yeah, did you not know this? This is canon now that he took the Baresh vow when he was on Tatooine.
Oh. It's a good thing he never left Tatooine to fight Vader. Do they not understand the point of the Baresh vow?
No. They don't, even though they're the ones who invented it. Like, running through line is the people who are writing this stuff do not understand it.
Everything to do with Obi-Wan's role in the originals is like he is actively trying to help the Jedi Order become a thing again. Yeah.
It's okay, Sheev. It's not okay, but I'm going to lie to you and tell you that it's going to be okay.
Fucking fuck.
It's almost impressive, right? Like we saw, Rise of Skywalker, like there's no way they could break this any more than they have. And then Mando season 3 happened, like, okay, now we've hit peak breakage. And they're like, no, then that's the Kenobi show, and then Ahsoka happened, and now there's this. And like it's almost a testament to like dark ingenuity, the ways in which they like elaborately find new and interesting things to break.
I don't even
I
don't know what to say. Like I don't know what to say.
Star Wars is the most broken franchise I've ever come across. It's not even close now.
Oh my fucking god.
I'm sorry, Sheev.
Okay,
Yeah.
well, my day's ruined, so thanks, Crystal.
My disappointment is immeasurable and my day is ruined.
Okay. Let's see. One from Boxfought Scoot for $5. Thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry, I'm like broken now. We got to wrap this up. Stab them to make them think that that's what killed them, Jolly. Is there something you want to tell us? Is it? Oh, he's saying that you were a little quick on the uptake there to like say how to make it look like you didn't poison them. It's almost like you have experience.
I've lived the life, you see. I've killed many. I mean, I've played many a video game. That's there are no bodies.
Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. It's video games. They run your brain.
I am definitely not a Sith Lord, and anyone even insinuating otherwise, I will sue.
All right, one more super chat that just came in from Richie Wesson for $20. Hey, Sheev with a C in the name.
Sheev.
And Jolly Chap. First time catching a stream. Oh, glad to have you here. Really enjoyed your long form. I really enjoy your long form videos, mate. I now open statements with, well, shit, guys, they actually managed to fuck it up when it's pertinent. Thanks. It's a Kenobi video reference.
I feel like that this almost doesn't do it justice. It's like, well, shit, they managed to fuck it up. Like, is an understatement. Like, I don't even know. How do you put this into English?
She sounds like his child just died. Oh, that
Sheev
fucking broke me.
Sheev just sounds like, he raised his little girl painstakingly and lovingly, and then her first words where she looked up at him and went, "Make me float."
It's like that meme, the guy with the gun, and he's like crying because he doesn't want to do it.
I was like, I'm sorry, boy. It's best we put you down now.
I like have a child, and they're like, "Daddy, my favorite show is Kenobi." No, I failed you.
The Instagram meme I said you have like 15-year-old guy being like, "I love the Star Wars movies," and his dad's like, "Which ones?" And he's like, "The prequels." And like his dad pulls out his belt. It's like, no.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well, thank you guys for tuning in. That was Star Wars: The Acolyte, episodes 1 and 2.
Yeah, amazing. 10 out of 10. No notes.
Yeah. I mean, literally, this entire 4.5 hours was just us endlessly praising it. I don't know, like when you guys jumped into the stream, but it's been nothing but praise and worship and all that.
The Acolyte, an unbridled praise.
Yeah. Thanks for tuning in.
Yep.
See you later.
Thank you very much, everyone. Bye.
No, not next week. Be back in like 3 weeks. Bye.